Okay, we are back, everyone. It has been a wild few days, okay? So I apologize a little bit in advance. Let me get this game open for you real quick. Let me get this game open. So I bought new storage for my computer, so that I can record client side while I play. Just because I can maximize quality. It doesn't matter too much for Umineko. Umineko is not really the biggest deal for this. However, it is kind of a big deal when I'm going to be playing other games very shortly, which are going to be, higher motion. And I've noticed just in the past with like Elden Ring, when I put it on Twitch and stuff, that it didn't look very good. Or on Twitch rather, on YouTube, to not be stupid. The problem with this was that I did not take note of the fact that I would have to, what do you call it? I did not entirely back up everything that was important. Now, of course, I still have my notes because for once this time I kept my notes around as a secondary thing. Like they were, I have them on the Google Doc that's below every video and everything. So they were fine. But I did lose the stuff from episode 7. So there's no notes I have. I don't think we really wrote too much, nor was it probably the most important. Maybe after this stream, I will go through and I will see the stuff that I missed. But for the time being, it is fine. Sorry, I'm just trying to get everything in place here. I also need to check the stream to make sure that my audio is even working. I have to do a quick test real quick because I also had to fuck around with my audio levels. And in the process of fucking around with my audio levels, we potentially... So I have like a very complex audio setup. It might not seem like it. Let me see. Okay, so my voice is coming through. At least you didn't hear it because I played it. Hey, what's up? Just doing some stream setup stuff for the time being because I've had computer stuff going on. But so I had to reinstall everything on my computer, or not reinstall everything. I had to reinstall my Windows. In the process of that, I had to reset up my OBS because my OBS is all saved on this. So I need to open up. I can tell that my voice is coming through, which is good, which should indicate that everything is set up correctly. But the way that I have my audio set up is a little bit odd so that I can filter certain things when I record. I'm going to play a Spotify song real quick here. You guys will hear it. The question is whether or not it will be saved in the VOD. So let me play this. It's gonna be pretty loud, sorry. Okay, it did come through on stream. Perfect. Now I'm going to wait a few minutes and we'll check to see if it came through on the VOD. It shouldn't though. I'll worry about it otherwise. I'm recording anyway, so it doesn't actually matter that much. Regardless, all that to say, I got new storage. I lost some stuff of my notes. I have to actually add a scene capture here for my notes too. So 1 second as well. I apologize for all this, but some of the stuff I actually can't do off stream because I don't know how my audio cables are going to route properly once I'm actually on stream. Where is... Sorry, I'm just looking for something here. But I've been good. Just been busy with school, which is why I haven't been streaming as much. I think we're gonna finish episode 7 this weekend. And we'll see when we start episode 8. Obviously, it's not going to be too long. We'll be done this by the end of the month, obviously. The streams are obviously a little bit more intermittent because my time is more constrained now with everything. Fuck, I can't find the setting here. Shout out to me. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm going to record client side while I stream. And then as I do this, there it is. That's what I was looking for. Perfect. Okay. Let me open up the game. So the other thing too is I technically lost the progress for the game. What I mean by that is that the progress bar whenever we open it here is not going to be correct because I had to basically just get back to where I was, which was okay, I have to restart the game. There's also something that's weird been happening, or maybe not. There's something I'll see here when I open this. I've had a weird thing happen recently. when I'm playing this game where the audio of the game just starts crackling hardcore. And it usually fixes after I restart the game. And it is crackling right now. I don't know why it's doing this. It did this yesterday too. Sorry, one sec. I don't even know if it comes through stream side, but it 100% comes through for me and it drives me fucking crazy. Like, it doesn't bother me too much, but it is a little bit annoying. I don't know what part of the chain the problem would be in, because every other audio, it's definitely something to do with the game. But let me get my notes set up here properly. Because I have to make sure that they show up on screen when I press them. So I apologize, VOD friends, you can skip ahead. Oh, okay, no, I should load into the thing. I don't know if there's any more... Okay, it's not crackling now. I don't know if there's any other spoiler stuff that can even show up, so I'm not really too worried about that, but... Okay. Okay. Sorry, I know you guys can't see this right now. I apologize for the trolling here at the start of the stream. So now I'll put this here about... And let me know if the audio or anything is fucked. I mean, I can see it here on my side monitor. It looks like it's fine, but I'm just trying to... Like I said, because everything is all reset, the levels might be fucked, so I'll fuck with it on the fly as it matters, but it's okay. Make this visible. I don't know if that's super ultra visible for you. It's good enough. It's readable. Put your glasses on if you can't. I'm joking. But it's fine. I need to go back up here. Lock this. I need to set the keybind in my thing. I could have done this before stream. You can get mad at me for this one, but the rest of the stuff I couldn't. Notes. No, I want to show it or hide it. Which is... here. So now if I do this, perfect. Everything is hunky-dory. And I think we are about ready to go. Yeah, so last time we learned some stuff that we kind of already knew. I don't think a whole lot of the stuff... yeah, as you can see, the playtime is... We've only been playing for 10 minutes and we've only clicked 8 times, guys. I don't know how we got to episode 7, but we did. We're honestly... It's impressive. But so we learned some stuff. We didn't learn a lot. Also, let me make sure that the game audio is actually at the level that it's supposed to be, because sometimes it resets itself. Okay, no, it is. Okay, wonderful. We got introduced to Leon. It's probably Leon, technically, if you want to, like, use the actual... It's definitely Leon, but I kind of like Leon, or Lion. Or not Lion. Fuck, how was I saying it the last time? Leon. I like Leon, but it's probably just Leon, so I might just end up calling him Leon. Or her, or them. I'm sorry. Apologize. But yeah. We're ready. Everything is good in the world. Last time we got a little bit more of some info about Rosa, and on 67 Beatrice we got some info about Kinzo's past. We learned about Beatrice Castiglione, I believe her name was. I don't have it in my notes anymore, but I think I remember it being a pretty distinct, like, Italian sounding last name. I don't know if the insinuation there is that she's, like, American-Italian or what, because he was talking about American troops or whatnot. It sounded like it was. The biggest info that we got from the last stream was at the end of the whole theory stream. Again, I apologize that those aren't uploaded yet. They've been, like, the biggest headache to get going, but I should have them between this stream and the next. They should be up on YouTube. Hopefully. Hopefully. Depends how long it takes them to process, because they're currently in processing hell. But so we learned about the whole thing, that there was some kind of submarine base, or I don't know if you would call it like a submarine yard, where they were going to construct shit. Also, I apologize to anybody that was maybe in my chat yesterday when I was testing everything for my overlays, because I was just spamming like cock to try and see how everything would show on screen, so I apologize for that one as well. But I doubt that affected anybody, but it was funny. But yeah, we learned about the whole rokkenjima explosion, which was probably the biggest thing that we learned. We kind of narrowed in on the theory stream back towards Rosa actually being being like the partly a villain, but we also yeah, we're on episode 7, chapter 4, yeah. If it is off, we did do the what do you call it? There's like 2 hours of episode 7 at the end of the last theory stream, because I just started it. But yeah, that might be where the discrepancy is from, potentially. But so we circled back in on Rosa potentially being evil of some kind, or being somewhat behind this. Again, I don't know if this is like me totally coping, but I'm still in the position where I don't 100% buy that it's going to be the fault of just one character. The most interesting thing that happened in the last episode, though, had to do with Leon and with Shannon. Sorry, I'm saying a lot. We had the scene where Will, who was the new main character, was trying to get Canon to appear with Shannon, and we had like a weird interaction. Since before the last one. When you say before the last one, what do you mean? As in like the episode 6 theory, like in between then and now, or prior to the episode 6? There was like a relatively big development over the episode 6, I would say. Which I should have up on YouTube relatively soon. It's just processing hell shit. Between Erika and Battler. Oh yeah, there was a... Yeah, my theory has developed a lot. I go over it in the theory stream. You can probably get a good bite size of that. It'll be the last stream. First like 4 or 5 hours of the last stream were the theory stream. But yeah, the big thing that I've been thinking currently is, and you'll see this in the theory stream, I am more and more convinced that Shannon is actually Beatrice, in the sense that the Beatrice not... Sorry, this is where we get into like a very big difficulty of having to describe this. There's multiple Beatrice, right? And I don't just mean that in terms of like, oh, the other world, like the witch world, and the current like Beatrice of the game board. Like, no, I mean that I think there is multiple people who think they might have a claim, especially we went over it last stream, that I think there's some belief that if there's been some fuckery around whose kid is who, I think there's a chance that Rosa, especially because the age gap makes it seem so odd. Again, there could be some mix in with Rudolph and Ava and all them. I guess Ava could also make sense, given the, that'd actually almost be like kind of perfect in a way if you would think that like only the daughters of Castiglione would be like witch of some kind. Because then that also sort of describes, I think we talked about this in the last stream, if not I apologize, but Shannon has surpassed Jessica. I think in terms of, so this is where it starts to get difficult, okay? Because it's hard to describe my thought process. I think Shannon is Beatrice, but I don't think Beatrice is evil. I think that the end of the last episode was too direct in its pointing towards Jessica that I'm starting to wager that I just don't think it was Jessica. I think that I kind of got honey-dicked all along. I don't know if the game was made to make me believe that it was Jessica, or maybe it'll be revealed that it actually was Jessica all along and I was right and I'm updating my theory for no reason. I think that if you want a really bite-sized version of it, I think that Rosa is probably a child of the original Beatrice, and I think that Shannon is a child of the Beatrice that died with Rosa when they were out. I think that Shannon is also the baby that was presented to Natsui. The only thing that becomes weird about this, there's one scene in episode 7 that's kind of important to me so far, which makes no sense if you haven't seen it, so I apologize, but with Leon, I'm going to keep saying Leon because that's how I was saying it last time, between Leon and between Shannon in the last scene with Will, there's like a very big discussion about like, oh, bring Canon here, and she kind of said like it will ruin everything if you were to bring Canon here. Now the only thing that I'd thought about since the last stream is that it wasn't actually something to do, because we'd posited that maybe Canon and Shannon are like that either they're like the same person or maybe one of them doesn't exist. That was like the meme, that it was either that like, could Shannon have been canon all along? Is the representation of canon fake when we're viewing the game, just because of the whole mystery at the end of episode 6? However, the only thing that makes me wonder more is that I think I focused a little bit too much. So I just have a thing with Leon right now, that we know Leon doesn't exist in the previous games. We know that. We got basically confirmation in the last episode that Leon didn't exist in the previous games, so we don't have to worry about the idea of Leon being like a piece on the board that we have to worry about. The only thing that becomes a little bit odd about that... Also, what the fuck was that noise? Must have been upstairs. The only thing that becomes odd about that... Oh my god, why is it always... Dude, it's like the second I start stream, I have people like calling me, and like I don't care, I'm sorry. The only thing with Leon that is interesting to me is, despite him not existing in the previous games, I think the whole point of Leon is that he has to be, I'm going to say he, I'm sorry, they have to be like a stand-in for somebody. I think that's the reason why we also haven't got like a confirmation of like anything to do with Leon's identity or with any of the deeper things other than being a kid of Natsui. I think the entire point of Leon is supposed to be that they are a representation of somebody in the game, but that it's presented to us in such a way that is kind of like deceitful to us, because there's no reason to just create Leon as a character. There has to be something. So that's like the only real development I've had since the end of episode 7 stream last time, is that I think that there might be more to Leon's character that we haven't been shown. I'm sort of just rambling now, so maybe I should just start, but all that to say, some weird shit going on. I think that Rosa is probably one of the big instigators. Again, the only problem is that we also have to then square the circle of the times that killings had happened when Rosa wasn't present. I think there is some potential that Shannon was a villain early on in the games, maybe episode 1, 2, but I don't know if I necessarily believe it as the game has progressed. The only other thing that starts to get odd, I guess... Look, let me summarize it in a few sentences here, very simply. I think Shannon is Beatrice in the sense that I think she created the Beatrice of the game that Battler fell in love with. In that sense, Shannon is Beatrice. However, I think that Rosa may think that she has some claim to be Beatrice. I also think that Rosa has probably gone a little bit crazy. We've seen some of it with her like beating the shit out of Maria making the comment about the Black Witch possessing her, and then we have comments from character deaths in the game that are related, specifically with Chester, I think it's 556, that's related to, that's related about mentioning the Black Witch, which is really odd. Rosa having all these run-ins with Beatrice that, you know, she runs into her in episode 2, and she also is the person that saw old Beatrice. So I posited the theory the last time around that I think that Rosa is probably a child of the original Beatrice, and I think that as we know that the Beatrice name is passed down hereditarily, that I think there is something going on with that, and I think that even if Rosa... Dude, the problem is I feel like I'm casting such a wide net. There's some chance that Rosa is Beatrice without feeling or knowing like she is Beatrice, but I think that Rosa has something going on. It would explain why Maria has like air quote magic capabilities, because she comes from one. We saw Rosa being the impetus for the destruction of Mariage Sorcière, blah blah blah. Okay, I'm gonna stop repeating myself. If you want the rest of the theory, it's in the other episode, or in last stream. Okay. Very end of last episode we learned about Kinzo, his old life. And yeah, absolutely, you too. Have a great day. And I think that the big thing here will be Kinzo, because the other thing too that I was thinking about, I think I mentioned it in the theory stream when we found the thing about the rokkenjima explosion, that we don't know. So I'm very weirded out about the verbiage of when they describe the explosion, because when they mention the explosion, they're like, oh, by the way, like, rokkenjima explosion, it was an accident when they mention it in Erika's death. But the thing that's really odd about that is the only way you could call it an accident is if you didn't know that it was set up intentionally, right? Because if something is intentional, obviously it can't be an accident. We even went over this in the game in terms of some of the murders that had happened. Can you really call a murder an accident if somebody meant to do it? Like, no. It would be an accident if maybe you hit somebody that you didn't mean to hit, or, you know, swap around the words in such a way to make it fit. My point being that I get weirded out by the game using the term accident to describe it, because I think it was an Erika's death thing. I might be wrong. I think it called it a massacre afterwards. So it's really weird to then in one hand say, oh, the explosion accident, the massacre. There just seems to be a weird, like, shifting of, I don't want to say, there seems to be a weird, like, dancing around the intentionality of the person that's doing it, I'll say. So my confusion, I guess, that this all comes down to is I don't really understand how in this game we have had it presented to us that the rokkenjima is an accident, but we know everybody dies, and then we know Ava lives in Kuadorian. Kuadorian seems to be some kind of safe place for it if we were to follow that everything that happened after the fact was true. And then we sort of got an explanation in the last episode about what could be behind it. We learned that maybe there was like these torpedoes or these submarine-mounted explosives, which I assume would be either missiles or torpedoes, you know, that they existed in some form. They were stored here on Rokkenjima during the war because it was set up as like a storage facility, but then we find out later on in that exact same chapter that the missiles never got delivered. So, or the torpedoes, missiles, whatever they are, never got delivered. So then we're in like another weird situation where the one thing we had that could have been the explanation for what was causing the explosion is off. An analogy I used when talking to Alan about this, shout out, was that it seems very weird for them to call it the Rokkenjima accident. Like, so think about it like this, right? There's a lot of countries that are in like Eastern Europe, probably in other parts of Western Europe as well, that have landmines that are buried under shit or that are still somewhere from like World War II, or maybe from other like regional wars that they've had. And the terrible news is you'll hear every now and then there's like some accident where somebody unearthed a landmine that had previously been buried and they died. You know, this comes up like probably every few times every year, probably more or less common depending on, you know, the part of the planet that you're in. And I think the thing that rubs me a little bit wrong about that is in that situation, that is an accident, you know? Somebody interacted with something that they didn't know was there prior. So the only way that we could call this an accident is that if somebody set it off without knowing prior. But if you like set up an explosion to rig prior to the start of the game, or, you know, after a certain set of time, you know, it's very weird that we get some of the talking points from Kinzo, although now that we know that Kinzo's dead the whole time, where he says stuff like, you know, this is going to be the last family conference, like the final family conference. It's very weird that you would say, oh, it's going to be like the final family conference. How would you know that, you know? Especially given that he's dead. If Kinzo is trying to represent something else, again, so much of this game is interpretation, which is a whole another basket itself. I apologize for the rambling. Again, VOD friends, you can skip ahead. I'll mark this in the YouTube thing too, so you can skip. But my whole point with this explosion thing that randomly got dropped on us is I just find it really weird, the verbiage that they're using to describe it. And I think that we either have to be being, oh my god, sorry, puberty. We have to be being lied to about what's happening in the game. And what I mean by that is either maybe the torpedoes or whatever for the submarines actually did get delivered. But then it would be really weird that Kinzo would lie about it. Then the only other question would be, okay, who had the ability or capability to make enough explosives to be able to cause damage? Also, the way that it's described, like, 1.55 tons of TNT or whatever equivalent it gave there, you know, that's a lot, but that is not anywhere near fathomable enough to destroy an island, which makes me think that maybe it's only rigged on like the mansion. And again, if it's an accident, it would sound like somebody set it off without intending to. But what kind of explosion could it be? The only other one that I said was like a volcanic explosion of some kind, especially given the memes from Higurashi. That's like maybe something that is possible. Regardless, there's going to be a lot of interest from my part about what the hell that means. So if you want to know my current thoughts, I'm wondering what the hell's going on with Leon. I think that Leon has something odd up with their character. I think that they're probably a representation of somebody else in the game. I don't know who that person is. I would imagine that it's probably, especially with that whole Shannon scene, it's something to do with Shannon and canon. Especially if we think that Shannon is Beatrice, it would be maybe interesting. We're still wondering the explanation to the, what do you call it, the other code. We think that it was the creation of Beatrice. Initially I had posited it as another birthday. I guess it's not impossible that those are separate, but it does seem to be a little bit it does seem to be a little bit, I don't want to say like wrong, but it does seem to be something not clicking exactly with that, just because with the whole 6 years prior being the creation of Beatrice. And again, then we start to get into the whole thing about other people, blah blah blah. I'm looping again. Okay, it's enough talking about fucking nothing and repeating myself 12 times. Let's start this. Step it up. And I fucking skipped the line. Holy fuck, guys, just throw tomatoes. Okay, so as you can see, I haven't like opened up anything. Yep, we know, guys. Yep, this is what happens when I have to reinstall the game. Yep. Thank you. Step it up. What are you doing slacking off when fighting so close? Stars seem to spin around inside my head. I could just lie down on the floor, but that'd only make him more angry. Okay, I gotta increase the text speed too. I'm sorry. I think I have it slower than what it normally is. Maybe I'm making this up. I could have sworn there was like a auto scroll speed. I guess I'm totally making that up. Okay, I could have sworn that was an option. I've no intention of being obedient. Still, it'd be stupid to get myself punched for no reason, so I got up and stood at attention. ... The fighting's close, is it? You really think the American troops are likely to show up on this forgotten island? Then let them come right now. That's what I've been waiting for all this time. What's this cowardly look you're wearing? Is this how afraid you are of death? Are you so scared of those Americans? You won't be killing any of them with an attitude like that. They hit me again. Could you please quit your whining already, filthy cowards? I could have sworn... I don't know. I could have sworn the text there was an option to make him move faster. I don't know. Maybe I'm making things up. They give themselves over to this inexplicable anger because it's the only way to distract themselves from their own fear. Heart and spirit aren't any use when the battle becomes hopeless. When trapped by an insurmountable hopelessness, humans rely on several other emotions to escape their fear. These young, inexperienced soldiers found anger to be a very convenient emotion to fall back upon. They did drills by shouting in loud voices and swinging their bamboo spears around. Drinking the wine called anger was simply what they needed to do to numb their fear. The more one drinks the wine, the more one needs to get drunk. Holy fuck, I read that wrong. Their useless anger continued to pile up day after day without pause. As for me, I did not fear death, so I had no need of the wine called anger. This made their cowardice all the more apparent to me. There you go again, that look in your eyes. Sorry, I gotta clear my throat. Excuse me. Ushirimiya, your spirit is rotten to the core. You're a fish, that's what you are. You've got the eyes of a dead fish. However, it went both ways. Just as I was able to spot their cowardice, they were able to pick up on my lethargy. I don't know if that's really the best word, but... Ooh. Oh my god, wait. Dude, I don't know why this CG just made it click in my head. Remember, we talked about the location of the gold in the past. And the one thing that I had mentioned was how I thought that it looked like a bunker. And all I'm saying now that we're getting ex-military shit, because that was the thing in Higurashi, was that there was a bunker that was in, there was a bunker that Mion's family knew and used, right? And now, I'm starting to wonder more and more if there's just like a secret military bunker, and that's where the gold is hidden. Because I initially posited that it was at some location between Kuadorian and the main mansion, between that tunnel that connects the two and the well. And now I'm starting to wonder more and more if it is just simply a military thing, because this looks very similar to what I remember seeing. Yeah, regardless. Is Ushirimiya Kinzo here? The lieutenant's looking for you. Bro, I am positive there was... I'm sorry, I'm going crazy. I am positive there was a setting for text scroll speed. Like, am I going crazy? Okay, yeah. It was one more. I was about to say, bro, I'm positive that there was an option for text speed. Okay. Also, is my controller... Okay, my controller's not on, because sometimes that, it's just kind of funny, because it fucking goes like... in the background. Stand up. No slouching about. Double time. Yeah, and see now, look, we got this too. First Lieutenant Yamamoto was the commanding officer in charge of the Rokkenjima garrison. He was just another filthy coward trying to forget his fear with violence. Okay, now it's too fast looking. I don't want it to pop up instantly, you know, I still want the scrolling effect, I just want it to happen like 3 times faster. Let's put it like here. That's good. And would reprimand his subordinates for slacking off at the drop of a hat. And this is the connection between the two, holy fuck. So all along, we found out it's going to be at the bottom of the well then. Maybe all along... Well, no, Kuwadorian does exist. The only thing that maybe is possible is that... So we initially had this thinking in episode 4. This is all starting to make sense now. We had this thinking in episode 4 that the people that were kidnapped got taken to Kuwadorian. And we had this... Sorry, no, my throat keeps fucking up. We had this problem to grapple with about the whole time thing, about them fucking with all the watches and everything, but it seemed pretty weird because, you know, the clock in the mansion matched the watches that the kids were wearing, so then the only other explanation would be, because I initially had posited, did we have like a Danganronpa 2 Funhouse type killing, where the killer fucked with all the time on the clocks and everything, and because of the time being fucked with, that it appeared as though the people had been moved, so if the killer went and set all the clocks back prior, like 30 minutes, then when everybody got transported, that 30-minute gap ends up being wrong from the time that was listed in the dining hall, because after they get transferred, the kids go back to the thing. Maybe they don't pay attention to the clock in the dining hall. All this to say that they fucked with the time. But now when I see the CG and the fact that this was the same CG for the thing, and we know that they were trapped in some kind of thing, don't you think that it could be that they were just in some form of a military base? That the bars that they were locked behind, because this is the other thing too, that is a really good question that I guess I never really thought about, and it sort of makes sense now, is why the fuck would Kuwadorian have a prison underneath it? We had the whole talking point about Beatrice being captured, they're like a bird in a cage, but the only thing that's a bit odd about that is if she didn't have like a key or anything, like, I mean, there's a lot of places you could lock somebody in, like a bathroom, for instance, right? Most, because I can't speak, most bathrooms don't have windows, I would say. Or if they do, they're very small. Regardless, my point being that there's probably a lot of places that you could trap somebody in a house. Now I'm thinking the reason why there was jail cells that was down there is because it was a military garrison or base of some kind, and you would need cages or cells for if people became insubordinate, right? If you had a person that was like the commanding officer, you know, I don't know military jargon, I don't know the correct titles for everybody, but it could make sense that you needed to have a spot to put soldiers that had gone crazy or soldiers that were insubordinate or, you know, any other thing in between. And I think all along, maybe they were put there, which is somewhere that's a lot closer to the mansion, right? Maybe they were put there thinking that they were in Kuwadorian because they had been told they were in Kuwadorian, right? But they weren't. All along, they were actually just in whatever this military garrison, like, cells are. It's too... How did I not think about that, too? When you look at it, this just looks like bog standard, like, copy-paste military stuff here at the bottom, too. And given that Kinzo knew about the war and stuff, I guess I never considered the possibility. But, yeah, I think that's going to be the current thinking, is that they didn't actually go to Kuwadorian. They thought they were in Kuwadorian because they were told. Again, then the better question becomes... who is Kinzo in episode 4, which we'll see, but it just makes so much more sense that it was a place that was a lot closer to and that was the other thing too. I even mentioned this originally too. I should have realized this. I'm so stupid. I mentioned in one of the theory streams, I think it was probably in the episode, oops, I didn't mean to click that, I'll go back. I think it was in the episode 4 theory stream, I had mentioned that when Ava and Rosa found the gold in that episode, they were really close to where they were very close to where the what do you call it? They were very close to the mansion because they came back out to the Rose Garden. I guess the Rose Garden to be more specific, but the Rose Garden is obviously right there. But we knew it was somewhere close because they mentioned like, oh, let's go see the gold. And then they were right back out like pretty quickly. Now, to be fair, I guess we don't know how much time passed, but I had mentioned at some point, again, this is the problem, is because this is like over 100 plus hours of footage, it's really hard for me to, it's hard for me to say like, oh yes, that one episode and then somebody be able to produce it. But my point being that at some point I'd mentioned that I thought wherever the gold was stored had to be somewhere close to the mansion because of their ability to go see it and then come back as quick as they did without people thinking that they were gone for too long, right? Because Ava and Rosa left from the guest house where everybody was holed up in. I think it was the guest house at that time. I know afterwards it was the guest house. I don't know if they were there before or after. But that they left and they returned quick enough such that people didn't realize that they were gone for that long. So it had to be somewhere that was close. So I don't know why I didn't put together then in episode 4, because I think that was, well, to be fair, I might have only put this together after episode 4. But then it would have been really clear to me that it obviously wasn't the same, like, group of people. So yeah, I don't know why that didn't, or not the same group of people, sorry, that it wasn't like some weird massive undertaking to do with, you know, fucking the times around and blah, blah, blah. I don't know why I didn't put that together, but I skipped a line here. He was just another filthy coward trying to forget his fear with violence and would reprimand his subordinates for, and again, now the fact that his subordinates for slacking off at the drop of a hat. The stories of his life he'd spout off when in a good mood were all about how much of a thug he had been, ignoring the rules of society. On and on about how so-and-so was a prick, so he taught them a lesson, or how everyone was so scared of him that he got special treatment. He kept on talking about what a vile human he was as though it was a badge of honor. Sorry, I don't know why my voice sounds so weird today too. I apologize. Normally I had nothing to do with this disagreeable lieutenant. He would always hang around with his non-commissioned subordinates, so as long as I treated him with a snappy salute, I could more or less ignore him for the time being. Now that the construction project on this island had been suspended indefinitely, there was no longer any use for an engineer like me. Excuse me. Also, is my mute key set? No, it's not. One second, I gotta set my mute key. Normally, I just tried to press it there and I looked and I was like, oh, nope, it definitely isn't. One second. Let me push to mute. No, I want it to be toggle mute. Okay, perfect. So why did the lieutenant ask for me specifically? At that moment, I couldn't think of anything. Ooh. Ushiramiya. I hear you're good at speaking foreign languages. Is that true? I'm proficient in both English and Chinese, sir. The lieutenant liked to brag about his education in front of the non-commissioned officers, but he held a bit of a grudge against me for being even more highly educated than him. He also felt uncomfortable about having me as a subordinate because he was younger than me, so I was definitely not the kind of person he could hit it off with. Just the fact that I knew several languages must have hurt his pride. Wow, guy who is... What about Italian, dude, and Beatrice? Oh, dude. Is she actually gonna be Italian? My queen? My Italian queen? Hey man, I'm Italian. Part, obviously. I'm white as fuck, but you know, whenever you're white, you gotta hold on to what you have, okay? You know? What about Italian? Do you speak that? I'm afraid not. So you wouldn't be much help as an Italian interpreter then. It should be possible if one of them speaks English as well. Excuse me, sorry, am I? You wouldn't be much help as an Italian interpreter then. It should be possible if one of them speaks English as well. I mean, duh. Ah, yes, very true. Have you ever talked with a foreigner in English? I have, sir. Why on earth would he need an interpreter in a cave on an uninhabited island that even our superiors have forgotten? I wonder if she... This is weird, because the way they initially posed it was that it sounded like she was a part of the Allied forces, but now I'm wondering if this is a similar thing to, like, Erika, where maybe she just... But how would she just arrive on an... I don't know. His question made it clear that someone who would need an interpreter would be visiting Rokkenjima. I wonder if it's like a diplomat? Maybe? Hard to say. Good. Ushiramiya, you'll be my interpreter. That's an order. I guess that is true. They would probably come and speak because it's the lingua franca. It's still odd, regardless. That evening, I found out exactly what he was talking about. Okay, here we go. We finally have, like, the cave that he talked about guarding. Submarine, yeah. That pointless cavern submarine dock that had never been used was now being approached slowly by a submarine of the Italian Navy. Oh my god, Italy, we've never been more back. What is this song? Of course, I knew that the Italians had been, yeah, because of the whole classic, hey, Italy, World War I, World War II, okay, you know, we do a little trolling, we do a little side switching. But I guess, I don't know if Italians, I think Italians stayed on the Axis, but I feel like they kind of got, I don't know, my World War II history is not great. My understanding is that Italians stayed a part of the Axis, but were kind of just like overthrown and eventually were like discarded, not so much that they switched sides, they were just more so liberated. Regardless. However, this was the first time I had seen anything from their military with my own eyes. What was the Italian Navy doing here? Didn't Italy surrender in 1943? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What's going on? It was the Kingdom of Italy that surrendered. However, the ones who couldn't accept that surrender formed a pro-German government called the RSI so that they could continue fighting. So this is similar. I wonder if this would be similar to like Vichy France and... I said France. Vichy France. I don't know. There's something weird because I know that there was some like... when France got taken over in World War II, France had a lot of colonies in like Africa and other places around the globe, and I'm pretty sure a lot of them continued fighting, and they were just like, well, France got captured, time to switch to the German side. I'm pretty sure they kept fighting against the Germans. So it could be like a similar thing like that, where you have splinters of the original. The RSI. The Italian Social Republic, also known as the Salò Republic. You know your history. The ignorant often called the Italians cowards, saying that they surrendered first of the Axis powers in 1943. I mean, weren't they like liberated? I don't know if you would say they surrendered. They got invaded and lost, right? I mean, again, I don't know. That's not true. The military of the Italian Social Republic fought bravely from the outbreak of the war until April 29th, 1945, and was at the official... I don't know World War II dates. I don't know if that was the, like, I don't know what treaty it was that was signed to end World War II, but I don't know if there even was a treaty. Okay, Berlin fell, so yeah, it was pretty close to the end. And Berlin fell just 3 days after that. Far from being cowards, they gave one hell of a fight. Still, I'm surprised the RSI Navy even had possession of a submarine that could travel all the way to Japan. Even if they did, it's a surprise that they'd come out this far at all. Why would they come to Japan? To Rokkenjima? The submarine was both weather-worn and massive. This dock had never been used by one of our own country's submarines. I doubt anyone here imagined that it would end up welcoming in one from a far-off nation. All of the guards of Rokkenjima, of which there were only about 30, stood at attention as the submarine docked. Oh, I love docking. Never seen the Italian military before. I heard a mine or some kind of accident trashed their sub. From what I heard, their ventilation system was hit and they couldn't stop the cabin filling up with chlorine gas. The lieutenant was hinting about there being something very important in there. You mean like a code machine or the blueprint? Oh my god, wait, I wonder if she's like Italian royalty. Is that gonna be like the meme here? Guy just created like an Italian princess. My goat, Beatrice Castiglione, heir to the RSI throne. You mean like a code machine or the blueprints for some new kind of engine? I couldn't care less what they're carrying. I'm more surprised that the higher-ups still remember we exist. Move it, Ushirimiya. How are you supposed to interpret from over there? Yes, sir. On top of the hatch was a young Italian saluting us. Normally this should have been the job of a commissioned officer, but his clothes looked like those of a sailor, and it really didn't look like he had the dignity and composure of a ship's captain. That had probably meant that all the commissioned officers in charge had died in the accident that had befallen the sub. That's what I was about to say, that he had just assumed command because he was next in line. Crew members crawled out of the hatch one by one, and they all looked pale and entirely worn out. I wasn't sure how long ago the accident had happened, but being crammed together in a tiny sub filled with chlorine gas for any amount of time can't be good for your health. Adding to the problem of the broken ventilation system was the fact that they couldn't afford to travel about carelessly on the surface of the waters around Japan right now. Yeah, because of the whole... excuse me. Because they, Japan had already lost, like, the Battle of Midway, and they'd already totally lost naval superiority in the region, so not like it was very safe. They had essentially traveled here inside a can of poison gas. Almost all of them were unable to walk without leaning on someone else. It looked like a bunch of people staggering out of a hospital boat. Ushirimiya, ask them who the captain is. Tell them that I'm in charge of the island. Welcome to Japan. Do any of you speak English? Okay, I have to hear this. I wonder if, I just want to know. I'm sorry, I'm very bad for wanting to hear, like, the Japanese English speaking, but I want to know if they pulled in one dude, they're like, hey man, can you be young Kinzo and speak English? That ain't English, bro. I got lied to, bro. I got omega lied to, omega lied to, omega lied to. The crew members seemed to understand that I was speaking English, but it looked as though none of them could speak it. Eventually, someone who seemed to be dressed as an officer saluted. Welcome to Japan. Are you the captain? I cannot speak English. Please wait. The officer answered in slow, laborious English. After asking us to wait, he shouted something to his subordinates in rapid Italian. It looked as though he was telling them to get someone among them who could speak English. Ushirimiya, what are they talking about? They asked us to wait. They might be looking for someone there who can speak English. There she was. At that moment, I heard a high-pitched cough. It wasn't a man's cough. It was a woman's. I speak English. As she came down from the hatch, a woman with beautiful golden hair said this in English. In this filthy cavern, the appearance of one as beautiful as she seemed like an angel descending upon us. Welcome to Japan. Is the captain there? The captain is dead. That man over there is the only officer left. Okay, I'm sorry, I need to hear this, and I need to hear this. I'm sorry, I have to. I have to hear it. Ah, bro, stop it! Man, okay, I got baited, whatever. The captain is dead, that man over there is the only officer left. Okay, we're turning this off. I got pissed off, man. I thought I was getting some actual English speaking. I got baited. This song is nice, though. My condolences. Can we do anything to assist you? Well, we would like some fresh air and water. Some of us are still having trouble breathing. We'd like a place to rest. We would be happy to help. Do any of the others understand English? There were some who did, but they're all dead. I'm the only one now. Ushirimiya, what's that woman talking about? Who's the captain? That man from a second ago? Who is that woman? Let's see some translating, damn it. The lieutenant wouldn't shut up. He must have been surprised to see such a beautiful woman appear from the submarine, and more than a little annoyed to see all of her attention focused on me alone. It was a mark of how divinely beautiful she was. Sir, it seems that she's the only one who understands English. She will act as their interpreter. Their captain is dead. That officer seems to be acting in his place. Who's that loud man who keeps yelling at you? Don't tell me he's your superior. Yes, unfortunately. He probably doesn't like seeing me have such a beautiful lady all to myself. Ooh, okay, smooth. Okay, we like smooth peanut butter, not crunchy around here. I see you, bro. You got game. Oh, I didn't expect such flattery from an Asian. Okay. She's... Beatrice pulls out the Nox's fifth. She's like, I'm sorry, bro. You didn't include it in the game, but Nox is fifth. And he just vaporizes out of the story. Your English is superb. I imagine you've been brought up very well, unlike that rude man who keeps shouting. That should have made you the officer in charge around here. Uh-oh. I didn't expect such flattery from a Westerner. Okay, that's such a broad... Oh, well, I guess Asian's very broad, too, regardless. Noxus doesn't say anything about Westerners. Giggle. You're an interesting man. What's your name? Ushirimiya Kinzo. If you don't mind, may I ask for your name as well? Beatrice Castiglione. Welcome, Beatrice. Welcome to Japan. And then the fucking torpedo that we didn't think was there exploded. What if this sub was carrying? That was when I first met Beatrice, the woman who would capture my heart for the rest of my life. Aw, she was a baddie though, I respect it. So Beatrice was an Italian. Yes. She was the daughter of a high-ranking RSI official. Apparently their most important cargo was her father himself. Sadly, he had already died by the time they reached Rokkenjima. Oh, that's sad. Why would a high official like that come to Japan? You're saying he went through the Suez Canal and crossed the Indian Ocean to come all the way here? That's a good point. If they wanted to reach one of their allies, Germany should have been much closer. That's true. So why would they make their long trip to Japan? It may have been part of some grand outrageous strategy. I don't know all the details, but shortly after I learned that this submarine's mission was far from a minor one. They actually put a nuclear bomb in it. We didn't know that Italy actually had nukes in the time of World War II. They were smurfing, okay? But then the people they were playing against, they became way more adept, and the smurfing didn't work anymore. They said that there had been about 60 of them at the time of their departure. However, only about 10 of them, including Beatrice, had survived. Their submarine had apparently hit a mine or something in the nearby waters and sustained a great deal of damage. They told us that it had flooded rapidly with water, which had taken out the batteries and released a large amount of chlorine gas. That's true. It could happen. Although... yeah, look, I'm a chemistry student, okay? There is some weird stuff that could happen there with like a reaction with the battery, but... I guess you'd have to know what the battery, regardless. Who knows? Okay, well, we'll take it at its face, okay? Their sub had become completely incapable of continuing further, nothing but a massive lump of metal floating in the dock. Since the sub seemed to be carrying something of immense value, the higher-ups ordered us to investigate. After questioning the Italians, with Beatrice and me acting as double interpreters, we concluded that this thing of immense value must have been her father himself. Apparently, Beatrice's father was extremely high up in the RSI hierarchy, and it was thought that he might have worked alongside the Italian Prime Minister himself. Though their massive voyage had apparently been part of some top-secret mission, now that the man himself and all the commissioned officers had died, the reason for coming to Japan remained a mystery. And since the higher-ups were telling us to investigate, that meant that even they didn't know what it was. Their ship had broken down, their mission was unknown, and the high official they had been carrying was dead. And even the Japanese government didn't know why they were here. The Italians' great and perilous voyage had come to a meaningless and utterly fruitless end. That's a relief. I always assumed the Japanese ocean air would smell like soy sauce. Okay, damn, bro, that's so fucking... She's like, let me hit on every racist stereotype. Hey, man, it's 1945, different time, okay? What a coincidence. I've always thought that Italians had hair made of pasta. Of course we do. You don't know how hard it is to get that perfect al dente texture. I imagine you Japanese all wear spaghetti al nero. Or al nero, probably more accurately. Oh, you know quite a lot, I see. In Japan, we like to use squid ink instead of shampoo. That's why your hair's white. You really are amazing, Kenzo. It seems you know everything. Have you ever been to Italy? Never. I read a lot of your books, though. An Asian man reading Italian books? Wow, what kind of books? Niccolo Machiavelli? Oh, The Prince. It's a good one. I actually thought The Prince was a really good read. And Dante Alighieri? Oh, Dante's Inferno. So I know, of course, that you are the Eternal Lady. Oh, what a surprise. You must be quite the bookworm, as he lists, like, maybe the 2 most popular pieces of Italian literature. Oh my god. You list, like, maybe the 2 most popular Italian authored books, which you also probably read via translation. Fuck, I mean, I haven't read, Inferno. I've read The Prince, but I didn't read it in Italian. He reads, like, a Japanese translation of it. He's like, yeah, you know, I've read The Prince. She's like, in Italian? We don't have to talk about that. You must be quite the bookworm. Does this mean that you came from some Japanese noble family? Who knows? You're completely different from those other savage-looking Japanese soldiers. I can tell. He must have come from a noble family. Dude, he's actually like a, he's like the self-racist, man. He's like shitting on, he's like, man, these Asians, they ain't shit. He's like, you know what? I think the West is better. This guy, if he was born in current day, okay, he'd be one of those dudes that's like Hispanic but running a white supremacist account, okay? You know if you know, okay? You must have come from a noble family. Are the Ushirimiya some sort of Japanese aristocrats? Of course not. They just managed to strike it rich in the spinning industry in recent generation. I didn't study to prepare myself for nobility or anything like that. I just wasn't allowed to do anything else. Reading books, playing around with roses, and getting myself drunk were the only ways I had to occupy myself. Beatrice hadn't asked that question out of malice. It had just been a curious question asked to a friend from a faraway country. However, Beatrice was from a noble family herself, so she could tell. She could see the faint, gloomy look on Kenzo's face. Forgive me, Kenzo. I was so surprised that a high-class person like you would be a simple soldier in a place like this, that I didn't stop to think about why. I don't really care about my family line. The name Ushirimiya will mean nothing when I'm dead, and that will be what finally sets me free. Interesting thing to say. Because then why would you have so many kids? But so you joined the army because you wanted to die? You mustn't do that. Your family would be so sad. If she was smooth, she would go. I would be so sad. Family? I have no family. I have a wife for the sake of public appearances and children. However, I've never wanted any of them. Everything is a fleeting daydream created by selfish, greedy old men. So at least being stuck on this island, I can forget about all of that and find some peace. Peace? But haven't I spent each and every day complaining that I wasn't sent to the front and haven't managed to die yet? I can't understand the pain you've gone through, or you're going through, but I do realize that my thoughtless words have hurt you. Forgive me, Kenzo. Forgive me, Kenzo. Oh, those words. I think they set me free. All of the Japanese people call me Ushirimiya. Every time I hear it, it's a constant reminder that I'm the property of the Ushirimiya family. She's different. She calls me Kenzo, not Ushirimiya. So maybe, just for the time I chat with her like this, I can forget that cursed family. Or cursed, if you want to say it like that. Kenzo. I hadn't meant to make Beatrice feel guilty, but she seemed certain that her thoughtless words had hurt me. Thank you. Huh? You calling me Kenzo makes me feel like I can finally be my own man. I think that I've finally met a person who truly sees me for who I am, bro. You're coming on a bit heavy right here. Kenzo, you may be a foreigner I met in a distant land, but I know your heart is very sensitive and beautiful. If we had grown up in the same neighborhood, I'm sure we'd become quick friends. Hey, I don't want to be friends. I'm happy too. You always call me Beatrice, not the daughter of the Castiglione family. We were both in the same position. Her Castiglione family must have been a rigid place as well. Though we came from different countries, we had finally found something we could truly understand about each other. Do you have a nickname that people close to you use? No. They would just call me Kenzo. I mean, he looks like Kiri. Maybe we should just call him Kiri. Well then, you should stop calling me Beatrice. All of my close friends used to call me Bice. I'd like you to call me that too. Very well. From this point onwards, I will call you Bice as a sign of our friendship. I need to hear how they're saying that, because Bice just sounds crazy. My friends call me B-Ice. Like... Biche.
わかりました。これからは親しみを込めてビーチェとお呼びを。
Biche. We'll go biche. I guess it makes more sense. Okay, yeah, with Italian it makes more sense. Biche. Okay, that makes way more sense. I'm sitting here in English. I'm like, they call you Bice. Like, okay, man. Whatever you say, Beatrice. Come on. You can't talk all stiff like that. We're friends now, okay? A bright smile stretched across Beatrice's face. Across Biche's face. No matter how many decades pass, that smile will never fade from my memory. So, by meeting Beatrice, you managed to regain your sense of self? Or as most people would put it, he cheated on his wife. True. If you plan to continue being rude, I suggest you get in the habit of covering your butt. After having his butt pinched once more, Will hopped around in a pathetic agony. So in your eyes, grandfather, Rokkenjima was always special for being the place you first met Beatrice. If I had never come to this island, I would never have met her. It truly is an island of miracles. This makes it even more sad that he turned he created this legend of the Golden Witch after she died. It makes it even more sad. It also makes sense why her life would be shortened. We have the whole thing about the chlorine exposure. You're not just getting exposed to chlorine gas for that long and not having some kind of long-term side effect. So it's kind of sad when you think about it like that. I mean, the whole story thus far just kind of seems like a thing of Kinzo not being able to let go, which I can maybe understand given the life that he lived, but regardless. Also, now that I think about this, I don't think we ever heard Will's voice. Let's hear it real quick. Oh my. Okay, Will. He's got the Giga Chad voice. Okay, I see you, Will. Is there anything left of that submarine base today? Yes, it's still there, close to Kuwadorian. It's in the shadow of a cove that can't be seen from the outside. After all, fishermen never approach this supposedly ill-omened island. It is unlikely that anyone besides me still knows of its existence. Okay, that's something that's important to note. I'll put that down here. Sorry, I have to just put this in my notes and I have to format these for a second. Sorry, I'm just putting some stuff down. And that the cove slash submarine dock is near Kuwadorian. Should also put the thing from earlier that I think that in Ep 4, I doubt they were taken to Kuwadorian, but rather to a military base slash jail of some kind. And the gold is stored somewhere there. Makes sense too if you think about this, that if Beatrice was present on the island and she was royalty of the family, she's the last living heir of that family, that they would treat her like a queen, you know? They would want to give her some well-furnished place, which could explain why there's a random insanely well-furnished room, because that might be the place where the original Beatrice would sleep, you know? Because she would be sleeping in the military barracks, because I don't think Kuwadorian or the mansion on Rokkenjima existed at this point, right? Makes sense if the room where Castiglione used to sleep was the place where the gold was stored in the old military base. Since... Sorry, I should show this. Okay, so I just put here, In episode 4, I doubt they were taking the Kuadorian, but rather a military base jail of some kind, I should say, that remained on the island. And the gold is stored somewhere there. Makes sense if the room where Castiglione used to sleep was a place where the gold was stored in the old military base, since at this time Rokkenjima had not been developed and Kuadorian did not exist. I think that the room where the gold is stored is where Beatrice Castiglione likely stayed during the time she lived on Rokkenjima prior to the war's ending. And then we just got the typical Italy stay winning. My Italian goat. I like her even more. Oh, that was also the other thing, to put here that, because people already don't know about Kuadorian's existence, so then you're adding like a whole another thing entirely about, damn, like, you don't know about that, like, you know, you probably don't even know all that, regardless. Is a 2-kilometer-long underground passage between Kuadorian and the mansion a remnant of that base? That's correct. Okay, so we're getting a confirmation of the passage. The passage under... let me read that here. Between Kuadorian and the main mansion is a remnant of the base. It is apparently 2 km long. Okay. That is correct. There was some nonsense about caving a network of tunnels out of the limestone caverns, which would connect a number of bunkers across the island. I made use of those tunnels and had 2 mansions built, one at each end of the island. And there you go. So the theory was kind of true. And now it could even be more so. That if there's a bunker that's connected to it at some point, that I was right that it was at a midpoint between the 2. All I'm saying. That the 2 speak of, all I'm saying. Did I fucking cook? 2 mansions, 2 families. The Ushirimiya family mansion, and the mansion for Kinzo released from the shackles of the Ushirimiya family. Correct. It was something I needed. Does that also explain why it's only a one-winged eagle? Because if you wanted to interpret it like this is my interpretation of it being a one-winged eagle, is that birds, you know, wings, well, birds are a symbol of freedom. A wing is obviously evocative of a bird of some kind. It makes me wonder if the reason why it's only one is because he lived a double life. You know, he had one side of his family that was like his freedom, and then the other half which was like his duty, or what he had basically been forced into by the family. So, correct. It was something I needed. A place for me to escape from the cursed name of Ushirimiya. I mean, I have some sympathy for him. Depends on his extent of killing his fucking family that I might lose all of my sympathy for him, but I understand him having like a bad life. Still, I do feel bad for you. It must be awful to have to come all the way out here and been unable to fulfill your mission. I don't really know what Papa's plan was. He said that we needed to run far away to hide it until the time came. Ooh. Yeah, I'm starting to think that the submarine itself, or there might be like a bomb that's on the submarine. Because then this also explains why, if the missiles or whatever it was never got delivered, that we would still have an explanation, you know? All I'm saying. And what is it? I don't know. It was something very important, and he planned to hide it for many years until the right moment. Oh, and he planned for us to remain hidden along with it. I know because he apologized to me that I might be spending a very long time on foreign soil. Didn't Ensign Angelo say that you had no cargo in particular, and that you were transporting your father instead? The Ensign doesn't trust you or the others. Even I know a few things he's kept hidden from you. He might even know what Papa's goal was and what the cargo is. Whatever it is, that's a mission for the Italian military. It has nothing to do with us. In fact, given that we're allies, we'd be willing to help only if they ask, if only they asked. I have no doubts that you're a good person, Kinzo. I've even told Ensign Angelo that you're a man we can trust, but why is it that men always get so rigid and uptight when they're in a strange land? Normally they're all very bright and cheery people. Ever since we came here, there's been this strange feeling of tension. Also, I don't know if I'm saying Ensign wrong, but I'm going to keep... You know what, actually we're going to Google it real quick, because I know there'll be somebody out there that'll be like, you fucker, that's not how you say it. Pronunciation. Ensign is apparently. Now, is that just... Okay, the British pronunciation is ensign. We're going with ensign. The only time I'll side with the Brits. Shout out. Ensign Angelo has ordered that his subordinates be armed at all times. It's almost as though we're in enemy territory. Well, it's probably because the cargo you're carrying is insanely dangerous and or powerful. I wonder if it is going to be like a semi-nuclear weapon of some kind. Like, I mean, I don't understand how they would fit it into this game that there was like a nuclear weapon that they were able to conceal that Italy somehow developed on the scale of like the Manhattan Project at the same there's a lot of fudging that would have to happen for that to be true. It could just be a very powerful traditional bomb of some kind. Regardless, that's going to be my current theory. That was true. The Italians were clearly the very opposite of relaxed. The Japanese soldiers watching this began to suspect that the Italians didn't really trust them at all. That's normal for a soldier. This is precisely the time for them to straighten up their guard so they don't embarrass themselves in front of a friendly army. They have a person stand watch every time they sleep, and they're still keeping a lookout to make sure none of you approach the submarine, even though it's nothing more than an unusable scrap heap now. It almost feels as though they're acting openly hostile towards the Japanese, and that bothers me. True, they had set up a constant sentry by the submarine and had refused to let any of the Japanese soldiers come near. Yeah, so this is what we're going to put in the notes, that I think there's a weapon, likely a bomb of some kind, that is being transmitted by the RSI sub. Even though the sub is rendered useless, there is still precious cargo that remains, hence the keeping watch and hostilities. We'll put it like that. This hadn't made the Japanese particularly happy. However, submarines are treated as classified in all countries. Maybe it was just natural for them to stop foreigners from approaching it without reason. They're probably uncomfortable with being made to live in a way they aren't used to. That boat which is supposed to take you back to the mainland is still being delayed by weather and problems up the command chain. So how long will it take before they can send you there? We'd been told that a boat was being sent for them directly from the mainland, but apparently thanks to the weather, problems up the command chain, and the recent air raids, there were no ships to spare for a forgotten island like this. There might have been some sort of diplomatic problem. After all, their homeland had already surrendered to the Allies. I didn't know the details. The only thing I knew for sure was that they'd been stuck on Rokkenjima for 2 whole weeks and no one had come to get them. Of course, we had some small boats on Rokkenjima. There was nothing physically stopping us from taking them to a nearby island. Still, Rokkenjima was technically a top-secret base, and contact with the outside world had been strictly forbidden. Well, nothing we can do about it. And it isn't all that bad, really. After all, if a boat did come for us, I'd probably never see you again, Kenzo. True. To me, those 2 weeks were the first I'd ever truly lived. The faint 20 years before all seemed to vanish in the sparkle of those 2 weeks. Oh, dude, you could have said in the sparkle of her blue eyes. Come on! I realized that she would have to leave this place eventually, and yet, this one moment felt so rich and dazzling that I felt myself wishing it could last forever. Is that it? Is that chapter? Nope. Then I heard a voice calling for Beatrice in Italian. It's Ensign Angelo. Looks like he wants you for something. Probably to scold me. These days he keeps yapping on about how I shouldn't get too friendly with the Japanese soldiers. The ensign approached, saluting Kenzo, and after glancing at Beatrice as though asking her to translate something, he began to speak in Italian. Judging by his tone, it sounded like something serious. Ensign Angelo has something very important to say, so he wants to talk with your commanding officer. He seeks assistance with something. I don't know what. Something important. Got it. I'll go find Lieutenant Yamamoto. Ensign Angelo had 2 of his subordinates with him and wore a stern expression on his face. They didn't have to say anything for us to realize that this must be something very serious. I wonder if they're going to say something about how, like, now again, I don't know the whole details about, like, if it's a bomb or what it is, but if it's a weapon of some kind that's being stored on this submarine, maybe there's something to do with a reaction with the chlorine gas that could trigger the weapon. That could be another thing that we could think about, but that'd be so, like, I was going to say serendipitous, but that'd be, like, a good kind of thing. That'd be such a, like an overlap that if maybe if it still existed, that the submarine, I mean, that if it still existed and it was still present on the island, that eventually the submarine just decayed enough and the bomb eventually did react and explode. But like, again, that's so particular. They didn't have to say anything for us to realize this must have been something very serious. I think I said that already, but too late. Said it again. Sucks to suck. That's it. Lift it up. The winch creaked and the thick chains rang out with a dull clang. Very, very slowly, it was lifted up out of the submarine's cargo hold. Now I get it. So this is why those Italians didn't want us near their sub. The lieutenant and the others looked up at what the winch was slowly lifting out. It's gotta be a bomb, right? A bomb or like a torpedo, I guess it's the same thing, but all of them were wearing unpleasant, forced smiles. Unbelievable. So this is what Papa brought all this way? It has to be, I was gonna say, is this a nuclear submarine? Because how else would they be able... Again, I don't know when nuclear's... I'm Googling this. When was the first nuclear submarine commissioned? 1954. So probably it's not a nuclear submarine, okay? Also, one second, I'm gonna check the audio on the stream. I can't tell if there's game audio or not. One second. Okay, there is. Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to make sure this entire time I've been streaming with no audio in the background. That would have been pretty goofy. And then the first nuclear weapons, I want to say it was 44. First nuclear weapons made. It was 45, okay, yeah. Because it was the Manhattan Project in New Mexico. I know there's some dickhead who's going to watch this who, like, just watched Oppenheimer, and he's like, ha, July 1945, dumbass. Okay, pal, just because you watched one movie, fuck you, and fuck Cillian Murphy, too. I'm joking. Okay, regardless, continue. Incredible. I've never seen anything like this. It has to be a conventional bomb, then it can't be nuclear. Oh, okay, no, it was gold. It was the gold. Oh my god, that makes so much more sense. It was probably the wealth of the island. Submarine was carrying the gold. Oh my god, and this could be the idea of him saying the witch gave him the gold because they all, the witch and the gold showed up together. But it wasn't, okay. Regardless, it was a mountain of gold ingots. These carefully piled bars were being slowly lifted out of the cargo hold, one group after another. This gold had been their true cargo. I don't know where they were planning to take it. They might have been trying to sneak it into Japan, one of their allies, or they might have been on their way to hide it in some remote area. Was it some sort of strategy, a conspiracy, embezzlement, top secret transportation of wealth? Wait, do you wonder if maybe the gold is still in the submarine to this day? Do you think the submarine never left the dock and that's where it is? I think it might be. Oh my god, no, it 100% is. It 100% is. There's no secret bunker. It's the submarine. The submarine is where the gold is still. I would almost guarantee. And the reason why is if I can go back, I'm going to pull this up on stream. I'll open up episode 3 when they find the gold. And you'll see. Let me... Sorry, I have to open this up. I had to reinstall everything, so my finding where I want to go is not as easy as it used to be. Second, sorry, I gotta log into my channel. Okay. Because now if we look, episode 3, it would have been in the second to last or the last stream. This is right here where it gets found. It does look kind of big. Maybe not. Maybe not. I'm going to show my screen real quick. Display capture. This looks like it could be the part of the submarine where you enter, but this is like very... Maybe it is just a bunker. I don't know. Part of me thinks that it's still stored in the submarine. We'll see. This is some sort of strategy, a conspiracy, embezzlement, top secret transportation of wealth. This incomprehensible amount of gold led to all sorts of dark suspicions, but we didn't know anything about the truth. All told, the gold weighed an incredible 10 tons. That was the only truth we could wrap our minds around at that moment. They had strongly resisted showing this to us. However, the submarine could no longer make sea, and it was apparently continuing to take in water. And that's why it would make sense a little bit, though. What if he repaired it and he kept it because it was the only way to store it there? And that's why, because remember when Rosa and Ava were walking to the gold, you could hear dripping. Like the whole time it was like drip, drip, drip. You know, all I'm saying. Rokkenjima had been outfitted in an extremely slipshod way, so we had no means of repairing it. Also, while we could unload the sub, there was no way we could lift it up again once it had been filled with water and sunk to the bottom. It was clear that unless action was taken, the gold would soon become completely impossible to transport, and so they had made the decision to unload it. Of course, they made no effort to explain the reason for all this gold. Okay, no, maybe it was stored in a bunker. I thought the idea of the submarine still being docked there would have been like a kind of a sick theory, but they just asked us to help them take it out. Why would they take so much gold out of the country? Couldn't they have changed the course of the war with this much wealth? Weapons change the course of war, but after the war they aren't useful for anything. Money may also change the course, but it remains just as valuable after the war. There was no longer any way to change the course of this war. The Axis powers would probably all surrender, leading to an Allied victory. Anyone could tell this simply by looking at the American planes flying across the sky day after day. However, gold would still be valuable after the war was over. Everyone stared upwards dumbfounded as the winch slowly lifted the dully sparkling gold. That's gotta be the end of the chapter. Jeez, okay. Starting to make more sense here. Starting to make more sense, okay. Everything's starting to line up a little bit. That was a really short chapter because I fucking yapped for like 40 minutes. The witch who came from the sea. It's all making sense. It's all making sense! Okay, I'm gonna grab a drink. I will be right back. Also, now I realize that I need a text thing here. Oh my god, this is gonna look so terrible. Am I really gonna edit this right now? Yeah, I am. Okay. Okay. This is the best you're gonna get for today because I have not set everything up. Oh my god, that looks terrible. I gotta add an outline on that. I'm sorry, boys, okay? These are the real important things. There we go. That's better for the time being. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let me hide this. I don't know why I put washroom. Because I went to get a drink. Well, I did go to the washroom, but whatever. That wasn't the intention for taking the break. Okay. Lieutenant Yamamoto, the Italians don't want us to tell the mainland about this gold. Aha. So they don't want our country to take possession of it. What did he say? He's saying your group probably doesn't want it reported because you fear that Japan will take possession of the gold. Ensign Angelo is actually more afraid of Italy itself finding out. To us, our homeland's current government is a mere puppet set up by the Allied forces. If they find out, the gold will be returned to them. However, that would be the same as handing the gold over to our enemies. They had come all this way to make sure that the gold didn't fall into enemy hands. They needed to hide this gold from the puppet government until their homeland could be truly restored. Okay. Bro's saying, we really need that Italian fascism back before we bring the gold back. Ushirimiya, make a proposal to the Italians. Tell them that we wish to offer our assistance. What sort of assistance? I understand what the Italians are trying to say. They want the gold to be hidden so that their homeland doesn't find out about it. However, they would need to obtain at least a transport ship if they plan to take it from this island. If they tried that, however, the mainland would hear about it, which means that the Italian government would too. That's right. In other words, there's no longer any way to take that gold off of Rokkenjima. Their mission must have been to hide that gold in absolute secrecy until the day of their homeland's restoration. Later on, several plausible rumors would circulate about how Germany also moved much of its secret wealth to certain hidden areas in South America. Yeah, Argentina was the meme about that. I don't know the validity of it. Just prior to its surrender, it was a very natural conclusion to reach. That submarine was their only method of transporting the gold in secrecy, and it had become completely useless. Or it's become completely useless, sorry. I like to add words when I read sometimes. They can't fully stop the water from seeping in, and it'll probably sink completely before much longer. There's no longer any way for them to transport the gold in secrecy. In other words, their mission has ended in failure here in the Far East. So, just how is Lieutenant Yamamoto proposing that we assist them? Bro's gonna switch sides. The Rokkenjima base is top secret and no one knows about it. The islanders in the surrounding area believe this island to be ill-omened and deserted, so they never come near it. Do you get my meaning, Ushirimiya? What did he say? As we told you earlier, no one knows about this base. And as you can see, it's of no use strategically, so the higher-ups have already forgotten about it. Sounds like Lieutenant Yamamoto suggesting that you hide the gold on this island. Beatrice quickly translated this and told Ensign Angelo. The ensign began discussing rapidly with his subordinates. They didn't look happy. Japan may have been their ally, but they probably didn't want the gold for reconstructing their motherland to be entrusted to Asians. Okay, damn. They're Rule 5ing again. Still, it's hard to imagine any other option for them. It's a fierce debate. Some say there's no other option, while others think we should remain loyal to our homeland no matter the cost. Ensign Angelo is stuck between a rock and a hard place. Hiding this gold was the final order given to them by their fallen homeland. However, by now, there was no way for that order to be carried out successfully. If the mainland or their own homeland found out, the gold would probably be confiscated by the wrong people, from their point of view. If they really wanted to carry out their homeland's final orders faithfully, Lieutenant Yamamoto's proposal was extremely reasonable. Though the lieutenant couldn't understand their words, it seemed he realized how divided they were. If we help out, we'll be able to hide the gold in the utmost secrecy. Fortunately, there's an abandoned tunnel that stretches all the way across this island. He's saying that if you hide the gold underground and bury it on this island, no one will be able to find it. Our side is saying that it sounds like a realistic proposal, however there seems to be some resistance against accepting Japanese assistance. It seems they're having difficulty coming to a decision. Do you really have a choice, Italians? You don't think you can hide that gold without our help, do you? And I doubt you want to leave it lying around on the beach for much longer. Ensign Angelo wants to minimize the number of people who know about the gold. He doesn't trust the Japanese, but it looks like he's decided that Lieutenant Yamamoto's plan is the best possible option. Also, now that I'm thinking about this, how the fuck did Rosa get back from the beach? Now that they mentioned the beach. Do you think that she found it? Because they were near Kuwadorian, right? And he talked about how nobody other than me would have known about it. I had joked earlier... Sorry, I'm moving my mic. Ugh. I had joked earlier about the fact that, like, maybe Rosa had, like, ran along the shore. But that's only if the beach stretched around the whole of the island. We don't really know if it got broken up or anything. Is there some possibility that Rosa used the tunnel? That's all I'm saying. Because if the tunnel is connected to the submarine base, she could have found the submarine base if she fell at the spot where the cave was located. It's starting to make sense to me, but... Ensign Angelo wants to minimize the number of people who know about the gold. He doesn't trust the Japanese, but it looks like he's decided that Lieutenant Yamamoto's plan is the best possible option, but he seems suspicious. About what? He's wondering whether they really intend to move a full 10 tons of gold and swear themselves to secrecy without any sort of compensation. 50-50. Sir, you can't hand over half the gold to us. With that as our work wages, we'll hide the other half nice and safe for them. He's telling you to give us half of it. The instant Beatrice translated that sentence, Ensign Angelo slammed his hands on the desk and stood up. Instead of flinching, Lieutenant Yamamoto, true to his boasts of once being a thug that everyone feared, actually looked even more relaxed and confident than he had previously. After all, they really don't have the option of refusing. I could demand 80% if I wanted. I've lowered that to an even split as a sign of good faith. Of course, we aren't the only ones with leverage here. If the Italians decide to leak this to the outside, all the gold will probably be taken by Japan or Italy. We won't get even a single yen out of it. This can only work if we're both partners in crime here. He's saying we should all be partners in the crime of embezzlement. Hey, funny enough that Kraus tried to embezzle you afterwards, bro. By now, he's already moved on to speaking as an individual, not as a soldier. Insane. So he's been blinded by greed. The first deadly sin. Not actually, though. Lieutenant Yamamoto was grinning. It really did look as though he'd been blinded by greed, just as Beatrice had said. If they leave it just piled up where it is, you can be sure that it'll be noticed when the boat comes for them from the mainland. If that happens, none of us will profit. They ought to accept our proposal and hide the gold as soon as possible. Sounds like Ensign Angelo is dead set on the Japanese and Italian governments not finding out about this. He wants to carry out his duty until the end. So what exactly does that mean? He wants the gold buried deep within the island, even if he has to pay some percentage to buy your silence. Of course, some of his subordinates object strongly. They're saying that 50% is out of the question. Ushirimiya, how is it going over? They also don't want any more people laying eyes on the gold, however they seem to object to the portions. Ensign Angelo says that they'll consider 10%, though he's also saying that he's fairly sure Lieutenant Yamamoto won't accept that. Ushirimiya, what is the Italians' answer? They'll consider handing over 10%. This time it was Lieutenant Yamamoto who slammed down on the desk. But the Italians didn't flinch either. An incredible tension filled this small room. This dude loves to throw in the military in his stories in some way, you know? Higurashi had that. And then isn't like the new one that he was writing that he paused, wasn't that like based around military stuff? However, despite his violent outburst a second ago, Lieutenant Yamamoto's expression still looked smug and in control. He was probably confident that he now had the initiative. 10%. Now, there's a modest proposal. Very well, I'll give up 10%. 46. Tell them I won't go any further than that. This is you when you go to, Sorry, I'm picking my lips because I have a bad habit. It's like you when you go to, like a Kijiji meeting, or you're, like, messaging a dude on, like, Facebook Marketplace for the non-Canadian viewers. And you're like, would you take 200? It's posted for, like, 250. And the guy's like, no chance. And this is literally just the bartering. 40% to the Japanese, 60 for the Italians. The lieutenant made it sound like he was willing to stand firm on that, but in truth, these negotiations were not being made on an equal footing. If the Italians just wanted the gold for themselves, there wouldn't be much of a problem. But what if they really were true patriots, and decided that they ought to return the gold, even to the defeated puppet government of their homeland for the purpose of reconstruction? If so, they would probably report the existence of the gold to the Italian embassy. Eventually, the Italian government would petition the Allied nations for the retrieval of their gold. It probably wouldn't make it all the way back to Italy, but it might be used effectively to repair and rebuild the battered towns. If that happened, Lieutenant Yamamoto and his friends would only be able to sneak out a few ingots at most. He was greedily planning to make this his own treasured island so that he and his subordinates could have an enormous fortune all to themselves. If he wanted those ambitions to bear out, the Italians would have to conceal the presence of the gold. But there's one thing I don't get. If Ensign Angelo doesn't want to let anyone have the gold, he could just have let the submarine sink. Why did he have it unloaded? I'd rather not think about it, but Ensign Angelo might have started planning to embezzle the gold as soon as he found out that their mission would be impossible to complete. Right now he's asking his subordinates for their opinions, both as soldiers and as individuals with families waiting for them back home. The more straight-laced soldiers are furious. The discussion between the Italians was becoming fierce and emotional. Though their homeland had fallen, they had come all this way in accordance with its orders. They had probably been given this mission because they were particularly faithful and duty-minded troops. It seemed they couldn't just agree to a foreigner's proposal to embezzle and split up the gold. Ensign Angelo looked like he was doing all he could to calm the unexpectedly fervent rage of his subordinates. Looks like the gold is blinding them too. It seems no one can sort out their own personal feelings and the way they want to be perceived. How's their answer coming? Ushirimiya. Biche. Lieutenant Yamamoto's asking for an answer. They're saying they want some time to think. I had you to talk to so I could let off some tension, but that wasn't true for the rest of them. They lost a lot of comrades at the end of a very long journey, and now they're here in a tight spot. They've even lost their mission, the one thing they could depend upon to guide them. They don't know what to do. Sir, they say they'd like some time. Heh, sure, let them talk it over all they want. But there isn't much time. If we're going to hide it, that'll take time and effort. Make your decision before noon tomorrow. That's all, Italians. He's giving you until noon tomorrow. That bastard. It's like he's trying to threaten you. Ensign Angelo is saying he'll ask everyone's opinions. How does it look? It'll probably be tough going. It seems the ensign is willing to consider splitting it, but his subordinates and the others will probably oppose that. All of them have lost close friends on their voyage to the Far East. They're firm in their desire to do their duty for our homeland. Interesting. Hey man, he's the head of command, but will they refuse the lieutenant's proposal? Even if they do, the gold will just fall into someone else's hands. If nothing is going to be left anyway, Ensign Angelo suggested they each sneak at least one ingot back with them, and some of the others seem to agree, but men always get carried away at times like this. Even I can't guess what they'll do. Fair. I mean, hey man, that's a lot of gold. I'd be like, hey, I want an ingot. Give me that shit. I'd actually want 2, at least. If not 2, hey, why not 4? I imagine the Italians had some complicated feelings about all this. In their eyes, Italy after the surrender was probably just like an enemy country. Letting the gold go back to that Italy would erase the meaning of their entire voyage. However, embezzling and splitting the gold would also erase the meaning of their journey. The country they felt obligated to serve had already fallen. That alone destroyed the significance of their journey. Not a happy story for them. If it's bound to be meaningless anyway, wouldn't keeping hold of even just a few ingots be better than nothing? Sure, if you want to calculate straight up profit and loss, but men aren't like that. I don't know, I think I'm like that. The Italians were gathered in a cramped room arguing fiercely. I don't like it. We must remain true to our soldier spirit until the end for the sake of our fallen comrades. And how do you define remaining true? By hiding the gold on this island? By accepting the proposal of those Asians? God, that's so... Wow. He's on it. We can't trust them, especially that Yamamoto person. We must not let our guards down. Unloading the gold and letting the Japanese see it was a huge mistake. We should have let it sink with the sub. Oh, wonderful idea. Let's just sink it right inside a Japanese base. It would have been pulled up eventually. That wouldn't hide anything, and gold, notoriously inert, so... There's no way to get the gold off the island without anyone knowing in any case. If we'd just taken the honorable path and scuttled the sub, none of this would have happened. If we had known back then that the sub was already broken beyond repair. Why did you ask the Japanese military for help, Ensign? How were you planning to carry out the mission if they found out about the gold? Our mission was a failure from the moment you asked them for help. All of us have families waiting for us back home, and we've more than done our part, I'd say, voyaging all the way to this island country in the Far East. You could call this a fair and just payment for our services. Chatter, chatter. Chatter, chatter, chatter. Ensign Angelo, if the Japanese prove to be less than amicable, we need to be prepared to take extreme measures. That's what I was wondering. I was wondering at a certain point if we were going to get a talking point. Do you think the Japanese just killed them? He might have, or... I'm trying to think. Do you think that he might have argued, him being Kinzo, to save Beatrice and they just killed the rest of the Italians? Because we already know that there was the full 10,000 tons, right? It was 10,000? In 10 kill... Yeah, I think it was 10,000. You know, we already know that that's how everything played out. So it's interesting to view it that way. I don't know, it just makes me wonder, I'll say, that there might be some fuckery that's going on there. But then the only other thing that I wonder is, like, I don't know. There's also some pretty big parallels here between killing everyone over the gold, so I wouldn't be surprised. But, and what do you mean by extreme measures, Corporal? Somebody gulped. A stiff tension hung over the room. The Japanese here are pushovers. They're all cowards with no... This is true, the Italians would probably win. And we are elites. We know the layout of almost the entire base, along with the number of Japanese troops and how they are arranged. If Ensign Angelo gives the order, we should be able to subdue them quickly. Only a few of them, Yamamoto included, look like fighters. The rest are just laborers attached to the military. It may look like they have the advantage of numbers, but we have the greater military force. So that's an interesting thing too, because I think they said there was about 30 people that were stationed. They said that earlier when they got out of the sub. When the Italians were getting out, I mean. So all this would mean is that there's definitely less than 30 Italians. That's interesting. If we kill the Japanese, how are we going to explain it when the boat comes for us? You really think that'll work? There should be plenty of ways as long as the corpses aren't found. Ensign Angelo, it will be easy to subdue this base. If we kill Yamamoto and the few strong fighters, the laborers will probably surrender easily. Let's have them carry the gold and bury it. Of course, we'll have to silence them afterwards. Are you suggesting we massacre all of them? Let's do it. If we kill them all, no one will have to know about the gold. Dude, this is like super parallel to what happened already. At that moment, the door, which had supposedly been locked, opened slightly and a metal object was thrown in. So it was, I'm gonna guess, a grenade. And it's even funnier too because Yamamoto's sitting out there with like, I know this is the 50s or 40s rather. He's like holding like a translator, like a Google Translate or like a ChatGPT Translate. And he's hearing, he's like, ain't no fucking way. And he just pulls the pin and rolls it in. Grenade! Granada! Of course, yeah. How much do you want to bet that it's not even actually... He didn't pull the pin, he just rolled it in. As the yell rang out, the table was kicked over to be used as a shield, and they all dropped to the floor. However, in this cramped room, it probably wouldn't do them any good. The Italians were all prepared for death, but it just never went off. A dud! It's a dud! Fortunately, the shoddy grenade was a dud. The door was slammed open and 3 Japanese soldiers wielding pistols jumped in. Damn it, it's a dud. Kill the Italians. Okay, no, it actually was a dud. Return fire at will. Oh my god, actually, they did just kill each other. In the small room, no matter who shot where, it was bound to hit someone. The exchange of bullets instantly caused a rain of blood with casualties on both sides. The 3 who had jumped in were covered with bullet holes and fell over, moaning and thrashing. Yeah, what they said. I don't think you need to put the language around that. I don't know if that's a language they're speaking, but... Gino! Gino! Damn, they got his lung. We can't save him. We should consider ourselves lucky. If that grenade had gone off, we'd all be dead. The grenade was still rolling about on the floor. It had been a surprise attack. Lieutenant Yamamoto had probably judged the negotiations would not go his way and decided to make the first move. First move advantage. I respect it. Maybe not the murdering part, but the, you know, thinking on your toes. Or else maybe he had been planning from the beginning to put them in the position of having to take a vote in order to gather them all in one place. Rokkenjima belonged to the Japanese. If they killed all the Italians, then not half, but all the gold would go to them. There was still a chance the grenade might go off late. The Italians rushed out into the corridor. Boom, 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 boom. They heard gunfire from down the hallway. It was coming from the direction of the submarine dock. Clearly the troops guarding the pile of gold were being attacked. Ensign Angelo, what are your orders? We have no choice. Kill the Japanese. Jesus. Lieutenant, these guys are good. Those Italians aren't your ordinary sailors. Heh, I see. They needed men good enough to guard that gold. We have the numbers. Keep your cool, surround them, and kill them. Let's hunt some Italians. Bro, free my people. My people, as I say when I'm like a quarter Italian. I apologize if you have fucking epilepsy right now because they got your ass there. All that flashing, black and white. It was soon as I heard the sound of repeated gunfire, I knew. I knew that whatever it was that had been smoldering since the time the gold was unloaded had finally burst into flame. The eyes of our soldiers when looking at the gold had not been normal. Yes, those eyes had been entranced by demons. The Italians had also been at the breaking point due to the heavy burden they bore. Who wouldn't have snapped after becoming trapped in a distant land where you can't understand the language or the writing? Thinking I had to do something, I ran towards the sound of gunfire. Looking back on it, that was an extremely foolish thing to do. That sound meant that there were people shouting, oh my god, wait, well, no. Because what I was going to think here is I was like, what happens if Beatrice died now? The only thing if that was true is that how the fuck would any of the kids ever make sense, because this is at most 2 weeks later, right? I think that was the time frame they had given. It would make sense if he created like the legend of the witch, but then that kind of blows the idea out of the water of me thinking that Rosa might have been like the daughter, but regardless. The sound meant that there were people shooting at each other, people killing each other. Well, also then how would 67 know? She must live here, because how does 67 know? Like, yeah. And yet, unarmed as I was, I dashed towards the sound as though I was trying to mediate some schoolyard fight. I guess the only other possibility is that maybe she was pregnant already? Potentially? But it didn't take long before I learned how foolish and naive such a thing was in the heat of battle. Hiroka? Warrant Officer Hiroka was lying face down, his entire body drenched in blood. Judging by the trail of blood behind him, it was clear that he had somehow managed to crawl here from a different room before dying. No, he was still twitching. He might not be dead yet. But on this island without a doctor? No. Even if we had a doctor, how could anyone possibly save a man who had been shot this many times in the chest? When I looked into the other room he must have crawled out of, I saw 2 more blood-stained Japanese corpses. They're dead. I fell backwards pathetically on my butt, my mouth hanging open in shock. Come to think of it, that was the first time I had ever faced death in my life, and hey man, the death that you wanted so badly is finally here, nut up. The entire world was at war. Even though millions were dying both east and west, this was the first time I had ever met with a person's death directly. I know I added words there, it's okay, deal with it. Ridiculous. Didn't I join the army hoping to die? Didn't I whine about not being sent to the front lines? Exactly. Yeah, so rejoice, Kenzo. Isn't this the death you were looking for? Why not spread your hands and yell out loud? Because you have hope now, bro. You have a baddie, and honestly, I respect that. He's down bad for a baddie. Isn't that really the most true thing a man can be? Come for me, magnificent death. Someone came running towards me. It was a colleague of mine, a Japanese man, Tajima. He dashed towards me, pale-faced and out of breath. His face seemed horribly contorted with terror. Mine probably looked the same. Tajima, what happened? Run away. We'll all be killed. As he gets blown in the head. Someone yelled in Italian, and at the same time, Tajima let out a scream. Then he grabbed onto me as he fell to the floor. A red stain was spreading across his back before my eyes. Tajima! Run! Run! As he spat bubbles of blood, he said that one word and died. But the shocking event of seeing someone die right in front of me did not capture my attention. No living thing is concerned with the deaths of others at a fundamental level. The one thing that matters is whether they themselves die or not. My attention was fully occupied by the barrel of the gun the Italian soldier was pointing. But it wasn't him that shot. Fucking, is Beatrice gonna save your ass? Tajima's back burst once more as he leaned against me. Flesh tore, blood splattered. The warm splash of it covered my face. Was the Italian still trying to finish him off even though he had stopped moving for good? How foolish I'd been. Can I still not understand the scene in front of me? Rejoice, Kinzo. Now you'll finally get what you've wanted all this time. The Italian hadn't fired to finish off Tajima. He'd been aiming at the man Tajima had fallen on. Me. Ushirimiya Kinzo. I pushed his corpse aside, scrabbled against the floor, and dashed away, tumbling over myself. I wonder what word he spelled when he was doing that there. My hands had pushed off against the floor hard enough to tear off the fingernail on my left hand. I feel like you could word this in a different way. My hands pushed off against the floor hard enough to tear off the fingernail on my ring finger. But when faced with death, humans truly can resist with all that we got. I tumbled over and over as I ran, scraping up parts of my body. It was painful. Hot. But that didn't matter at all. I heard the yelling in Italian come from behind me over and over again. It felt like they were running, chasing after me. I didn't want to look back. Good movie. So I kept on running and running, as though the Italians were right behind me. This is death. Didn't you want to die? No, I don't want to die. Why? Didn't I want to die so badly? But now I know. I know how wonderful it is to be alive. She taught me. Beatrice did. I can only be free when I talk with her. No. By talking with her, I was finally alive for the first time. I was finally born. I want to live. I want to live. I want to live. I want to live. I don't want to die. I want to live and see her right now. If I don't see her, I'll die. I'll be killed. Stay cool, Kinzo. She might be killed too. If you live and she dies, you might as well be dead. Before I knew it, my face was covered in tears, snot, and drool. When I stumbled over something and fell, I was finally able to come to my senses a little. I could still hear intermittent gunfire. The gunfire was still going on, and it had spread throughout the entire base. Beatrice, are you okay? I'll find her and take her to a safe place. The lieutenant will probably kill all of the Italians to steal the gold. Beatrice probably won't be an exception. Beatrice. Beatrice. Meeting you was the first time I ever lived. The first time I was ever born. So if you die, I'll die again. I could feel every cell in my body being reborn, not as Ushirimiya Kinzo, but as a completely different Kinzo, Kinzo Castiglione. Of course, I was terrified that I might really be shot if I went back, but I no longer wanted to die, in the truest possible sense. So I was able to overcome my fear. Beatrice! Kinda makes sense why Kinzo says Beatrice in such a weird way. Rubens, like the sandwich? What on earth is going on? What is all this? There's no need for you to know. Just stay hidden there. Don't come out until one of your fellow countrymen calls for you. I heard an Italian voice. He's over there. Goddamn Asians. That's me getting cancelled. Rubens stood with Beatrice behind his back and neatly shot the two men rushing at him with two 9mm bullets from his Beretta M1934. However, one of the 8mm bullets from their Type 94 semi-auto pistols went straight into Rubens' chest. Damn, this guy, Ryukishi was really like, let me look up the exact models. Or maybe he's just a big war guy. Never know. All three of the shooters were struck in the chest, and fell down in a heap. No! Rubens! Go up to the surface. Hide in the forest. Oh my god, which of the forest? It all makes sense too. Rubens! My. Aren't we chatty? The next person to appear was the commanding officer. He's gonna kill Yamamoto. Was the commanding officer of the Japanese soldiers, Yamamoto. The blast of 3 guns had just sounded. Adding on Beatrice's screams, it was hardly surprising that he had noticed the encounter. If I had come to this anyway, we should have taken this woman as a hostage in the first place, or if it had come to this, sorry, excuse me. Damn annoying that's what they are. What, women? Or them? The Italians? I mean, like, what do you mean by that? Yamamoto spat. Beatrice used that moment to snatch up Ruben's gun. Ah! Oh, picking up a gun without hesitation. Italian women sure are scary. Damn it, you both managed to screw up. He spat this last part at the 2 dying men who lay moaning at his feet. However, it wasn't particularly surprising, and this wasn't the only place it was happening. Nearly everyone met head-on in these tiny cramped tunnels. When both sides were shot recklessly in a situation like that, the result was 2 corpses. So the way to be fastest was to pull the trigger immediately the moment you sensed another person. That was the only way to make it through this battle without ending up with a bullet in your chest. Because of this, both Japanese and Italians killed each other without hesitation, and they sometimes even pulled the trigger on their own countrymen when they unexpectedly ran into each other. In the midst of all this, large numbers of Japanese men who had no idea what was going on ran towards the noise and became victims one after another. It didn't matter whether the other person was holding a gun or not. Everyone reflexively pulled the trigger at the sight of anyone other than themselves trying to stay alive. The slaughter engulfed the entire base. There was a fierce gun battle taking place in the submarine Damn, gun battle? Oh, I thought it said gun game for a second. I was about to say, okay, I see you. I was unfamiliar with your game. And a massacre resembling a hunt was taking place inside the base. Most of the non-combatants assigned to this base were killed before they knew what was going on. The Italians were indeed quite seasoned troops, but their numbers began to drop bit by bit. Blood-stained corpses lay scattered all across the base. At first it had probably been a proper gunfight. However, as they gradually became desensitized, it devolved into the most basic cause of wars throughout humanity, the desire to kill all foreigners you don't understand. Whenever they heard words they didn't understand, they pulled the trigger. By that point, the screams of foreigners sounded no different from those of man-shaped beasts. After all, they couldn't understand pleading in any other language, or in another language. So it had long ago turned into a mere massacre. As the number of dead surpassed the number of living, silence began to return to the base. Just when it felt as though everyone had died and the desolate sound of the wind blew through the caves, there would be a sudden scream, the crisp sound of a gun, and one would remember that the massacre still wasn't over. This happened over and over again until eventually true silence fell. It marked the pitiful end for those led astray by the gold. Okay. So we have a little bit of some understanding of what the fuck's been going on, I guess. We sort of expected the gold was going to end up staying fully on the island. The leader of the Italian soldiers, Angelo, had managed to survive somehow. He encountered nothing but the corpses of friend and foe. All was quiet once more in the base. If he was careless enough to call out, he might be shot from the shadows somewhere. So he snuck about like a panther, breathing quietly and searching for the remaining enemies. There was no sign or trace of any living person. Maybe all the people in this base had died. Damn Japanese. The Japanese struck first, but at that time we were also talking about killing them. They simply made the first move as military men, so perhaps I should be grateful for today. Even if the boat had come to take us away, there would have been no honor for us. We would have been mere failures in our mission, unfit to face our dead comrades. Perhaps dying here in the Far East alongside my gun is a more fitting end for a soldier. From around the corner, I noticed the sound of a leg being dragged along the ground, and I strained to hear. Is someone seriously wounded and shuffling with a limp? Noticing them before they notice me greatly helps my chances. At this stage, there's no point in taking prisoners. We must dispose of all the Japanese. I'll dash around the corner, quickly check to see who they are, and shoot if it's a Japanese person. Nothing more. I've been hiding my footsteps the whole time. They probably don't know I'm here. Once the shuffling footsteps had come close enough, Angelo leaned around the corner and raised his gun. It's either Kenzo or Beatrice. The voice that reached him spoke Italian. Run! Huh? You! Hehehehe. I've been looking for you, Ensign Angelo. That makes all of you. I've been counting Italian corpses, you see. No, don't die, Ensign Angelo! Blood poured from Angelo's chest. His gun fell to the floor, then his knees, and the rest of his body crumpled and stopped moving. Yamamoto's accuracy with the gun wasn't particularly stellar. However, Angelo had waited until they were fairly close before jumping out, so Yamamoto had been able to hit his target. And he had managed it with a short-barreled handgun in one hand and a woman as a hostage in the other. Really though, our rokkenjima garrison was pathetic. Am I the only one who's not dead? Trash, all of them. I see, so he's gonna kill... Yeah, so it is what I was gonna say. Kinzo's gonna end up killing Yamamoto to save Beatrice, and it'll just be them two left. Can't you fight without using a woman as a shield, you brute? Let go. Quiet. Noisy, these Italian girls. If you just be cooperative, I'd at least spare your life. It was such an obvious lie that even he wore a bitter smile. The Italians were spies working for the enemy, and they all died along with the garrison in a gunfight. That was the story Yamamoto wanted to tell, and so he couldn't afford to have any Italian survivors. At this point, he wouldn't be able to keep the entire pile of gold, but he could at least grab as many ingots as he could carry. Even that would be worth a huge amount of money. Beatrice suddenly swung her head, smashing Yamamoto's nose hard. Someone help me, someone! Ah! You bitch. Ugh. She almost managed to escape. However, Yamamoto quickly grabbed her leg and tripped her. She fell onto her back and mercilessly stomped his foot down on her stomach and pointed his gun at her. Heh. I don't make a hobby of taming tomboys. Die. Lieutenant Yamamoto, she had nothing to do with this. Let go of her. Kenzo had jumped out from the shadows. He was holding a gun he had stolen from one of the corpses. Ushiro Miya. Ah, so you're alive. Let her go, you're hurting her. It was you, wasn't it? You tipped the Italians off. What are you talking about? Yamamoto didn't know that the grenade had been a dud. The surprise attack, which he had been certain would work, had failed. So he had decided that Kenzo must have tipped them off. It's your fault the surprise attack failed, and now look what's happened. You turncoat. I know you've been working with them through this woman. Can't you see that you caused all this because you were blinded by gold? Run, Kenzo. This man has shot people begging for their lives. He'll shoot you too. Don't talk Italian. If you open your mouth again, I won't hesitate to shoot. It hurts. Well, you should shoot it right now then, but of course, you know it's a story. Yamamoto ground his heel into Beatrice's gut. Stop it, stop it. She has nothing to do with this. Oh? Are you pointing a gun at a superior officer? Stop and think a bit, fool. If we agree to keep to the same story, we can have that pile of gold all to ourselves, right? I mean, he's gonna kill you too. I mean, by this exact same logic, the exact same thing that he just told to the Italians, he would also apply to you. The idea that, oh yeah, well we could work together. Well, he just killed the Italians because he didn't want to split the gold. You really think he's gonna let you in and split the gold? I mean, come on. Now I know he's not gonna fall for this, but I can only grab a few for myself, but if we work together, we can sneak off with even more. I don't mean this is your superior officer. Let's split it between us, as men. Haven't you already killed the last... Okay, thank you. So he's not dumb. Haven't you already killed the last people you said you'd split the gold with? Sure, man. Looks like you prefer lead to gold. Without any hesitation, Yamamoto raised the barrel of his gun towards Kenzo and pulled the trigger. It grazed Kenzo's right ear. Is it gonna, like, misfire again? If Yamamoto's aim had been just a bit better, the bullet would undoubtedly have slammed into Kenzo's face. Kenzo, how could you? You... Not letting Yamamoto's momentary distraction go to waste, Beatrice lashed out and planted her right foot in Yamamoto's crotch. Real. After moaning in pain, a demonic expression flashed across Yamamoto's face, and he stomped on her chest. Beatrice, you bitch. Die! Beatrice shut her eyes tightly, hoping that she could withstand the calming pain. No one would want to have their eyes open at the moment they were shot. But she was fine. Wow, because Kenzo killed the dude. Like, I knew it was going to happen. Come on. Easy prediction. That was an easy one, though. I can't take credit on that. Kenzo actually shot himself. Sorry. You... Thick spurts of blood squirted out of Yamamoto's chest. Just as you took many lives for your own sake, I take your life for my sake. Come on, say it. Say it. ... For mine. Oh. Was Yamamoto able to hear the last of Kenzo's words to him? In his last moments, Yamamoto seemed to grin. Then slowly he fell over backwards, a river of blood trailing from his body. Did they just, like, dump these dudes in the sea? Kenzo, are you okay? I was sure you'd been shot. Beatrice tried to stand up, but then doubled over and started coughing. Oh, it was cough. So, Beatrice, are you hurt? My ribs are hurting. That brute really was stomping them hard. Will you be alright? I hope they aren't broken. Italian women don't break so easily, but thanks. I owe you my life. If you hadn't come, it'd have all ended here, or there. I can't read, I'm sorry. Yamamoto had shown no mercy. Her ribs were probably cracked. We didn't have the option of waiting, possibly for several days, for the ship that was coming. I made the decision to ferry her off this island. The men who kept yelling about preserving the secrecy of the base is lying there dead. The next island over, Nijima, is close. A small boat should be able to take us there. Oh, okay. This entire game as well, I've had this theory wondering about... Oh, okay. I think I put it together. This entire time, I had been wondering about what Angie saw in that spot. I mentioned this many times, like, what did Angie see in episode 4? Excuse me. When she was at the, when she was in the base. Or, at the base. When she was in the ground floor. Because she was, like, upstairs, and then she came down right before they left. When the guy was about to take her to Nijima, and she was like, what the fuck is that? And I've been wondering what it was this whole time. Is it possible it was a picture of young Kinzo with Castiglione? Because this would be the only person, right, that could bring her back. So that dude must have known, or could have potentially known, about OG Beatrice, you know? All I'm saying. The next island over, Nijima, is close. A small boat should be able to take us there. I need to take you to a hospital. The wound might be more serious than you realize. That's interesting. Never knew there was a hospital on this island. There isn't. I'll use a boat to take you to the next island. I'll take you to a hospital, but I need to return here and clean up the mess on this island, or it'll mean a court-martial. I have a request. Please don't take me to a hospital. Why? If we go to a hospital and the embassy is contacted, I'll eventually be sent back to Italy. If that happens, I'll be interrogated about all kinds of things. I won't acknowledge those people who let Mama die. There's no homeland for me to return to now. This is the end for me, so there's nowhere I want to go anymore. The people who were so kind to me, Ensign Angelo, Rubens, and everyone else, they're all dead. And because of that, you want to die here too. I thought you said Italian women weren't weak. Live. Well, they're not weak, but in this case should be stupid, but you know. Hey Kenzo, what does it mean to live? You're the one who taught me, aren't you? Living is more than just breathing. I don't want to go back to Italy. Bice. You said that you were dead before you met me, but it's the same for me. I died in that submarine. My homeland fell. Mama died. Even Papa died. I prayed that our sub would just sink to the bottom of the ocean while your father... Well, I guess he was dead at a certain point. I was about to say, well, your father wasn't dead when you initially got on the submarine, so it was kind of fucked up that you were, like, wishing for his death, but now I understand more so what she means, that after her dad died, and yeah, okay. I prayed that our sub would just sink to the bottom of the ocean, so when we reached this place, I was actually disappointed that we'd survived. Then right after that, Ensign Angelo started asking whether anyone could speak English. When Kinzo met Beatrice, he finally forgot about dying. Lung. Sorry, the song in the background, I always knowing that. And when Beatrice met Kinzo, she also forgot about dying. Now that I've lost my homeland, my family, and my friends, I wish you would whisk me away. Bice. But I know that's a wish that couldn't come true, so at the very least, I want to be with you until the boat comes for us. I don't care about the pain in my chest. After all, when the boat comes and takes me away, I'll die. Beatrice spoke this, smiling softly. She did her best to hide the pain in her chest. Please, Kenzo, just for the few days until the boat comes, steal me away. That's a wish. I'm willing to grant. Say it, come on. Ah, fuck. I cannot grant. Looking apologetic, Kinzo lifted Beato up and gently sat her in the boat. Coward. So Japanese men are weak after all. You're right. I am a coward. So I can only grant you half of your wish. With a clunk, he placed the object wrapped in a jacket onto the boat. What do you mean? The part about until the boat comes for you. I can't make that a reality. Oh, so he's gonna make it so the boat never shows up. Aw, that's kinda cute. Huh? What do you mean? Stealing you away? That wish I will make come true. Kinto! There has to be a doctor on Nijima. I'm wearing a Navy uniform. I should be able to pass myself off as a survivor of a boat carrying a VIP that was sunk by enemy ships. If the doctor happens to be of the greedy sort, all the better. After all, I have right here the golden magic to make people do what I say. She came from a distant country, took my lifeless body and gave me a soul. The witch, who came bearing gold, revived me with her magic. Aw, you are a witch. The golden witch. Hehehe. Oh, that's kinda cute. Aw, it's kinda cute. Sorry, I got a little bit choked up there. I don't know, it's kinda cute. Yes, the golden witch. Even though I use the same recipe as everyone else, only my alchemy can turn pasta into a smoking block heap. Ha 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 ha. Just like you, I'm nothing but a corpse that's only allowed to live while you're there beside me. If you disappear, I'll die within moments. I won't let you die. Really? No matter what. Take some responsibility. After all, you're the one who spirited me away. Studio Ghibli reference. I know it's an actual thing. I'm joking. Now, is that the end of the chapter, or are we gonna... Nope. Oh, my goat. He's finally here. Let's go. He's back. He's back. I see. So Kenzo told you that much. Then, wait, it was you? You're the Nijima doctor that grandfather took Beatrice to? So that's probably why he was such a trusted friend. Why so shocked? He should have leapt in mind the moment the words Nijima doctor showed up. Yeah, we already know that the other dude his son had a practice on Nijima, right? So it's not really too surprising. All of a sudden, a soldier of the Navy appeared along with a foreign woman. Of course I was astounded. What's more, he told me to treat her wounds confidentially since their presence was a military secret. Was that the first time you met grandfather? Yes. That was when we first met. So you're the greedy doctor who followed orders for the sake of the gold? That's a bit harsh. He suddenly brought in a foreign woman patient, told me it was a military secret, promised that he'd pay me the medical fees later, and handed me a gold ingot as collateral. I didn't want to get involved with any funny business. I was reluctant, to say the least. I see your point, but in the end you did conceal Beatrice, didn't you? I may not be as skilled as Kinzo, but I do have some familiarity with English. I managed to overhear part of their conversation, and that was enough to convince me that they were not troublesome people. Of course, if I were to say that the ingot didn't tempt me, that would be a lie. I was much younger then, you see. What happened to her next? I treated her for some time before someone came to me on behalf of the Ushirimiya family and said that she would be moved to Odawara. They took her away. So grandfather didn't come to get her himself. Regardless of how Kinzo explained away the incident on Rokkenjima, he probably wouldn't have been able to move about freely for some time afterwards. Precisely. Kinzo had said that deceiving the military was the greatest challenge of his life. So Beatrice went to Odawara, and then what? Why did that line skip so? Okay. I've heard that she hid in one of their unused villas. After all, Kinzo already had a family at the time. It must have been tricky to manage. That's so crazy, bro. Shout out to Will for the one line earlier. I think it was in this chapter, the last one, where he's like, or by every other term, he cheated on his wife. So Kinzo was a master of the double life before Kuwadorian even existed. Whoosh. What are you doing? Is your butt itching? And later on, Beatrice and grandfather continued their happy relationship in the villa from then on. I've heard that it was a modest, peaceful life. Several years later, they had a child. And so, Kuwadorian's Beatrice was born. Yeah, because she had to come first before Rosa. The birth didn't go well. Truly a sad tale. You don't mean she died? Don't be surprised. Kinzo believed his daughter was Beatrice reborn. Okay, so the Rosa theory in shambles currently. Massively in shambles. Castiglione. Dude, I was kind of right about the dying during birth thing, just not about it. I don't know. I feel like I might be getting fudged somewhere here. Castiglione died during birth of 67. Beatrice. This is even more gross if Kinzo, like, yeah. We talked about it in the last stream. If he was doing what I thought the game was implying, I'll look into it after, or maybe I'll rewatch the stream. Maybe I misunderstood what was being said, but kind of sounded like he was fucking his kid, bro. That's all I gotta say. Don't be surprised. Kinzo believed his daughter was Beatrice reborn. Don't ignore the heart. It's possible to reason it out. You're right. My apologies. I don't know how many years Kinzo spent with her in Odawara. However, judging by Kinzo as we know him afterwards, even if it was only a few years, one can tell how deeply he loved her. I see. So then he made Kuwadorian for his daughter. Kinzo cleverly made use of the submarine's gold to build up a fortune in a flash. Then he made use of his considerable skills in English to make connections with the GHQ, becoming immensely wealthy in a short span of time. I'm sure there's no need to explain this part to you, Leon-san? Fuck! I said the honorific. Fuck! Okay, I want to see how they say his name again. Because I'm pretty sure it was like Leon, but that might just be like the accent. It's probably just Leon. Sorry, 1 second. I want to check this.
金蔵さんは潜水艦の黄金を元手に巧みに立ち回り、たちまちのうちに財産を築き上げていきました。また、持ち前の英語力を生かし、GHQ に強いコネクションを作って、みるみるうちに大富豪となられたのです。この辺はリオンさんに説明する必要はありません。
It's definitely just Leon, because he said it more just like Leon there. Okay, wonderful. So now everyone can make fun of me for that one episode. Also, Kiri looks so much like Kinzo. I'm not guaranteeing there's not some fuck shit going on here. She looks the same as young Kinzo, has the same eye color, has the same hair color, okay? I'm just saying, once again, what was my thing about when characters look the same? All I'm saying. Yes. He used that vast wealth, bought rokkenjima and built the mansion. The remaining relatives in Odawara scoffed at grandfather, thinking he was crazy to buy an entire deserted island. If you could carry 10 tons of gold around in your pocket, Kinzo probably wouldn't have bought Rokkenjima. True, because why would you? He hid the gold somewhere in Rokkenjima, built up a fortune with the ingots he'd taken out of it, and then bought up the whole treasure island. Exactly. And that started the legend of the Ushirimiya gold. What about the mark of the one-winged eagle that was supposedly pressed into the ingots? I guess you could say that maybe he only pressed it into the few that he showed to people. It was less a one-winged eagle than an eagle that appeared to have only one wing. Yes, exactly. That's what I was saying earlier, because you could also say that the other wing was Beatrice, right? That makes it even more sad, actually. What do you mean? You see it often in Europe, do you not? A crest or coat of arms with an eagle spreading its wings on it. The flag of the Salò Republic also had an eagle, or was it a hawk, emblazoned on it. So the imprint was made too lightly, or else it was poorly done. Correct. It was a hasty wartime stamping. It was probably supposed to look like the crest of an eagle spreading its wings, but half of it, cut off at a diagonal, was too faded to see. So half of the eagle spreading its wings disappeared, making it look like a one-winged eagle. Kinzo thought the seal of the gold, or seal on the gold of Beatrice, the woman who had changed his fate, looked like a one-winged eagle. That must be why he decided to make that his own crest, and also again the whole thing about it being split down the middle. If the imprint had been made correctly, it would have been the eagle of the Salò Republic's flag. I need to look up if this is a real thing. It seems like it was like a real... Yeah, it was a real thing. Yeah, it basically... It doesn't really look the same at all, though. I mean, I can see why they would maybe, like, stylize a little bit, but... It doesn't really look that much like what is in the game, but it's fine. Creative liberty. If the imprint had been made more correctly, it would have been the eagle of the Salò Republic's flag. Or could it have been the two-headed... No, that would be ridiculous. At any rate, passing the night away with Kinzo in front of that massive pile of gold, drinking and dreaming was truly an enjoyable experience. However, Kinzo didn't want anyone using that stamp to figure out where the gold had come from. The gold he took outside was all repressed with the one-winged eagle design he had created. Okay. And all he did was show you the gold? What a cheapskate. Of course, after he became immensely rich, Kinzo came to me once more and paid me in full for the overdue medical expenses. The amount he came with was a bit much for medical fees, though I did make sure to give him his change. And you've been friends ever since? Yes. Kinzo was extremely grateful to me for keeping his secret and concealing Beatrice. Grandfather always says that the old relatives in Odawara were a bunch of greedy liars. I'm sure he appreciated your strong sense of duty, Dr. Nanjo. I think I understand why a person like Grandfather came to trust you. I also had some interest in foreign countries, as well as a hobby of playing chess. Kinzo and I have gotten along well ever since. It was a friendship that built up gradually, but grew strong before we knew it. Yes, we've been friends a very long time. People who deal with large amounts of money are quite mindful of small amounts as well. When you refuse to accept anything more than the medical fees, that must have earned you his admiration. You think too highly of me. No, I was just frightened by the large quantity of money. I began to regret it later. Wahahaha. Seems I've never had real guts. No need to worry there. Guts are the one thing you've got no shortage of. You think so? Well, I appreciate the flattery. That wasn't flattery. After Kinzo dies, Nanjo is complicit in keeping his death a secret for at least a whole year. Of course, Natsui must have given him a fairly hefty sum of hush money. All the same, he's at least gutsy enough to withstand the pressure from Kinzo's children for that amount of time without slipping up once. I mean, I think it's more so he just has an honor to a friend, you know? Nanjo is the GOAT, and it's honestly kind of sweet that he has that level of, I don't want to say care, but... that he cares that much about Kinzo to do that, even though, again, the whole thing about Kinzo macking on his daughter. I don't know if I would want to be really good friends with Kinzo, but, you know, we'll leave it at that. You're plenty gutsy if you ask me. That sense of duty must be part of your character. Ha ha ha, yes, it's how it was written. I'm the GOAT. Perhaps that is my only redeeming quality. I think Grandfather was blessed with a good friend. Aw, give Nanjo his flowers. Aw, that's a really cute end. Shout out. Nanjo getting more than one line in an episode. Okay, one sec. I'm gonna go get water. The birth of Beatrice. Interesting. I'm gonna go get water now. Yeah, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Move my mic into position. Sorry for that long break. Again, VOD friends confused. Meanwhile, fucking Leon's here is being fucking Rene Descartes. I think, therefore I am. Ass. Put my glasses back on. We'll get back into this. I don't know how long this stream's gonna be. 6 or 7 hours probably. I just want to see. I want to make like a reasonable amount of progress because the goal will be that the next time I stream this, I would hope that I can like polish off the rest of it in one go, even if it's a long stream. So that's kind of the plan we're going for. Probably want to get to like at least like 10 to 12 probably. I don't know how many chapters there are here. Wait, let me see. Let me see if any of these can give me a good answer. How many? What about? This is the only thing that was good about Higurashi is I could plan my streams a lot better because I knew how long each of them were. So I think most of these episodes we've been doing in 3 streams, but this one might be 4 just because I started on such a short token. That made no sense, but... Okay, it says episode 7 has 21. Oh god. That's a lot. That doesn't sound right. Oh, this is including the prologue. So, including prologue, Tea Party, and question mark. So, -3 off of each of them. So, it's like... Okay, yeah, so, yeah. Around 11 to 12 is probably where I want to have a stopping point. Okay, sorry. Apologies for that long-ass break. Okay, back to Rene Descartes here. I think I now understand just how much the woman called Beatrice influenced grandfather's life. We haven't learned anything. Who killed Beatrice? That's what we've got to figure out or we'll never be able to get out of here. You're right. We need to finish this quickly. The funeral is already over after all. You've got it all wrong. This is the funeral. You mean what she's making us do? None of the Beatrices we've heard about so far were killed. We need to change that. That's the real funeral as far as Burn Castle's concerned. No one knows about the killed factor, and that's the truth we're trying to expose? You are perceptive. It hardly feels like I'm talking to a piece from the lower plane. It must be because you were given to me as my Watson. Ouch! Don't call your partner a piece. So what next? Willard Holmes. The basis of investigation is asking questions. There's still a Beatrice we need to ask about. To indicate who they should talk to next, Will nodded in the direction of George, Jessica, and Maria. Maria seemed to be lecturing the others about something. Wow, Beatrice sounds pretty incredible. Yeah, and then inside the upside-down cup, she made tons of candies appear out of nowhere. Inside the overturned cup? That's wild. Sounds like magic to me. Maria really does love witches and magic. Can't pass up the chance to talk to the authority on witches, can we? If looking for someone to ask about Beatrice, Maria would rise to the top of the list. The Beatrice she spoke of wasn't the real Beatrice spoken of by Kinzo and the others. However, on Rokkenjima of 1986, the being that the name Beatrice referred to was probably the Beatrice that Maria always talks about. Yes, I would agree with. I don't see Battler anywhere. Ushirmiya Battler, the one who was made to fight as Beatrice's opponent in many games, and the most important person in this game and tale. A battler in this world would probably be the peace version, but even so, it should still be possible to get some vital information out of him. Will probably wanted to talk with Battler, or Battler too, but he was nowhere to be seen in the cousins group. Battler isn't present at the funeral today. It's a shame seeing as he's the cousin closest in age to me. Interesting. That kind of confirms that you're... Yeah, I'm more and more convinced now. I think that Leon here is supposed to be a, like a stand-in for the person behind Beatrice, if that makes sense. The fact that this is a person that Kinzo viewed as being a successor, like there's a lot of like embellishment obviously to this. It's probably the magic of Leon existing in the first place. But the only reason why I say that is just because the fact saying that like you're close in age, well the only other person that was close in age was Jessica. Right? In terms of the cousins. It would be like Jessica, Shannon. I feel like And then I would also start to ask why Shannon was like, oh, you can't bring Canon here at the same time as Leon, because I think there's just some fuckery that's going on with like the who's who and the what's what. But regardless, are you two on good terms? Yes, of course. And you pinch his butt every time he says something perverted? Oh, how did you know? Did your detective instincts tell you that? Poor guy. Berncastle said that everything was gathered here. Since Battler isn't here, that probably means it's possible to find out everything without asking for his side of the story. Or maybe she's intentionally hiding the core element and making us take the long way around as part of some fickle witch's game. Since he isn't here, that probably means there's no need to hear his story for the time being. Let's talk to Maria and the others. I won't say anything perverted, so keep your hands off my ass. Real. Then why not try choosing your words a bit more carefully? With a roguish smile, Leon pinched the air. Sorry, I'm having a really hard time not saying, like, lion, but Leon pinched the air, index finger against middle. Ah, it's the future heir. Are you done babysitting the old geezer? Yeah. At least Leon is impartial. No mercy even for Jessica. Damn, bro, is pinching girls' butts out here? Calm down, fucking Mr. Pincher Grabber. Will felt a bit gratified. I see. Since you're both the successor and Krause's child, that makes Jessica your little sister. He was so used to Jessica being an only child that though the scuffle between the two looked perfectly natural, something didn't feel quite right about it. Jessica, can't you talk a bit more like a sister's supposed to? And while we're at it, why not try talking more like a girl your age? Also, how many times do I have to tell you to stop calling me future heir? Cram it. I'll live the way I want to. I'd suffocate if I had to act all refined like you, future heir. Ouch! Ow, 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 ow. Stop it. Don't pinch me. This is sister bullying. Pervert. Stop it. Ow, 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 ow. Jessica, why are you talking like that in front of a guest? Do you want me to get mother involved again? Okay. Looks like those two are close in their own special way. Well, Leon is a person of impeccable character, perfectly suited to being the next head. I guess I understand how Jessica feels. Leon might be a bit too perfect sometimes. Yeah, exactly, right? I don't know. She gets compared to Leon no matter what she does. So you think that made her rebel? If Jessica had been born an only child, I'm sure she'd have become a composed, quiet young lady. No. It's an interesting thought. So the real question that we're trying to disentangle here is if Leon is a representation of, like, the Beatrice or of the person we're trying to find. Because I think Shannon, I think that's probably what we're getting at. But the only thing that's odd about this is, like, I don't know. Like, Leon might not have existed. Again, I don't know. I'm starting to get into, like, a weird thing of, like, is Leon supposed to be a representation of a character that was never presented to us? Or is Leon supposed to be a stand-in for another character, which is what I think it is. I think that Leon, they are supposed to be, like, a stand-in for the person. It's just that scene with Shannon and with Leon. That's what... It just makes me... It leans me towards thinking there's some fuckery going on with that. And I don't... There's something going on, because why would it matter if Canon, Leon, and Shannon were all together? It doesn't make any sense at all why that would be important or not important, right? Like, why would that break the fabric of everything? It's why it makes me think that Leon is a stand-in for, like, the successor, which the successor would be, like, Beatrice, or would be, like... That's at least my current thinking. I don't know, there's just something weird about it. Don't worry. Only child or not, her personality wouldn't change a bit. George... Who's this? This is the first time I've met you, correct? But it sounds as though you know a lot about our family. I'm George. And this here is Maria. Pleased to meet you. Yeah, Maria's probably around George's target age. Call me Will. I'm investigating Beatrice. I want you to tell me what you know. Beatrice? Ooh. See? Beatrice exists. Ooh. Though Maria had looked hostile towards this unfamiliar man, as soon as she heard the name of the witch she loved pass his lips, her eyes began to sparkle. Hey Maria, you've got to greet our guest properly. Hello, my name is Ushiro Maria. I'm glad to meet someone who knows Beatrice. Handshake, Maria suddenly stuck out her small hand and Will reached out for it reflexively. As soon as he did, he felt a bright light seeping out from the gap between their hands. The theater-going power that Berncastle had given him affected Maria. Beatrice is the witch of Rokkenjima. She plays with me every time I come to Rokkenjima. She's my best friend and a fellow member of Mariage Sorcière. The light grew brighter and brighter. This time he could feel himself being drawn into Maria's world. I'm Ushiro Maria. My mama's Rosa. My papa? I don't have a papa. I think I remember Mama showing me a picture long ago and saying, "This is your papa." It was a picture of a man with a dark suntan on a beach wearing a swimsuit. Later on, when I learned what papa meant, I asked Mama to show me that picture again, but she said there wasn't any photo like interesting. I'm gonna put this in the notes. It's just a very odd thing. Apparently, at some point, Rosa produced a picture of Maria's dad to show her. Then when asked again down the line, she said such a photo never existed. It's a very interesting thing to just be like, oh yeah, and then just like nope out about it. Like, I don't know, there's just something interesting going on there, but there was. I drew a picture of it and showed it to Mama. When I did, she got really mad and said that photo didn't exist, or that if it did, she'd already thrown it away. Ever since then, she kept saying that I didn't have a papa. At that time, it must have been that Rosa maybe still had like some hope that they were going to be able to like rekindle. Did you know? People say you need a papa and a mama to have a baby, but that's a lie. The virgin birth. Behold, a virgin shall be with a child, and shall bring forth a son, and they shall call his name Emmanuel. If I was a boy, that might have been my name. Book of Matthew, chapter 1, verse 20. No, verse 23. Verse 20 is, but while he thought on these things, behold, the angel of the Lord appeared unto him in a dream, saying, Joseph, thou son of David, fear not to take unto thee Mary thy wife, for that which is conceived in her is of the Holy Ghost. So you think your father is the Holy Ghost? Everyone said that everyone has a papa. They said it was strange to not have a papa, that I was weird, that they felt sorry for me. But when I asked Mama, she said I didn't have a papa, that he didn't exist. She got mad and hit me even though all I did was ask. So I didn't really understand who gave birth to me. I was not right as a human, an immature and irregular creature. I realized I was a strange and pitiful girl, different from everyone else. It doesn't matter who your parents are or what other people say. You are who you are. It must have been hard to teach that to a young, immature girl. My kindergarten teacher might have said that to me when I cried after being bullied, but even those words of encouragement couldn't fill the blank space. No, the questions. Nothing anyone said could answer the question in my mind. And the book is what gave you the answers. A priest came to see us. Ooh, interesting. I think his sermon was part of a class to enrich our minds. To most of us kids, it was no different from an ordinary fairy tale a teacher could have told us. No, it was harder to understand, and I think that made us bored. Then at the end, the priest said something important. That God knows everything? Yep. So I asked him, I only have a mama. I don't have a papa. Mama gave birth to me without a papa. Is that strange and sad? I asked. The priest taught me. He said there was nothing strange about a child having no papa. After all, Jesus Christ was born of a virgin, and the one who gave birth to him was the Blessed Virgin Maria? I was surprised. Maria, the name I was given, was the answer all along. I was so surprised I asked the priest to say it again. He said that the Virgin Maria gave birth to a baby by herself. I know Mary is short for Maria at times, but I wonder if that's like a common thing, or if that's like a more like, I don't want to say old world, but like an older, you know. Around this time I think it would make more sense, but I don't know. I feel like Mary is definitely I don't know. I don't know enough about biblical stuff to say that with any certainty or not. So I asked him if that meant I could give birth to a baby all by myself too. And how'd he answer that? He said the Virgin Maria was the child because of the Holy Ghost. Book of Matthew chapter 1 verse 20, last part. For that which is conceived in her is of the Holy Ghost. That surprised me again. What do you think that means? You interpreted this to mean that Ushirmiya Maria had no human father, that your real father was the Holy Ghost. Regardless of what the Bible actually meant, the young sad girl who had lost her sense of identity because of her lack of a father had finally created a way to understand herself. Once I realized that, I knew why I was different from all the other kids. The ones who made fun of me were all children of Joseph, but I alone was different. I wasn't worse than everyone else. I was a child of God, a child of the Holy Ghost. When I got back, I told Mama. I had no papa after all. Mama gave birth to me all on her own thanks to the power of God. It always gets weird to me when this game invokes God randomly, not because it's like bad or anything, but just that there's like very little talk of God, and then randomly when it gets invoked, it just feels out of place. It was probably painful for Rosa whenever Maria asked about her father. Why do I have no papa when everyone else has a papa and mama? Every time she was asked this, Rosa flew into a rage and changed the subject. And now, somehow or other, Maria had independently found an explanation that satisfied her. She had no papa. She was the child of mama and God. It isn't too difficult to imagine that Rosa, after hearing the explanation the young girl had found in the Bible, might have gone along with it as though it were true. Beato said that the minimum number of people needed to create a world was 2. I thought she meant that you need 2 parents to create a child. That was when I came to a new thought. Beato may be a witch, but she's a witch born of a human. Beato isn't a child of the Holy Ghost. But I'm different. I was born from Mama alone. I was born of the Holy Ghost. Beato can't create a universe without me, but I have God with us. I can make a universe all by myself along with the Holy Ghost. Beato called me the Witch of Origins, and she also said that eventually I might become a creator who can create anything alone. All by myself I can create something out of nothing. Beato can take that and make it expand infinitely. Angie was the witch's apostle, who would spread the word far and wide. And that was Mariage Sorcière. There's a huge difference between 1 and infinity. That's why Beato is so great. But compared to the difference between something and nothing, 1 and infinity are both just something. I'm the child destined to become the best witch. No, the greatest creator in the world. Mariage Sorcière was the nest to warm up my egg. I am Ushira Mia Maria. Maria who stands by God's side. This is one of those where you just nod your head and you go, mm-hmm. If we liken Maria's sense of identity to a universe, then this endless stream of words coming from her might be like the Big Bang. She spent so long tormented over how to interpret her lack of a father, then by chance, she saw a line in the Bible that seemed to affirm her existence, and she finally formed an understanding of herself. The sad girl who had hated herself for being different from all her classmates, finally found her own meaning. At that moment, Maria's universe, which had once been nothingness, was born as a clump of ultra-high pressured energy. Then later on she went to Rokkenjima, met the Endless Witch who called herself Beatrice, and the clump of energy exploded in a big bang, giving birth to their joint system of magic. That was the universe known as Mariage Sorcière. Mariage Sorcière. Oh! We're jumping ahead a bit too fast. Let's take things one at a time. Sure. Where do you want to start? After you decided that you were the child of the Holy Ghost, it's easy to imagine that you gradually became more and more interested in the occult. And then what? Once you reached that state, where did you meet Beatrice and how did the two of you interact? It really did happen all of a sudden one day. I had wanted to meet the witch called Beatrice who lived on rokkenjima as a fellow witch. At that time you already thought that you were a witch. I did. I already knew more about the Bible and the occult than most adults, so even though I couldn't use magic, I believed that I was a witch. It's a bit funny, isn't it? That's why I'm only a witch apprentice. When did you meet Beatrice? I don't really remember when, but I do remember what it was like. It was really, really sudden. At the arbor. Interesting. Huh? So you are Ushira Mia Maria, I presume? It was such a very, very abrupt encounter. I had just been drinking some milk tea all alone in the rose garden arbor. Mama said that she had to talk about something important with Uncle Kraus, so she told me to go outside and play. Suddenly, she was sitting right there. So that's a very weird... I'm just going to put that in that Rosa went inside to talk to Kraus before Beatrice appeared in the arbor to talk to Maria. I'm just going to note that down. Suddenly, she was sitting right there. I didn't know anyone who spoke that way. I quickly realized that she was someone I didn't know at all. Who are you? You were the one who first said that you wished to see me. Here I am, welcoming the witch who came to visit my island, and yet you ask my name. Ha ha ha. Huh. Beatrice. Precisely. I am Beatrice. Yeah, that is pretty sudden. Yep, really, really sudden. Witches and spirits always exist right beside us. They just choose not to show themselves. And then when they do show themselves, it's always sudden, as though they've been there the whole time. That's what I learned that day. And then you and Beatrice became friends? Yeah. She stayed and chatted with me the whole time until Mama was done with her business. We talked about magic and witches, and about how I was a child of the Holy Ghost. And what was your impression of Beatrice then? I don't like saying it, but I knew more than she did back then. Interesting. Maria states that on their first meeting, she knew more than Beatrice. Indicates that whoever was doing this might be learning over the course of this time. But how does Battler tie into this, you know? Well, that was just my conceit. There are many different systems of magic. Also, mine was based on self-study. I probably only viewed Beato that way because her system of magic was different from mine. It wasn't long before I came to regret that and apologized. Apologized. Did Beatrice do something to win your respect? It's gotta be the candy cup thing. I see. So she showed you magic. We moved to the beach and talked lots, sitting at a table under an umbrella. Very interesting. Maria, I see you've been quite diligent in your studies. At your age, to be capable of teaching a 1,000-year-old witch such as myself is truly an accomplishment worthy of admiration. And what sort of magic can you use? Magic? If you call yourself a witch, you must be able to show me some sort of magic, correct? I was stunned for a second. Of course, it should have been obvious. I was a child of the Holy Ghost, and since I'd studied so much of the occult, I was also a witch, not a human. Until that day, I had been so sure of both those things. So when I was asked what sort of magic I could use, it left me in a daze. When one knows of magic and can speak of it, they finally reach the rank of apprentice. One is only a witch if they can put such knowledge into practice and use magic, correct? So, I'm not a witch yet. You have studied well, and I can sense a very rare talent within you. One day you may become a witch so great that even I could not compare. Or perhaps even a creator, as you have told me. However, you are still young and immature. You are... yes, you are an apprentice. A witch apprentice, you might call it. So does that mean you can use magic, Beato? Of course. I could not call myself a witch otherwise. Incredible. Show me. I want to see your magic. Until this day, Maria had never doubted the magic-related concept that she was the child of the Holy Ghost. However, no one had ever proven to her that the occult phenomena actually existed. Maria could create a universe all by herself. However, she wanted to share it with a second person so that she could believe in it even more strongly. In the past, I could have drawn a rainbow in the sky, transformed it into 7 colors of candy, and eaten them at my leisure. However, my power has weakened so much that I cannot even preserve my form as well as I would like. I just heard about that. You can't use your full power because of the shrine. It will take quite some time before my power returns. At this moment, I cannot turn rainbows to candy. However, perhaps I can show you a bit of that power with more simpler magic. Or with some simpler magic. See, it's interesting too, the whole thing of putting it up with the shrine. It's interesting because it all seems like it's a message to Maria in some way, to like convince Maria. Because a lot of Beatrice's thing would have to have Maria, especially in those early games, you know. A lot of Maria like defending Beatrice or giving cover to Beatrice in some way was really important. So it makes me wonder, again, in the whole Shannon theory, if this is Beatrice, that she would say this to Maria, like, oh yes, with that shrine, and then she destroys the shrine later, and Maria gets like clued in, like, oh, now the shrine's gone, you know, but regardless. I want to see your magic. Very well. However, I must ask for your assistance. As I have already told you, no matter how pure your soul might be, all humans are tainted and filled with a toxin that resists magic. Yeah, I remember. You told me about the anti-magic toxin. It wasn't in any of the books I've read. You must really be incredible to know so much. Beatrice lifted up an empty teacup, then turned it around in front of Maria to show that there weren't any tricks or strings. Right, the magic to make candy appear inside of an overturned cup. How did you know? You're incredible, Will. You even know about witch magic. It's because it's one of the most basic types of magic a witch can use. It was just a normal cup without any tricks in it. I wanted to see. I wanted to see true magic. Maria had a desire. She had a desire to discover the occult in others, to help her believe that there was an occult side to herself. That was why she agreed to help Beatrice with her magic. She didn't want her own toxin to ruin her chance of knowing the miracles of magic. Good. Now try looking inside that cup. Ah, there's candy. There's candy! As a gift to mark my meeting with a new witch, and as a sign of our friendship, I offer this to you. This was a true miracle of magic. For the first time, I felt shame and embarrassment at my conceit. I could feel that sense of omnipotence disappear. The idea that I was a child of the Holy Ghost and the most important and special person in the world. Instead of a child of the Holy Ghost who can't do anything, I'd rather be a witch who can use magic. I, Ushirimiya Maria, wanted to become a witch, starting off as a witch apprentice. Already I was obsessed with Beato. I want to become a real witch too. I want to be your disciple. How modest. You already have an abundance of talent and diligence. Also, though it may have been different when I was at my full power, I cannot take a disciple in my current state. So I can't become a witch's disciple. You cannot become my disciple. However, you can become my friend. Really? Yes. From this point forth, we shall be friends. Let us continue to talk of the deep and profound world of witches. So fuck, see, now I start to get into this weird, like, half and half thing. Where, like, it would make more sense if this was Rosa. Because the idea, you could almost view it as, like, a way with her to connect with Maria. But it also doesn't, I don't know. I'm still confused a little bit on the whole logistics of everything. Ugh. Thank you, Beato. Can I eat this candy? No, let that be a souvenir. Instead of eating it, keep it in that lovely bag of yours. Right. I'll eat it at home. Maria, that candy was brought into being by magic, therefore it is fragile. If you deny my existence with that toxin of yours, it will melt and fade away. No. I don't want your precious magic to disappear. Then be sure that you do not forget your meeting with me. And if you will keep some simple promises to me, I will greet you the next time you come to this island. I'll keep them. What are the promises? Well, to start, each time you arrive home, wash your hands, then rinse out your mouth. You must not complain about this, for it is an important part of... Dude, this is Rosa. It has to be. Because she's trying to make Beatrice impart, like, parental things onto Maria, right? This has to be Rosa. It also makes sense when she says, like, oh, Kraus just went and then she showed up. This is all a farce set up by Rosa. It has to be. It has to be. I'll do it. Every day when I come home, I'll wash my hands. I'll rinse out my mouth. If I do that, will I see you again? I promise it. If you keep your end of the promise, your body will be cleansed and I will regain even more of my magical power. It all makes sense, too, then why Maria was spared sometimes in some of these games. Like in episode 4, where Maria was the only one that was killed in, like, a very, like, chill manner. I don't know. That's you, Rosa. I'm on your ass. Then the next time you come, I will show you magic of even greater splendor. Ugh. And it makes sense why she wouldn't know so much, because she was probably learning on the fly from Maria, if this is Rosa. I'll keep my promise no matter what. I'll do it. I'll become your friend and a witch apprentice. Your resolve is heartening, Ushirami and Maria. I hope that you will quickly grow to become a full witch and my close friend. I think that was the first time I met Beatrice. And was that candy still there when you got home? Yep. But I doubted a little, so it was half melted. I regretted almost doubting her. If I had doubted her more, I'm sure the candy would have been completely gone. Also, it makes sense, too, with the candy in episode 4 with Rosa that we saw, or not episode 4, episode 2, that we saw the whole Halloween candy. The only other person that could have produced, like, another candy would have been Rosa, right? Because she was the one that went and bought that candy. And then it also makes sense that Rosa was the only one that lived. Okay, I'm starting to become more and more sus of Rosa, but again, then the whole thing becomes weird to me because my whole theory was that the one who gave the love away to Battler, like, the one that created Beatrice was Shannon. I guess that doesn't necessarily... I don't know, again, this is like the multiple Beatrice thing that we're talking about the whole time. Like, there's definitely some weird shit going on. And I really do think that that Shannon is Beatrice. I feel like it makes sense, but then there's like some weird shit to do with Rosa. I don't know. It's Rosa or Shannon, okay? It's gotta be. If I had doubted her more, I'm sure the candy would have been completely gone. I almost lost the proof of the magical miracle that had happened before my eyes. A hard piece of candy melted. It wasn't hard. It was caramel, I think, so it's already pretty easy to deform. It was half melted and squishy, which is kind of just how caramel is. And what time of the year did this happen? I'm not too sure, but I remember that the milk tea had ice in it. Why does that matter? Yeah, so it was just hot weather. Okay. Never mind. Did you tell Rosa about your meeting with Beatrice? Yep. I told everyone about it at dinner that day. Uncle Kraus laughed at me. Then Mama, who was sitting next to me, got mad and told me to stop talking about it. Ugh. Next to you. By your family's ranking system, your seat shouldn't be next to Rosa's. It wasn't a family conference. It was just when Mama and I came to visit. So there was only Uncle Kraus's family, Mama, and me. And we didn't leave gaps, so we weren't sitting in the same spots as a family conference. And Rosa was sitting in the seat next to you. Yeah. Why does that matter? It doesn't. Have you ever met with Beatrice outside Rokkenjima? No, exactly. After all, Beato's body is fragile, so she can't go wherever she wants. The idea more so is just that if there is somebody actually posing as her and wearing the dress, they can't do it because the dress has to stay on Rokkenjima, right? Like there's only some way that they can permit this on Rokkenjima. I told her she could just possess me if she wanted, but she said that she couldn't leave the island. After that, you met her every time you came to Rokkenjima. Yeah, we became really good friends. And note, the reason why this is important, right? Okay, dude. It's fucking Rosa. I mean, the game cannot make it more obvious that it's Rosa. We already had suspicions that it was Rosa, but the fact that every time she came, even outside of the family conference, that it was that... Okay. The game seems to say even more so that it's Rosa. That Maria met Beatrice every time she came to the island. Even when... Also, it's kind of funny that the whole village thing with Maria, I think I mentioned earlier that has a cross in the name. It's kind of funny that's how it works out in Japanese. Regardless, that Maria met Beatrice every time she came to the island, even when it wasn't the family conference. Again, the only other person you could say would be there's some small chance that the same servants were there every single time. So maybe Shannon again. Or you could say again Jessica because they live on the island. But regardless, the only thing is, again, we have the full... That's the... Oh, I didn't... Let me... If you want to read that. Not very much to read, but... My point being that I think there's some fuckery going on here that is... It feels like it's too obvious that they're pointing at Rosa here, but we'll see. Yeah, we became really good friends. The more I talked to Beato, the more I realized what an amazing witch she was. She showed me wonderful magic every time I saw her. Then she told me about a system of magic that was different from mine, and we both talked together about the mysteries of magic. I wanted to reach her level as soon as I could. I wanted to become the kind of witch Beato was. The only other thing that I can think is that it wasn't Rosa, but could Rosa have, like... Go with me for a second. Could Rosa have paid someone like Jessica, or could have told someone like Jessica or Shannon or someone else to keep up the image of Beatrice for Rosa, right? To do... Because the thing that really jumps out to me is the fact that the very fact that one of the stipulations that Beatrice had for showing up again to see Maria was that she had to, like, take care of herself, you know, like, wash your hands all the time, wash out your mouth. These are things that you would, like, have a parent tell a kid, like, oh, like, make sure you wash your hands, make sure you do this, make sure you do that, which is why it leads me to believe it's Rosa. It could also be the typical thing where it's like, oh, maybe Maria wouldn't listen if Rosa told her, so she had to get somebody else to do it. Now, was that somebody else just her dressing up? Or was it that she was like, hey, Shannon, hey, Jessica, like, you're someone her age, you know more about, like, the stuff that she's into. Can you just, like, you know, do something for me? In that essence, I could also see how it couldn't be Rosa. But again, our list has circled around 3 people, which is Jessica, Shannon, Rosa. And I would say it's probably more, like... I'm going to keep the hope of it still being Jessica. I don't think it's right, okay? I'm still keeping that outside hope, but I don't think it is, but regardless. Because there's something fucking weird going on with Jessica. I'll just leave it at that, too. Like, I still don't think that Jessica is totally innocent here, but I wanted to reach her level as soon as I could. I wanted to become the kind of witch Beato was. Did you ever introduce Beatrice to your mother? Nope. She said Mama's toxin was too... Because they're implying it too heavily is the only thing that I'm that I'm wondering about here. The very fact you would even say something like this, it just feels to so obviously indicate, like... I don't know, man. Yeah. This is just heavily implying Rosa more and more and more and more. Nope, she said Mama's toxin was too strong, so they couldn't meet each other yet. Almost all adults are no good when it comes to the toxin. They're all tainted. Was anyone other than you able to see Beatrice? They couldn't at first. She said her magical power was weak, so her body would crumble if even a little bit of the toxin reached her. But she gathered magical power bit by bit, and eventually she could appear in front of other people who had small amounts of toxin. And who was that? There weren't many of them, just a few of the servants. Specifically? All of the servants here today. But not Goda. So there were 4 of them, Genji, Shannon, Kanon, and Kumasawa. Okay. Genji, Shannon, Kanon, and Kumasawa could see Beatrice. So again, this seems to once again narrow it down to being one of them, you know? And Dr. Nanjo too. Also Nanjo, the goat. How could I forget? Apparently they would sometimes come to visit Maria and Beatrice's witch tea parties. See, this is the thing too, where it leads me more to believe that it's either Jessica or Rosa that was dressing up as Beatrice. Because we even had the scene in episode 2, I mentioned this in episode 2, that it was really bothering me that I couldn't square the circle of how it was that Shannon was conversing with the human Beatrice. You know, like it was a problem in my head that didn't really make much sense. How is it that she's talking to the human Beatrice, right? Because they shouldn't, like, under our theory, she was the same person. But I don't think so. I think it makes more sense now. It was either Jessica or Rosa. It's heavily implying that it was Rosa. But apparently they would sometimes come to visit Maria and Beatrice's witch tea parties. Of course, it was only for small things like bringing them extra tea. However, they were certainly aware of Beatrice and even talked with her. How did the servants react to Beatrice? She was a guest who shouldn't have existed. Weren't they surprised? Nope. After all, Beatrice is the other master of the mansion. She said that the servants treated Beatrice as an honored guest, and sometimes they were permitted to witness the new miracle of magic along with Maria. So on the rokkenjima of 1986, the only ones who could actually meet with Beatrice were you, Nanjo, and the 4 servants excluding Goda for a total of 6. Yeah. Beato said that she'd need to store up much more magical power before she could appear in front of anyone else. So she intended to show herself in front of more people sometime in the future. Well, you could just say that, you know? She said that the day she made all the humans acknowledge her would be the day of her resurrection. Interesting. Maria, the servants, and Nanjo had acknowledged her. She had probably chosen those humans whose anti-magic toxin was weakest and appeared before them first. The other thing too is that those people would be the ones that could go along with the idea, right? It could be another lie like Kinza's. Beatrice's game must have been to steadily increase the number of humans who could recognize her until she could make everyone on the island acknowledge her. In that case, the last person for Beatrice to appear in front of would be Battler, the one said to have the strongest anti-magical power. Does this mean Beatrice thought that Battler would be the hardest one to convince? Seems true that Battler was one of Beatrice's, it seems true that Battler was one of Beatrice's goals. Sorry, I thought I misread that. However, if we go with Battler's chessboard thinking, we might say that Beatrice, who wanted others to acknowledge her existence, was someone who could not exist unless she was acknowledged. Battler reached this thought himself back in the first game. Yes, there is something different about the Beatrice of 1986. She's different from the Italian Beatrice or the Kuadorian Beatrice, both of whom certainly did exist, yes. The Beatrice of 86, the one we are so familiar with in a mysterious way, yet who has no existence. What does it mean to kill the Beatrice who has no existence, to deny the possibility that she could exist, right? The minimum number of people required to create a universe is 2. However, Maria had said that even a single person could give birth to a universe, and yet Maria has desired a second person to nurture the world she had given birth to alone, because if it was born and not nurtured, it would die and disappear. Let's replace the word universe with Beatrice. The minimum number of people required to create Beatrice is 2, while one of them to act as Beatrice, the other to observe them as Beatrice, right? However, even a single person could give birth to her, because any person could put on the dress or could act as though they are Beatrice, but the only way that you could exist as Beatrice is to have other people confirm your identity as Beatrice, right? This is true of anything, right? A name only has meanings in reference to like how we use it in broader society. If you want to think about it like that, kind of. I'm not a philosopher of language, but the idea being that like a name in and of itself is pointless. There's no purpose to it. If you are the last person alive and you're floating in like the empty space of the universe where there's no other humans, like, does your name really mean anything? Your name only means something in reference to you. In this exact same way, Beatrice, she needed a second person, not because there's some weird rules about magic about there needing to be 2 people to exist or to create a universe. It's more so that for somebody else, that's the minimum number for someone to exist or to accept or to verify that the person who is acting as Beatrice is actually Beatrice. They need somebody else to say that. A second person to acknowledge the Beatrice created by... Exactly, yeah. The meeting with a second person in the scene that Maria had just described. The single person who created Beatrice had looked for a second person to acknowledge Beatrice, and selected Maria, because Maria would have been the one that would have been most likely to accept it. We don't need Furuto Erika's heartless reasoning to know that the teacup magic was a sleight of hand. Maria, believing in the story about the anti-magic toxin, would close her eyes whenever magic happened. Any sleight of hand would be possible while she had her eyes closed. The caramel Maria had been given as proof of her meeting with a witch had melted a little because Maria had doubted, or in reality it's because it was probably sometime in the summer, or where the weather was hotter, which was why they gave... Well, the only thing is the ice in the tea is a little bit odd. I don't know if the question is that you want it to stay at like a particular thing, and maybe it was so hot that the tea would like stay warm, or maybe... Oh, it was milk tea though, that's why. You wanted it to stay cold, so you put ice in it. Sorry, I was totally... You wanted the tea to stay cold, so you put ice in the tea, because it'll keep it staying cold longer, because otherwise it would melt. That's why he asked about ice cubes going in the tea, and why he asked the time of year, because it wasn't that Maria had doubted, it's just that it was hot weather. So of course the caramel would melt slightly. In a season where one was likely to put ice in their tea, it was only natural for... Exactly. Ushiromia Maria, the girl who's too trusting and will accept the story easily. And Beatrice, the one who wants to convince people, exactly. So she used this whole thing because she knew it was something that was palatable to Maria, and used it as a way to create this faux identity, because she knew that Maria would be the one that was most willing to comp to it. Beatrice appeared first in front of this girl, who had, in the language of witches, very little of the anti-magic toxin. If we liken the creation of Beatrice to the laying of an egg, then when a single person creates her, it is no more than a delusion, like a chick inside the egg. If and only if a second person acknowledges her, the shell cracks and she appears. She only appears when a second person comes to warm the egg. When Maria acknowledged Beatrice, she finally hatched and the chick was born. In that case, Mariage Sorcière, which nurtured Beatrice and her system of magic, was like a nest. Beatrice had a dignified presence, called herself the Witch of Rokkenjima, and claimed to have lived 1,000 years. Thinking about the Beatrices who appeared in the previous game, this sounds less like the chick Beato and more like Beato the Elder. So does this mean that the meeting Maria had just spoken of marks the birth of Beato the Elder? The egg itself had already been created by the first person. Yeah, them being the first person was the first egg. During the time before the meeting with Maria, it matured fully inside its shell, becoming the character with the dignified presence of 1,000 years. Because it needed time for her to build up the character, because she didn't have it yet. Then when Maria acknowledged it, it hatched, and the Witch of Rokkenjima finally gained a form. Perhaps that moment marks the birth of the Beatrice of 1986. The younger chick Beato was born out of love for Battler. Since that birth has not yet occurred at this point in time, then the birth of Beato the Elder and the existence of Beatrice at this time must have nothing to do with Battler, because this is a separate person. Or alternatively, it's a separate interpretation, you know? This is where we start to get into the thing where I was saying that I don't think that the Beatrice of the game that we saw, like, I think the egg Beatrice, I think is probably, at least, my theory is that it's Shannon, but we already know that it existed prior, right? I think this was probably Rosa. In fact, I would, like, wager my life this is Rosa, you know? It becomes weird. Are you enjoying this reasoning, Burncastle? If you are, let's at least have some applause from the audience. Great, thanks a bunch. I mean, it all follows, right? Maria was someone who would be willing to push the lie of Beatrice, right? I shouldn't say push the lie. She would be the one that would be willing to verify the existence of Beatrice, because she was the most gullible, right? So you had somebody come up to her, knowing that she would be the most gullible, because she would be able to confirm the existence of Beatrice. Then this person would act as Beatrice around all the other servants, right? I don't know. The question is, I think there was a swap at some point. I have a lot of things I want to ask Beato to grant for me with magic, so I'm helping Beato with her resurrection. What kinds of things? Lots and lots. Hehehe, not telling. You want to protect your mama from the Black Witch, right? Ugh, sorry, yawning. How do you know so much? You're incredible. Ugh. And your happy world will never return without a witch's help. That's what you think now? Yep. I love Mama. She's so nice. I want to be with her forever. For all eternity. It's also interesting that the wish that Maria always had in every episode was for her mama, right? I think that it makes sense if this was Rosa, because this is the person who is existing prior, right? And it's a way for her to be like a friend and to love Maria because she seems to be unable to at other times, right? Now I'd like to hear about Mariage Sorcière. She's probably not gonna talk about it, right? What's wrong? Don't wanna. Huh? I'm thirsty, so I'm gonna go get something to drink. See you later. Weird that she doesn't want to talk about that. Maria suddenly started acting distant, bowed her head and left without waiting for a reply. And that's because Mariage Sorcière is dead now, right? It doesn't exist anymore, because we know Rosa destroyed it. Which would sort of be funny that Rosa was the one to destroy Mariage Sorcière because she was also the one who created it, right? She created the meeting with Maria, and she destroyed it by killing Sakutaro. You know? And that's when they say the magic went evil, right? That's when Mariage Sorcière became twisted and it became about evil things and not, you know, what was going on. So it was a very un-Maria-like thing to do. I see. So the game master has moved the piece. Apparently she's telling me to ask about something different for now. At some point, Leon had started chatting with the other family members. Jessica seemed to be getting irritated at having her butt pinched so much, and George was trying to calm her down. Jessica and George. Guess I'll hear their stories next. Compared to Maria, the anti-magic toxin is very strong in these two. At least at the beginning of the other games, they didn't acknowledge Beatrice. Maria showed me the point of view of one who believes. Now to hear from those who don't. Okay, I'm gonna go take something out of the freezer real quick for dinner later. I'll literally be like 30 seconds, I'm not gonna mute my mic, but I'll be right back. Okay, sorry. Ugh. Had to take out ground beef because I need it to thaw by the time I'm done with stream. I'll probably be eating an early dinner tonight. Oh, sorry, let me take off my glasses. Let me move forward. Ow. I always hate positioning my mic, man. It's like impossible to get it to sit in a way that I want it to sit, where it doesn't contact my chair and it sits in the spot that I want it to at the same time. It's actually fucking tilting. There we go. That's good. That works. I wish I could extend it more too, like that. That works a little bit better. Okay, wonderful. Let's continue. So, about earlier. Sorry you had to see me acting like that. I blame the future heir. It's not gonna leave a mark, is it? Talk about merciless. Did you say something, Jessica? Of course not. I've already learned my lesson, okay? Leon, who had apparently been chatting with the adult sibling, spun around with a smile and stared at Jessica. What's the name of this chapter? Because I missed it when I got up. Ghost Story of the VIK. Again, this is important because I had wagered initially, and I still kind of believe it, okay? I think that Beatrice may be the creation of multiple people. We mentioned this earlier with Shannon and with Jessica. I think it might be more possible that it was Rosa and Jessica. But again, then the whole thing becomes weird because to me it still feels like Shannon is the real Beatrice. And when I say the real Beatrice, the speech that was given at the end of episode 6, I think that was Shannon. I think it only makes sense that it's Shannon. But the only thing that's weird about this is my theory about the human Beatrice. Like, I feel like it could only be so many people. And again, like, I feel like Jessica fits the bill so perfectly. But again, I'm not sure. We'll see. Leon, who had apparently been chatting with the adult sibling, spun around with a smile and stared at Jessica. Looks like the older sibling's firmly in control around here. Those are some sharp ears. I think I finally get this Leon person. Yeah. The future heir has always been annoyingly sharp. Not to mention the favorite of all the adults. I'm always compared against this kid at home and at school. Come to think of it, Leon was the student council president for both middle school and high school, and the head of the badminton team too. And that was all things I think that Jessica had in, like, our timeline, right? So everywhere you go, you get compared to Leon, and it doesn't work out too well for you. I said it as soon as I got into middle school. The future heir was already the vice president of the student council. I said, if you're planning to become student council or become council president next year, then I'll just... Sorry, I'm fucking can't read. I said, if you're planning to become council president next year, that'll just put more pressure on me, so stop it. But the next year rolls around, and guess who signs up as a candidate and wins in a landslide? Same thing happened when I started high school. I said, please just give it a rest this time. But by that point, the future heir was already the vice president. Then senior year, immediately president of the student council. Dad was oh so proud. Mom kept saying, now you make sure you do your best as the little sister over and over and over again. Ugh. But even so, you're still proud to be Leon's little sister, aren't you? It's not like I ever thought about that. Nope, never, not even once. Sorry, I need to make sure that I understood that. I don't understand if she was saying that she wanted to sign up. If you're planning to become student council next year, that'll just put more pressure on me, so stop it. Oh, okay, no, so she was saying that, like, yeah, okay. I was just confused if whether or not it was talking about, her being the council president or if Leon was the council president and it was putting pressure on her. I just didn't understand which it was there, but it seems like it was Leon. Okay, sorry, I'm trying to get my mic in place. It just feels very awkward today for some reason. It can be tough to be compared against perfection. Still, other people are people, and you are you. There's no need to feel dwarfed. You should live the way you want to live with all you've got. Of course. But Mom and the others are always going on about how I need to follow in the footsteps of Ushirimiya Leon as the younger sibling. They keep telling me to go join the student council, go play badminton. Don't you play in a band? What? Shh, shh. That's a secret. Nobody knows. Apparently she's been keeping it a secret from her family. Interesting. People often like to blame their family for what they've grown up to be like, but even in a different world with a different family, the interests of this girl called Jessica are the same as ever. It's admirable that she has such a true and constant interest in something. Sorry, I had to blow my nose real quick. Okay, sorry. It's admirable that she has such a true and constant interest in something. I love that kind of stuff. Patan patan, sweet sweets. Wah wah wah, shh shh. Nothing wrong with the extraordinarily accomplished sort like Leon, but kids who act their age do have their charms. That's the best way to go through life. Enjoy your youth to the fullest. Well, thanks. Apparently no one had ever told Jessica that they approved of how she lived. I agree. You know what? Shout out, I agree. And the direct way Will had put it made her turn red and hang her head in embarrassment. I want to ask you two now. The same thing you just asked Maria. Yeah. Please tell me everything you know about Beatrice. Well, you can see how much Maria likes witches and the occult. For her, Beatrice is a symbol to be admired like an anime heroine. She believes every little thing in some sort of prank caused by witches' magic. You are an adult. Yeah, we know, bro. The reason why he shouldn't be mixing with these kids so much, George. Leave the kids alone! Where's that GTA 4 radio thing? Stop touching the little ones! Something like that, I forget the fucking thing. You're an adult, and the fact that you never say this to Maria is also very adult of you. Of course. Childhood dreams only happen when you're a kid. I think respecting that precious experience is an adult's responsibility. Yeah, until you... Okay, you know what? We'll rest it for George, but you know what I'm gonna say. Looks like the two of us will get along well. I hope not, Will. George's position was that Beatrice was nothing more than a fairy tale. However, that phrase, respecting a child's dreams is the adult thing to do, that might be worthy of further scrutiny, because it means, like, to what degree? Would it mean that you would go around to the point of, like, helping push this belief, such that she would still believe it? Hard to say. When she got a candy from Beatrice by magic, Maria probably got excited and told George and the others. Then the adults followed his lead and positively went along with her story, as adults should. However, there could be other ways this sort of reaction could occur, other than as an adult's response to a child's claim. For example, it could be an inferior's response to the claims of their superior. If Kinzo, tyrant of the Ushirimiya family, claimed that Beatrice existed and had revived, perhaps the other members of the family would positively go along with his story, as his inferiors should. Though Beatrice only appeared directly in front of a limited number of people, it's probably safe to say that the concept of her existence penetrated deeply within the Ushirimiya family, even among those who had never seen her. However, no matter how deeply that concept penetrated, she was only viewed as a sort of fairy tale character. It would be necessary to transform the concept of that character from an imaginary fairy tale into reality. So a person attempting to do this would need to perform something that could only conceivably be done by magic. And that something was a series of witch incidents that started with the nighttime window opening pranks played by Beato the Elder, and ultimately escalated to locked room murders. Beato the Elder referred to this, saying that the anti-magic power filling the mansion would be weakened bit by bit the more she made her existence known. Beatrice. Why did you desire so greatly to make all others accept your existence? Because the imaginary becomes the truth if everyone accepts it. Because at that moment, the being called Beatrice will be acknowledged and will become human. In that case, before Beatrice is acknowledged by all people, she's less than human. She's furniture. Oh! Hey. Hello. Now we're on the right track. Why would furniture want to become human? I feel like this was the theme of the previous game. Well, they want to become human because they aren't allowed to love, right? They can't love. It ends in tragedy otherwise. So maybe this was a way that they could get around it. Like, so when they talk about in that last thing, they had the duel between Kennen and Shannon, right? And how the duel between Kennen and Shannon was to decide, like, who gets to basically have love. There could be a tiny, tiny, tiny part of this that's maybe this was a way for one of them, aka Shannon, to probably circumvent the Sorry. Let me restate that. It could be a way to circumvent the fighting of the two, because she mentions at multiple points, not she, they both mention that they both should have fought well before the time that they actually had their duel, right? And so then it makes me wonder if this idea of Beatrice and everybody acknowledging Beatrice as being a person and you being Beatrice would be a way to acknowledge you as being human and not less than human, and it would be a way to circumvent the potential having to, you know, trample all over each other. Again, it just becomes weird because it seemed... I still think we might have the possibility that multiple people were acting as Beatrice at different times. Because it feels so much like, from what Maria was saying, that Rosa was Beatrice. But then a lot of the other angles feel like it's Shannon, but then we get to the thing that I was talking about, like during the island, where it doesn't make sense when Shannon's talking in the VIP room. So now I'm going to shut up because I'm going to talk about the VIP room because it's in the fucking chapter title here. And hopefully we'll find out. It feels like this was the theme of the previous game, because they want to gain the right. Furniture cannot love. Love. Actually, it might be hard to see. Well, actually, I don't have my glasses on and I can see it, so maybe it's not that hard to see. Let me put my glasses back on. You can see there's the line breaks for the underscores, and it's 4 long, right? Furniture cannot love. So they try to become human for the right to love. It really is quite simple. It's directly connected to the reason the chick Beato was born in the first place. Yep, it's all about love. I see. I do understand, but it's complicated. I can't ignore the heart. So the heart of Beatrice was the creation of Beatrice in the game, because that would be a way for her to become human so that she would have the right to love. I feel bad for saying this at Beatrice's funeral, but truth be told, I don't know enough about Beatrice to explain her. My apologies. As far as that goes, Jessica does live here, so she might know a little more than I do. Speaking of which, have you introduced yourself to this gentleman yet, Jessica? Nah, not yet. There's this idiot going around pinching people's butts, so I didn't really have the chance yet. A bit late, Jessica looked embarrassed. Jessica looked embarrassed for acting rudely in front of an unfamiliar guest. I feel like that should be a period, not a comma, but it's okay. She cleared her throat and made a beautiful bow that didn't fit well with her normal attitude. She even lifted the corners of her skirt in a curtsy. It's interesting because I think, well, to be fair, this is like a well-known thing that you would probably do as like a formal thing, so it doesn't really mean anything, but I was going to say it's interesting because I think we've had scenes of Beatrice doing this in the past. Pleased to meet you. My name is Jessica. Allow me to welcome you to the Ushirimiya family on this splendid day. Please enjoy your stay. I think that's what it said because I skipped it by accident. If it'll let me see. Please enjoy our hospitality and Willard. Call me Will. Call me Willie. My friends call me Willie. Huh? Huh? What? Jessica's greeting had been of the old-fashioned sort, so Will also treated her like an old-fashioned lady. He bent down on one knee, took Jessica's right hand, and kissed the back of it. Aww. It's kind of weird, but... Not expecting her greeting to be returned in such an old-fashioned informal way, Jessica turned red and was unable to speak. However, Will had returned the greeting in what he thought was a perfectly serious way, so he didn't understand what was making Jessica's face glow. Have I done something strange? No, I just didn't... I want to hear what you know about Beatrice. A glow leaked from Will's right hand, which was grasping Jessica's. Sorry, I was taking a drink. Looks like the theater-going power is having its effect on Jessica. Didn't mean for that to happen. Oh well. Beatrice, is it? Well, I can tell you, but will you promise me something? Promise you won't laugh. Thinking about it now, it sounds more than a little crazy. What is it you know? I won't laugh. Tell me. Sure. Where should I start? You seem to know a lot. To me, the Golden Witch Beatrice is sort of like one of the 7 mysteries of the Ushirimiya family. You've heard of those, right? Almost all schools have a set of tall tales or ghost stories that get passed down. Yep, we played Paranormal Side, okay? We've heard about the 7 mysteries. Like on some days the piano in the music room will start playing by itself, or the skeleton in the science room dances around at night. Everyone's heard of them, but of course that doesn't mean they believe in them. Stories about Beatrice were the same. It was just one of those strange tales about our way too big mansion. The servants would sometimes talk about seeing things or whatever during their night patrols. Sometimes I felt a bit annoyed about them turning my home into a place for ghost stories, but I didn't pay it any more attention than that. That's how little it mattered to me. So during my normal everyday life, I would completely forget about the name Beatrice. Of course, when that huge portrait was first hung, I was definitely creeped out. Even I tried not to meet her eyes after dark. So yeah, I don't blame the servants for finding it eerie. This is the other thing too that's like well known about this, or that is interesting, is that the fact that the person even knew what Beatrice looked like, right? There can only be a few certain people, so let's think about this, right? my initial... Sorry, I'm raising my mic here while I do this. My initial theory... Sorry, I have to do this first. Then do this. Then do this. Sorry, gonna... These stands are high-tech, okay? There we go, much better. But there's one part of this theory that I never really put together. I mentioned things about being like logistical problems that we've had about, where we have certain things that we want answers to, but it's kind of hard to get the answer because you would think that they're things that like you would only know through experience. And so one of the things I never thought about, you know, I had mentioned in the past, like knowing which key goes where, or knowing the locations of the keys, or ways to move around the mansion, things of that sort. But there's one other thing that I didn't think about. And that would be what Beatrice looked like. Now go with me here for a second, because this is going to sound a bit odd, but if you think about it like this, right? Whoever hung the portrait had to know what Beatrice looked like. So you could say, which I think is maybe the original explanation, is that maybe Kinzo got a portrait of her done well in advance, right? So it's like a really old portrait that was made of the original Beatrice, etc., etc. But there's something else that, put it this way, I'm just going to cut to the chase. There's only two people that could have drawn the portrait of Beatrice, because there's only two people that have seen a real Beatrice, meaning Castiglione or 67 Beatrice with their own eyes. Kinzo and Rosa. Those are the only two people that could have potentially even had anything to do with the portrait, right? So the only thing I'm going to say is that it's something that's weird about the portrait that I've been wondering up until this point. I guess you could also say that past the point of the game, or of Beatrice walking around, which would have been very recent. I think the portrait may have already been, well, it was 2 years prior to the start of 8, so it would have been like 84 conference or about. They said it initially, they said it was like April of 84. So around that time, it got hung up. I guess it would have to, the only people who would have been able to know would have been the servants that we were listed, so the Nanjo plus the 4 minus Goda, Kinzo or Rosa. Those are the only people that would have been able to know what Beatrice looks like to be able to even make a portrait of her. So again, we're starting to narrow down the group of people that could even be responsible. But even I tried not to meet her eyes after dark, so yeah, I don't blame the servants for finding it eerie. But that only lasted for a short while. I mean, I walked by that portrait every day. I gradually got used to it and eventually bored of it. It was just a portrait that grandfather blew a bunch of money on, showing the mistress from his delusions. I was past caring. But no, that person knew what she looked like, right? I get that. I bet it was different from the other relatives, or for the other relatives, who only came a few times a year. Exactly. That's why every time the family came for a family conference, they'd always stand in front of that portrait and talk about Beatrice. So I was reminded of it every year. The episode 1 flashback? I remember them talking, "Ugh, Beatrice, I've come to play again. I've drawn another spell. Take a look at it later, okay? Ugh. You really do like Beatrice, don't you? You've been in such high spirits ever since grandfather had this portrait hung." Huh? Where's Angie? She went back with Aunt Kiri to take some medicine. Angie gets sick so easily. Totally the opposite of Battler. She's the sort that gets sick whenever she's stressed. I also used to get sick on big holidays or days when we were going to the movies. Maria's really tough by comparison. She's been talking about Beatrice non-stop since we left Nijima. Don't you think she's taking this a bit too far? It's not so bad, right? It's normal for kids to have an active imagination. If a kid told you that she'd met Santa Claus, would you tell her she's a liar? Well, of course I wouldn't go that far. Maria kept talking to the portrait as though it was an old friend. She promised to play with it later, as if she was talking to a living human. George, a man, seemed to think that this behavior from a younger member of the opposite sex was cute. Yeah, George has a problem with finding younger members of the opposite sex cute. But to be perfectly frank, Jessica, who was the same sex as Maria, found this behavior a bit unpleasant, regardless of Maria's age. At one time, even I was fascinated by anime heroines and other fictional characters. However, Maria's behavior seems to signify something more direct than mere fascination. It's something more definite, more vivid. It's obsession, it's worship. Am I the only one who notices something odd about her? I'll bet the others all notice too, but they try to ignore it because of that adult dignity George is always talking about. ... My apologies, everyone. The head is quite busy with his noble research. He wishes to eat lunch in his study today. Until a second ago, Kinzo's children were complaining that eating lunch with their father would give them indigestion. But now that they knew he wasn't coming, they started grumbling about how he should at least spare the time to come down during the annual family conferences. Let us begin lunch, everyone. I, Goda, have made use of all my talent and experience to make sure that all of you who come from so far away will be entirely satisfied with your meal. I don't know if this is like another game board or if this is... Excuse me. The one thing I've been wondering is, like, are we going to repeat the game again? Or what, you know? Because this, to me, seems kind of like... This seems like it's a game again, because it sounds like it's during the family conference. If it's not a flashback, then it's another game, but it could just be that this time around, we're only being shown, like, the very big, like, important things. I don't know. I'm not sure. We'll see. No one's stomach would fail to rumble after hearing that from the great chef Goda. By the time the splendid dishes were laid out, everyone had stopped talking about Kinzo's absence. It was now Angie's absence that was being discussed. This has to be one of the prior family conferences, right? Ever since it was hung, so it has to be at least 2 years prior. Angie not being there. Well, Angie was only 6, right? How old would Angie have to be? I don't know. There's something weird going on here. We're just dropping in like, oh, Angie's absent. Angie's like, what the fuck, bro? Angie ain't around. Apparently her stomachache had gotten so bad that neither she nor Kiri could make it to lunch. Maybe this is 85. Because I think they talked about her being sick. I don't know. Poor thing. Goda, make sure you talk to Kiri later and have some porridge made. Thanks a bunch for the concern. Really sorry about this. Seems she just can't handle much stress. That's how it is when they're young. They're cute, at least when they're not regurgitating. George used to do that all the time. He really was frail way back then, right? Let's not talk about the past. It's not exactly a mealtime topic. Ugh, poor Angie. She doesn't get to eat this yummy food? Yeah, poor girl. Let's make sure we play with her a lot when she gets better. Sorry, what chapter is this again? Is it 7 or 8? Ugh, can't. She can't play with me. What are you talking about? Why? Because I'm going to play with Beatrice, of course, so I can't play with Angie. Play with Beatrice? The fucking through the teeth sprite of Jessica kills me. You mean you're going to go off on your own again to mumble to yourself and read some book? Jessica slightly regretted that she hadn't been more tactful. However, she couldn't wipe away that uncomfortable feeling she got every time Maria talked about Beatrice. And that feeling slipped out through her words. Ugh, I don't do it on my own. Beato is there too. Maria may have been young, but she already knew how to read a person's tone. She immediately burst out in anger, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Normally Rosa would have stopped her at this point. However, Rosa happened to have... Oh, she just so happened. Interesting. So there was no one to calm Maria down. Hehehehe. Poor Jessica, you're just a clump of the toxin. With Beato's weak magical power now, she'd burn to a crisp if she ever appeared in front of you. But she will appear before you eventually. Yes, in front of everyone else too. Heh, then the door to the Golden Land will open. But who knows if you'll be invited in. Of course, she will take me there to the Golden Land. But not Jessica. Nah, Jessica. Not someone who makes fun of Beatrice. Not an unenlightened, stupid, confused, filthy, toxin-stained human. When someone makes fun of Beatrice, it's like Maria becomes a totally different person. There was a theory about Maria having multiple personalities, wasn't there? Multiple personalities? Yeah, that probably describes it perfectly. Maybe that was Maria's idea of her ideal personality. You mean that thing about creating another self? The way you want to be? Huh? How did you know my motto? Don't think too hard on it. You'll just get a headache. That was something Jessica had once told Canon. She'd been talking about how anyone can create another self that they really grow to like. I think we heard those words somewhere near the beginning of the second game. Now that I think about it, some very interesting topics have been talked about since very early on. Guys like the writers jerking off my own writing. Man, I really foreshadowed that forever ago. Everyone has something they really want to become, but they never do it. The restrictions on their everyday life are what made them who they are today, so they have no way of changing themselves. True. Changing yourself means changing your environment. That's not easy to do. So my idea was to leave who I am now unchanged and create another self to be the person I want to be. You felt suffocated, forced to live the life of a rich family's daughter, and you thought up a self that you wanted to be. But I couldn't do anything outlandish at home, of course. Nothing fun about having Mom yell at me all the time. So I made my plan. At home I would obediently do as my parents said, but I would also create a second self to do what I wanted. At home you do everything your parents tell you, and outside you do what you want. That's a good way to live. You should be proud. Heh, thanks. And well, if there's something you really want to be, and you really work for it, it's easier to do than you'd think. I figured Maria was pretty much the same. You think Maria is doing the same thing when she gets excited and starts talking and talking? That's the person Maria really wants to be, is how I think about it sometimes. As the youngest member of the family, she is adored, but not respected. Every time she learns something, there's always someone in the family who already knows it. She doesn't get to show off her knowledge about anything. Whenever she does learn something new, we try to smile and praise her, but that might actually have hurt her. So Maria wanted to become an authority on something. It's something that all young boys and girls who want to shake off their childhood think. We already went through this whole talking point earlier, yeah? In the game, that is, not in this. It's not a bad feeling when you learn something new and your parents praise you. But when you realize that your parents already knew that thing, it sometimes feels like they're talking down to you. When a kid learns their one-digit times table, their parents will probably praise them. However, inconsiderate parents will sometimes ask mean questions like, then what is 11 times 11? Or what is 16 times 16? Or something similar. If that happens, the kid will lose the feeling of accomplishment and start to feel as though he never could surpass his parents, his feeling as said earlier. Because I like to add words and change words when I read. So it's easy to guess why Maria got interested in the occult, something no one else knew about, and started learning more and more about it. I think the person Maria wants to be is an authority on the occult who is respected by everyone. And if she talked about the occult all the time during her everyday life, Rose would smack her. So like you, she's been hiding this other self most of the time. That's what I think she's doing at times like this. Maybe I should say this is her real self slipping through the cracks to cover up her normal self. Actually, I've had some experience with that myself. I used to admire the image of a delicate, sheltered lady and wanted to seem more frail, so I'd pretend to cough a lot and it sort of became a habit. Asthma. Because everyone would be nice to you if you started having coughing fits. Haha, no. Whenever the conversation turned to something I didn't like or something that made me feel uncomfortable, I could do that to change the topic. I see. And that's another self you wanted to become. Huh, I'd appreciate if you didn't tell anyone about that. So the asthma's fake. Interesting. There's definitely multiple times where Jessica's been like, asthma, inhaler, inhaler. I'd have to go back and think about those times and see if they were ever... Maybe I'm misinterpreting this, but I'm gonna... Oh, I had a package delivered. Literally 6 minutes ago. I think I know what it is too. Wow, it did get delivered today. I'm gonna go grab it. It was actually a separate numpad so that I can put my keybinds off my keyboard. I'll be right back. Actually, you know what? We'll finish the chapter, sorry. Nah, I'm gonna go grab it. I don't want to get stolen. I'll be right back. Okay, my bad. Sorry, I got it now. Just put it down next to me. Oh. God, I hate that my glasses hurt my fucking head when I read. Okay, sorry. Let's continue. Then just what is the other self in Maria's case? An authority on the occult who can out-argue even adults. Or else someone who converses and mingles with witches. Either way, denying Beatrice in front of Maria is clearly taboo. In her search for something more than her everyday life, Maria had found it in Beatrice and inside herself. Then is going to the Golden Line with Beatrice Maria's wish? Looks like we've gone off track. Anyway, Maria kept up that tantrum until Auntie Rosa got back. It was my fault too, arguing back when I should have let her be. And you said there was no way Beatrice could exist? Something like that. If she exists, then just let me see her. Of course, once Maria started crying, I realized I'd gone too far. And then? At the end of the family conference, I was the only one still upset. Maria acted as though nothing had happened. Instead, she went off somewhere on her own and came back talking happily about how she had played with Beatrice again. Everyone, me included, decided not to contradict her. By that time, it was best to just accept it and ignore it. Why wouldn't you just tail Maria? That's what I would do, bro. If I was like in Jessica's position, I would have been following Maria. I would have been stealthily following her and see what's going on. Is that all you have to say about the family conference? About the conference, yes. What I wanted to talk about was what happened after the conference was over and everyone left. Did Beatrice show herself to you? Because then we start to get a, Even after the conference ended, I still felt a bit uncomfortable. If Maria had just stayed mad, we'd have made up with each other and I could have put it all behind me. Since Maria got over it, it felt like I was the only one unsatisfied. Oh, milady. Why the gloomy face? Oh, it's you. It's nothing important. Did everyone make it back okay? If they're still on schedule, they should have reached the Nijima airport by now. You've done your part well, milady. I haven't done anything. It's you servants who've done a great job. Is the argument you had with Maria yesterday still playing on your mind? Sorta. Come now, she's just a child. It's not something you need to worry about all grown up and in high school. Stuff Maria was talking about, do you think it's all just a kid's nonsense? About Beatrice? You mean? See, even you call her Sama. This is important to note right now that everybody is off the island. So if we see Beatrice, something else is up here. It doesn't necessarily mean that person is Beatrice, but it just means we maybe have confirmed another person that is acting as her. Beatrice is the name of the grandfather's mistress, the person he's still infatuated with. I realize that as a servant, Kumasawa can't speak of her indiscreetly. Still, that's now become the name of the fictitious witch who lives in the mansion, and it's almost normal for people to call her Sama. Beatrice is just a ghost story created by the adults to stop us from wandering into the forest. Maria just thought it was interesting one day and decided to pretend it was true. Ho ho ho. You'll end up cursed if you say such things. After all, Beatrice Sama exists. I didn't mean to say the honorific. Shoot me in the head. Come on, we both know that isn't true. I don't need George to tell me now not to make a fuss about Santa not existing, but that doesn't mean Santa actually exists. You'll find you're wrong there, milady. Wrong? Oh yes. The gods do dwell in all things. Oh, she's a Shinto fan. In the same way, Beatrice dwells on this island, in this mansion. Like the gods, Beatrice will do you no harm if you respect her. And you say, it is as though she doesn't exist. However, if you ever fail to show proper respect, it will most certainly come back to haunt you. Of course, that can be said of more than Beatrice. Hey, if there's a curse, let's see it. I'd love to meet her. I'd just love to meet her. But, milady, you mustn't say such things. Oh, the thunder. Shannon, look, Shannon being shown again. Ah, milady. You were splendid today. Shannon, Goda, you guys know about Beatrice, right? And she's talking directly to her about it too. You could maybe argue that it's not, but the fact that she's directly bringing it up to Shannon. Shannon also has kind of like similar eyes to Jessica. I never really noticed this. Maybe it's just because like the gold makes the blue stand out more, but they look to be almost the same eye color. Huh? Well, I do know of her, of course. Why do you ask? The two looked at each other. They looked like a pair who had just heard a clueless person suddenly utter a forbidden word. Let's have it straight. Does she exist? That ghost? If it's a question of whether she exists or not, I would have to say she doesn't. Probably. I really do think she does exist. And why do you say she exists? Have you ever met her? I've never met her directly, but... Shannon talked in detail about how she would sometimes feel a strange presence, or see a silhouette while doing the midnight rounds. Jessica dismissed each example as it was given, saying Shannon might have seen it wrong or been mistaken. Or must have seen it wrong. Was it might or must? I always right-click when I mean to scroll up. Must have seen it. If you haven't met her either... You haven't met her either, right, Goda? Of course. However... Well... He was being very evasive. Even a man as big as Goda was apparently unable to deny the existence of someone he'd never met. This really didn't sit well with Jessica. She was herself a resident of this mansion. They were acting as though someone else, someone she didn't know, was living here. Of course she didn't like it. Wait a sec. Tell that one again. Huh? You mean... the story about the VIP room? Goda and Shannon had been recounting several ghost stories about Beatrice. One of those drew a reaction from Jessica. Yeah, that one. Sounds pretty cool. Goda and Shannon glanced at each other. They hadn't been trying to talk about anything cool. The VIP room is never to be entered at 2 in the morning. Is that the one you mean? The one about how Beatrice returns to the VIP room at 2 o'clock every morning, so you mustn't go near it? Yeah, that's it. Pretty cool. Okay, this is interesting. Obviously, we're gonna get something about this, but rumor about Beatrice returning to the VIP room 2 a.m. every morning. Pretty cool. All the other stories are about people saying they heard or saw something they thought was Beatrice, but this one isn't. This one says that if you go to the VIP room at 2 in the morning, you can actually meet Beatrice. Well, I wonder. Milady, they say that servants who speak ill of Beatrice will be cursed. Furthermore, the VIP room is Beatrice's room. Even you, milady, should probably reconsider. The VIP room is locked now, right? Where's the key? Was that key in the key box? I think Genji keeps that key by his own chair. The master key can open it, right? Let me borrow yours. I cannot do such a thing. Milady, you mustn't approach an ill-omened place without reason. Hold it. Don't you go calling my house ill-omened. Anyway, I've made up my mind. If you can't give me your master key, there's still that key for the VIP room, right? Let me borrow it. Milady. To Jessica, it was their two expressions that felt more like an ill omen than anything else did. It wasn't the witch or the VIP room that felt foreboding to Jessica. It was them, Maria and the others who believed in witches. In the end, Jessica forced them to agree, and she made them bring her the key to the VIP room. A classic test of courage to see if Beatrice would really appear in the VIP room or not, but notice how she said it to Shannon. We were talking about Shannon being Beatrice, okay? It could be a possibility, you know, that because she had that conversation with Shannon, that she could, you know, all I'm saying. Pretty much. Still, I wonder why I was so stubborn about it. It must have been because of my fight with such a little girl. Excuse me. I'm a yawning machine even when I think it has to be something to do with how I'm talking, because I don't yawn this much normally. So, it only ever happens on stream, that's because I'm talking a lot. Of course, the weather just had to be terrible on that particular night. To be honest, I slightly regretted sticking my nose into something so pointless. But I'd already said so much and even borrowed the key from them. I couldn't just go to Shannon the next day, let her ask me how it went, and answer, well, I got scared so I gave up, tee-hee-hee. That'd just be pathetic. Normally I go to sleep long before 2 a.m., pussy. If Mom found me wandering the corridors at that time of night, she'd definitely yell at me. So I waited in my room, staring at the hands of my clock as it ticked closer to 2. I would like you, for really good proof, to be there prior. Outside the rain was incredible, and the wind strong. The swaying, rustling trees were particularly creepy. I'd complained to Shannon and Goda about making up ghost stories for my house. But I was starting to feel as though they had a bit of a place after all. The Ushirimiya mansion is huge. Honestly, I can't think of the entire mansion as my own house. As Mom says, the hallways of the Ushirimiya mansion should be treated like public roads. In other words, my own room is part of my home, but the hallways in the rooms I don't usually enter are outside. So while part of me felt that this VIP room ghost story was ridiculous, the other part of me was so creeped out that it kept trying to convince itself that the first part of me was right. 10 to 2. If I want to greet 2 a.m. inside the VIP room, I need to have already gone in before then. Yes, I agree. I want you to be inside the room before that person shows up. Yes, it's time. Sorry, but I'm not giving up that easy. Nothing's gonna happen. I know that. It'll just be a stupid waste of time for a few minutes. I touched the doorknob to the door of my room and was startled by how unpleasantly cold it was. As long as I stayed in this room, I could laugh off anything. After all, this was my room. But it wouldn't be like that in the hallway. That's outside my territory. And the doorknob, the barrier between the two, was ice cold. Idiot. What are you so scared of, me? You aren't taking Shannon's, Goda's, or maybe Kumasawa's gossip seriously, are you? I'll prove it. There's nothing strange in the VIP room. The corridor was only dimly lit. The hallways were brighter before lights out. But to avoid wasting energy on something like that, we kept the lights to a minimum at night. So even though I was inside my own house, it was very obviously the middle of the night there, or here. If Mom found out that I was wandering around at a time like this to do a test of courage in the VIP room, which I'm not supposed to go in, I'd get in a lot of trouble. To make sure she didn't find out, I tried to hide my breathing and my footsteps, so the silence felt unbelievably loud. Even though it was so quiet, the eerie sound of the wind was loud in my ears. The sound of twigs rustling, the sound of some pillar in this old mansion creaking. Is it creaking or creakling? Creaking, okay, I'm just stupid. What's that sound like a beak tapping against glass? Though it was so quiet, all of this little, suspicious sounds felt obnoxiously loud. Damn, I'm an idiot. Why couldn't I have bought a flashlight at least? Brought, I can't read, holy fuck. A flashlight to use inside my own home? Huh, that's even more idiotic. I mumbled this to myself, hoping it would drown out the sound of the wind just a little. Then I saw it. The door to the VIP room. The VIP room was supposedly reserved for important guests. However, as far as I knew, it had never been used. None of the guests who came to this mansion had ever been given the right to use this room. Though I'd been clutching the key all this time, it didn't feel warm at all. The icy metal tormented me ruthlessly. Maybe that was a warning. If you go back to your comfortable room and hide in your bed, the night will pass like any other. Like hell I'm doing that. I can't give up after coming this far. The key had been freezing in my hand, urging me to turn back, but the keyhole made no further attempt to stop me. All that's left is to turn the knob, open the door, and I'll be inside the VIP room. It's not like I've never been in the VIP room. Long ago when I would play hide and seek or go exploring, this room that I rarely entered had seemed unusual and exciting. However, I got in trouble for going in and was told that this room was important, so one mustn't enter without reason. After that, they made a rule of locking up unused rooms, and I couldn't go in anymore. So it's probably been several years since I last went into the VIP room. In fact, it might have been more than a decade. The inside of the room is probably different from how it was when I knew of it. Come to think of it, even then, I felt that there was something unsettling about this room. Slowly, I pushed the door open. It was light, and even after I let go of it, it kept opening by itself as though beckoning me in. Beyond it was a darkness as thick and heavy as ink. Even the dim light that seeped in from the corridor seemed bright in contrast. Swallowing hard, I stuck my head in, feeling about for the light switch next to the doorway. This was a horribly unnatural and awkward way to do it. All I really had to do was step inside and search for the switch from there. Unwilling to take even a single step into the room, I timidly stuck just my arm into the darkness and felt along the wall. There. Click. Hey, there you go, it worked. The switch, which was hardly ever used, felt stiff and lifeless. Sorry, gotta tighten my mic stand because my mic's starting to droop a bit. However, once the lights turned on, the darkness vanished in an instant. And there, exactly as it had been, as though not a thing had changed in all these years, was the VIP room. The curtain and bed cover might have been slightly different, and maybe the chairs and the like had changed too. Still, if I had to put it into words, I'd call it the feel. The stiff, lifeless feel of this room hadn't changed. If I hang around here, someone might find me. I'd rather not have Mom find me here. I readied myself, and though I hadn't even been able to bring myself to enter this room with the lights out, I finally entered. As soon as I closed the door, I felt an oppressive, suffocating sensation. Alright, I've shut myself in the VIP room. Come on out, Beatrice. What time is it now? I looked around the room, but I couldn't see any clock. I'm not in the habit of wearing a watch around the house. Damn. Now I'm not sure what time it is. Still, I know it's only a few minutes at most. I tried to suppress my desire to use going to get a clock as an excuse to run away from this place. Even so, just standing around like this was boring. When I looked around again, searching for something to sit on, I found something strange. Is there a letter? What's this? Oh! A doll. It had been placed on the side table next to the bed. If this room had been used often by someone, I'd have thought it was just one of their personal belongings. But there was no one living in this room, so it was impossible for this to belong to the room's owner. What is this, an offering or something? Creepy. It did look like an offering. A small French doll was sitting on the side table. The doll's hair was gold. It was wearing a black dress. Just who managed to find this doll? And where? There's no doubt that someone placed the doll here to symbolize Beatrice. Does that mean this doll is supposed to be the owner of this room or something? And as though it was an offering to that owner, there sat a small plate with several cookies and wrapped chocolates. It was all set out neatly, and there was no dust piled up on the doll. In other words, both the doll and the offering were being taken care of on a regular basis by the servants, and kept in good condition along with the rest of the room. Taken care of? No. It was more than that. It looked like an offering. No, like some sort of worship. A prayer saying, "Please don't curse us." So while the doll was eerie enough by itself, psychologically it was even more unnerving to think about how it must have been kept safe and worshipped in a place like this. Stupid. Am I supposed to clap my hands together and say, please don't curse me? Jessica forced herself to look away from the bizarre doll. She couldn't bring herself to sit on a bed that wasn't hers. Then again, she didn't really feel like sitting down on a chair either. She had lost any desire to sit on anything in this room. Wandering about aimlessly, I peeked out the window through the gaps in the curtains to stare at the dark, rainy night. What the hell am I doing? Hanging about in the VIP room this late just because the fight with Maria is still eating at me. This is beyond stupid. I'm disappointed in myself. Beatrice, huh? Just when did that strange witch start living in this mansion? Grandfather always yelling about Beatrice. Since apparently the name of his dead mistress, people started talking about how her ghost must haunt this mansion. There's that kid's horror story about the witch in the forest, which might be a ghost story made by the adults to stop the kids from going in there. The portrait grandfather had hung in April was really striking, so when she says in April, that should tell us that this was in 84, right? Just from context clues. Seems this Jessica flashback is in 84, as she says this April, when referencing the portrait. Sorry, I'm just writing this in notes. Okay. There was also that weird epitaph. The creepy words on that, which sounded like some sort of ritual with human sacrifices, made the name of Beatrice seem all the more unnerving, because the epitaph is already put out too. At some point, those stories mix together, and they now say the witch Beatrice exists. I don't believe in Beatrice, because I know she's just a fictional piece made by the fusion of a few horror stories. The Beatrice who was grandfather's mistress probably did exist, but she wasn't a witch. The story of the Witch of the Forest was made up by the adults to prevent their kids from getting lost in the woods. But that was just a made-up story, not reality. In fact, I've heard that kids were once threatened about wolves living in the forest. Apparently the kids realized that wolves couldn't exist on the island, so it was changed to a witch. When the portrait was hung, that once vague character suddenly had a face, and people acted as though she'd been around since long ago. That's right, it's all a ghost story someone made, a fiction. And Maria calls Beatrice her best friend, and the servants worship her like a household shrine. I just don't get it, and it creeps me out. Sudden ring of the phone made me jump so hard I thought my heart would explode. There was a phone on the bedside table across from the one with the doll, and it was ringing noisily. However, I was only surprised by the first ring. By the time it had rung 3 times, I'd regained my cool enough to grumble about this being a prank done by someone trying to scare me. If I rushed to pick it up, I'll probably hear someone laughing at me saying, "Were you scared?" I thought about ignoring it instead, but it kept on ringing incessantly. It's a pretty loud sound to have going on and on this late at night. If Mom somehow manages to hear it from her room, I'm screwed. Okay, I've got it. Might as well say you scared me or whatever. I decided to pick up the receiver. I'll just say, that surprised me, ha 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 ha. And maybe follow that up with, looks like Beatrice didn't show up after all. After all, this is my victory in a sense. Hello? Hi, Beatrice. Huh? Maria? I don't get it. Did I hear that wrong? Why would Maria be calling here? Hello? Thanks for teaching me that fun song last time. In return, I'm gonna sing you a song, Beatrice. I just learned this one. Also a funny implication here to say that Jessica is Beatrice, although of course, with at least this current perspective, it doesn't seem correct, but again, she could be lying, we never know. The voice, the intonation, the manner of speech, all of it clearly belonged to Maria. But what's she talking about all by herself? Maria just kept on talking happily as I stood there, stunned and unable to interrupt. Eventually Maria started singing an old familiar kid song that even I knew, and this is the song that she was singing in episode 1. I don't get it. Maria, hello. Wait a sec, stop singing. What's going on? I don't get it. Hello? Ah. The voice, the lights, everything disappeared. In the pitch black, I couldn't see anything. Couldn't tell what was happening. I don't get it. What's going on? Huh? Bish bash bosh. What the hell was that? Does being in darkness really slow us humans down so much? I know it's dark, but I really do have absolutely no idea what just happened. What was that shuffling sound just now? I'm not sure, I can't explain it. It was a loud sound like someone crawling out of bed. I wouldn't say something as non-committal as I felt like I heard it. I wouldn't say something as vague as I sensed a presence. I definitely heard it right next to me clearly. However, there was no change to the bed. They could have been under it, potentially. No one had been sleeping there in the first place, and the sheets were still perfectly straight. Someone had crawled out of the bed and had laughed in a creepy voice before leaving the room. That's what it felt like. I'm here and the bed's right there, so... I will say as well, Alan mentioned something to me when we were thinking about prior mysteries that had happened. We were talking about Hideyoshi's death in the 5th game, I believe it was. Whatever the one was where, yeah, it had to be the 5th game. He brought up a point I didn't think about, because I'd mentioned that, like, well, the person... There was, like, 3 possibilities in my mind. It was either that there was a secret entrance into that room, that Hideyoshi had either let the person in, but, you know, that doesn't seem likely, or the other, they were already in the room to begin with, but we knew they weren't in the closet. But Alan brought up a good point that maybe the person was under the bed, but that's the only thing that I'm not sure about. But it seems to be there's like a lot of talk about, you know, people hiding under beds and stuff in this game. So but it seems like someone crawled out. Seems like someone left in the VIP room, then left. I think the only thing is, how would the lights go out? Only thing would be how the lights went out at the same time. Sorry, I should show the notes as I'm writing it. Interesting. That's gonna be my current thing. I think that Maria was trying to distract her on purpose, but we'll see. Felt like. I'm here and the bed's right there. I'm not only in the same room, I'm right next to it. So why am I so unsure about what happened just a few seconds ago? I gripped the receiver, which had gone completely silent, and waited there, alone, unable to move in a quiet room that seemed exactly identical to the one I had first entered. Huh? What? If nothing had changed since the beginning, I could just pretend the last minute or so didn't happen. Is the doll either going to be missing, or is there something new in the room? However, if something had changed, that would be proof that something really did happen. The hell? Where'd it go? Yeah, it's a doll. Ready? It's gone. Did it fall to the floor? No, it's not there. No matter where I look, from whatever angle, it's not here. Though the offering plate with cookies and chocolate is still here, the thing they were being offered to, the doll, is gone. No way. Then what just happened? Is the Beatrice doll supposed to have cackled out loud and left the room? No, that crawling sound was too loud to be made by a doll. I'm gonna put that down here. So I just put in the notes, I'm not going to open it back up again, but Jessica claims she heard a crawling sound, hence my idea of them being under the bed. It was a noisy sort of sound, like a kid playing with a blanket and using it as a cape. Then what? Is that Beatrice doll supposed to have turned into a human and then run cackling from the room? No way. After that, nothing happened. The doll alone disappeared and nothing else changed. In a VIP room that had remained completely unchanged and was filled only with the sound of wind and rain, I stood there, too shocked to move. Did you ever find that doll? I looked everywhere, even under the bed. I literally crawled in there looking for it, but I didn't find it. Because what do you think happened in that room? I don't think it was actually Beatrice's curse. It might have been a prank done by the servants. A prank. Maybe they recorded Maria's voice on a cassette tape or something ahead of time. Then they called it exactly 2 a.m. and pushed the play button. They could have cut the power at the breaker or something. That's what I was thinking, that you had somebody fuck with the lights at the breaker. Because then you could have 2 people working as a part of it. The only thing is... I'm not sure. Because what I was thinking initially is that somebody had to be able to turn off the lights. Obviously the person wasn't in the room, so if they weren't in the room, they had a way to turn off the room. So they could have shut off power to specific parts of the mansion, which would make sense if somebody did it from a breaker room. Then the only thing would be the call that Maria placed. Was the Maria call real? You know, was this, like, was it actually happening? Or, you know, it's hard to say, I guess, but... We can't really know that part, but there was somebody that was definitely in the room and left. So there had to be one person involved, one person at least to set up with the breaker. So 2 or 3 people potentially involved in this. Yeah, I mean, Shannon would be like the one obviously implicated. And it didn't really matter who they put under the bed because, you know, the idea would be that it was dark when they left, but... And then someone who had been hiding in the VIP room beforehand would make a creepy laugh, take the doll, and leave. If that was how it happened, everything does fit. It doesn't sound like you're really convinced it happened that way. Can you blame me? I mean, if that was just a prank to scare me, it was way too elaborate. They made Maria sing beforehand and recorded it. Then someone called the VIP room. I need to go back. I'm pretty sure didn't she say that she learned that song from Beatrice, or am I making that up in my head? Maybe I'm making that up, but... Then someone called the VIP room and replayed that recording. Then someone... I want to see how much file space the recording... My recording says it's only taken up like 5 gigs so far, and part of me just does not believe that currently. Nope, it is. That is correct. It's only taken up 4.8 gigs? How? I don't know. I'm recording in like very high quality with insane audio shit, so I know this is mostly still images, so that's probably why, but... Then someone waited until exactly the right time and tripped the breaker for the VIP room. Oh, I'm not clicked into the game. To turn off the power to the VIP room, you'd have to go down to the basement. There's a breaker box down in the boiler room. There's no phone line down there, so you'd need a different person to play back Maria's tape. Or it could have just been Maria did it herself, right? You know. And you need another person to hide in the VIP room and cackle before leaving. And just how long would this last person have to hide in the VIP room beforehand? How long would they have to hide in the pitch black VIP room, under the bed for example, waiting to scare Jessica? I mean, not that long, at all. They knew you were coming, right? You talked about this with Goda and Shannon, that's why I'm saying Shannon's probably involved, because you talked to her about it. So Shannon very well would have known that you were going to go at 2 a.m. that night. It would have been like, what, 20 minutes max? You show up like, I would probably show up like a half an hour early, you know? You chill under the bed, you wait for her to show up. There's no way it could be a witch's curse, but still. Imagining that so many people planned everything down to the slightest detail and waited for several hours in the darkness just to scare me, to me that's even creepier. I agree. I'd much prefer a curse. Did you even ask the servants? Or did you ask the servants about that later on? What's the point? They just played dumb, of course. And there had to have been at least 3 of them. 2 or 3. On that day, only Genji, Goda, Kumasawa, and Shannon stayed the night. Because again, Maria could have been involved in the scheme. It's weird that you would not include... Oh no, but Maria left the island. Never mind. Maria left the island. They mentioned that. So it would have had to been forwarded through. So no, she's right. It has to be at least 3 people. So 3 of those 4 helped out with that creepy prank. It doesn't make sense. I mean, I would imagine that Kumasawa was not involved, but... Or sorry, no. That Goda's not involved. I thought that it said canon. I misread that. So 3 of those 4 helped out with that creepy... That would make sense, right? Like, Genji probably would because of the whole, you know, wing and blazing thing. Like, I mean... Plus, the other 2 are already in on the lie together about Kinzo being alive, potentially. I think he's already dead at this point, is my theory. Like, although we don't have a specific death date for Kinzo yet, but... It doesn't make sense. That's why I couldn't ask about it. True, it had been a strange experience for her, but it wasn't something completely impossible for humans to do. Even so, it really must have been more unnerving to imagine a large number of people planning so carefully just to scare Jessica. It's no surprise that she found this scarier than Beatrice's curse. Do you still believe the servants pulled a fast one on you? No. I probably just freaked out and mistook what I saw and heard. The doll probably just fell somewhere and I had trouble finding it. Are you trying to say you imagined the whole thing? Other than the doll disappearing, there was no other proof that anything had changed. Later on I talked to Maria and she said she didn't know anything about that song or the phone call. I don't know if she was lying or not, of course she was. Anyway, what happened that night is just something I thought happened. And there's no proof of any kind. That's ironic. Even if you had met Beatrice directly, you wouldn't have been able to prove that either. For a while I was pretty rattled about it, but as time went on, I began to think that lightning or something had shut off the power for a second and spooked me. And maybe one of the trees in the garden fell while making rustling sounds, which I mistook for someone crawling out of the bed because I was already scared. And the laugh? Maybe some strange bird. Anyway, I might have misheard something to get that sound. I act tough, but it turns out I'm actually an unbelievable coward. That's why I let my imagination get a hold of me. I decided to think about it that way, and kept firmly repeating it to myself to help me forget everything that happened that night. So it all remains in darkness. People are actually pretty good at forgetting things if they try. Ever since that night, I feel uncomfortable every time I hear the word Beatrice, but I try hard not to let it show on my face. Okay, so I'm gonna put a thing in the notes here that there's at least... Jessica... I'm gonna move my phone because it's right under my fucking wrist. Jessica implies that either way, it was scary. She either was near a witch, or there was a servant conspiracy. I mean, I feel like we can almost guarantee that Shannon was involved with it, right? And again, with our theory about Shannon being Beatrice, you would have a reason behind it, right? Beatrice would be interested in keeping other people, you know, believing that she was real. All I'm gonna say is that how do I word this? I will have to go through and copy all the notes that I don't have from today, but from when I had everything deleted when I reinstalled. That's all. I can't tell you any more than that. It's really embarrassing, so please don't tell anyone. I don't want them knowing what a huge chicken I was. You got it. I have one last question. About the VIP room? No. About the dining hall. The dining hall? On the day of the family conference, just before your ghost story, all the relatives were gathered in the dining hall, right? Yeah, except Battler hadn't come back to the family yet. Everyone else was there. Everyone except grandfather, of course. And Angie wasn't in the room because of her stomachache. Her seat was next to yours, wasn't it? Yep. Was that the seat to your right? Yeah, the seat to my right. Why does it matter? Wait. That's strange. Why to the... That's enough. Try not to think, you'll just get a headache. What's up, Jessica? Why the confused look? Well, right. Left. Huh? Ha, you're so weird. How's it going, Will? Have George and Jessica told you anything useful? I think the reasoning behind this is that it wouldn't make sense with Leon, sorry. I'm gonna open up an image here. What do you call it? Open up a paint, that's what it's called. So I had drawn this earlier. I didn't unfortunately lose some of the images that I drew in the past, but it's fine. I probably wasn't gonna include them in future things anyways. So let me do this. So when you see this, right? If we think back to when we were talking about the lineage, right? About how everything went. And if we think about the seats, I'm going to make these a lot smaller this time. And we're going to do this a slightly different way. A slightly more adept way, you might say. Can you do like filled shapes in paint? I don't know. But so if we imagine it in the past. Oops. Apologies for the terrible drawing. I think this is enough. I don't think we need any more. So let's title these how they would have been titled, right? And give me my font that I like to use for everything. Where is it? Here it is. My goat. Work Sans. Shit's the best. Up here, we got Kinzo, right? This would be Kinzo's spot should he show up. Then, down here, Kraus. Then here, Ava. Then here, Rudolph. Then here, Rosa. Oops. Rosa. And then now, it would follow the next line of succession, right? So, the way that Jessica had described it, we're going to put this down if we assume that Leon exists, which, you know, I don't think he literally exists. I've said this before. I think that he is a representation of a person that did exist, but that he himself didn't. But so if we follow this line, then, oops. Then next, it would have been Jessica. Well, actually, sorry. Let's follow it with with Leon existing. He would be here. Oldest sibling of the oldest thing. Then it would be Jessica. Then it would be George. Then it would be Angie. Because Battler's not here, right? Then it would be Angie. then it would be Maria, right? I guess we added a few too many circles, huh? Or sorry, no, this is correct. Then it would be Maria. Then it would be the spouses. So it would be Natsui. Of course, because I fucking mistyped it and didn't move it because Paint is a shit program and doesn't like to grab when you click things. Then it would be Natsui. Hideyoshi. Or sorry. Yeah, no, Hideyoshi. Kiri. And then nobody past this point because nobody exists here. So if you follow this, what they were saying is that where Jessica would be sitting, right, if you're facing everybody, she mentioned here, if we go back to the game, Angie, her seat was next to yours, right? Was it the seat to your right? Yeah, the seat to my right. Why does that matter? Well, in this case, it's not. Here, it's the seat to her left. Now, the reason why this would be the case is if we go and we get rid of Leon, right? If Leon's not here, or if the order is fucked up in some way. So if we were to go back here, I'm actually just going to write it and not type it. Oops, I did not want to go back that far. So we got Kinzo up here. I'm just going to do their initials. Then you have Kraus. You have Ava. You have Rudolph. You have Rosa. Okay. Now you have Jessica. And now because there's no Leon, right? Because nobody else is in the family, then George would be here. Then Angie would be here. Then Maria would be here. Then Natsui would be here. Then Hideyoshi would be here. Kiri would be here. And Rosa doesn't have a husband, so it feels bad, man. But that's where this person would be. And now Jessica's saying, oh, well, Angie was right here. She was on my right. The entire point being that Leon doesn't exist, right? Leon doesn't actually exist. This timeline is now viewable to other people, or Will is pointing out that in the memories that they're replying to, because again, if Battler was present, because in the later conferences, Angie isn't there, it's Battler. It would shift everything, but normally it would be Battler. And we know that Battler was here because remember, he talked to Natsui in the first episode. That was a really big thing that I remember bringing up, was that, hey, he talked to Natsui who was sitting next to him. And the reasoning now, why this is all weird, is because now Will is realizing, okay, Jessica has memories of a conference where the table order, because it was a conference, remember, this is, it's a conference, that Angie was to her right. But with the Leon, as we just showed, which I didn't save the image, it should be like this, because everything would be bumped, because Leon would be here, and then everything would be bumped down, and then Angie would be here, right? Whole point being, it's just to point out that Leon doesn't exist, really. And let me do this, and we're back. You're so weird. How's it going, Will? Having George and Jessica told you, or have George and Jessica told you anything useful? I bet. The ghost story about Beatrice was pretty fun. Ghost story? What are you talking about? The one about Beatrice's ghost appearing in the VIP room at 2 in the morning. Pretty scary story. I've never heard of that. I don't know who put that out there, but that'd be really rude, making up ghost stories about the woman our head is so indebted to. A model answer. Exactly, like he's too perfect, and he's too perfect for a reason. And so then the better question is, again, we're coming back to, what is the purpose of creating Leon? Sorry, I keep saying Leon because the first time I got brought up, bringing up Leon, What is the purpose of creating him? It's obviously to conceal who the Beatrice is. What I'm trying to remember... See, this is the other thing that I mentioned in episode 3, is I don't know the birthdays of the siblings. It doesn't say. But... if I'm still stuck on the birthday theory, if it's like a double birthday... because there's two things, right? There's two possibilities, and I think... they could potentially be the same theory, depending on how things play out, but... Beatrice... it's either that the two numbers, we know the first one is Battler's, the second one is either Beatrice's birthday, or it's the day that Beatrice was created. Initially we thought it was the other Battler, but now that I think that theory is kind of bunk, now we're at this position. Now because of that, I sit here and I wonder about how much exactly... How do I word this? I don't trust what's being shown to me, right? The question is, do we have any way to discern? Because I'm trying to remember in episode 3, when they first saw the circle that had the numbers on it, right? Who was alive? If I recall, it was Jessica, Ava, Battler, maybe Nanjo at the time, George. It was one person from each branch of the family. That's all you really got to remember. Because I remember all of them going through and saying, oh, like, that's no one in my family, that's no one in my family, that's no one in my family, right? So it kind of, if we're thinking about it from it being the birthday, well, then we start to get, so it gets weird, right? Because birthday and creation could be the same thing. Like, if you were a regular person, you would say your creation maybe was on the birthday, but something doesn't necessarily line up if, something doesn't necessarily line up with this. My point being that I'm wondering, I guess, if there's some way... I don't remember if Maria was alive or not. I don't know. I'm wondering if there was nobody... I don't think there could have been. No, she couldn't have been because Rosa and Maria got killed. But then the only thing they would question... Because what I'm going to say is, like, if it was Rosa, you would imagine that, they wouldn't be like, oh, it's nobody from my family. But Ava, right? Ava was alive. You would hope that Ava knows her sister's birthday, right? Like, she would have celebrated it many times. I know my mom's birthday, right? I know my dad's birthday. I'd imagine it's much the same for your siblings. You remember when your siblings were born. So that's why it seems weird to me if it's a birthday. Because it could be birthday then in the second sense that we were talking about with, like, the creation of Beatrice, and then you have an overlap. But part of me thinks it would just be really, I don't say, like, metaphorical. I don't know. There's something interesting to me. I want to say that it is another birthday, just, like, as a hunch. That's what I had initially for the longest time, that it was a birthday, but the only thing that, like, sort of blocks that theory from existing is Ava. Now, we could say that, but, like, why would Ava cover up the info? Again, because, like, my whole thing is, let's say it's Rosa, right? Just sake of argument. Then the question becomes, like, why is the info concealed? Like, why didn't Ava know? Because if she did know, which we assume she would have said something. And then if she didn't know, the question would be why she didn't know. And then if she did know and didn't say anything still, then we get to the point where we say, was there a purpose behind the covering that up? Like, why would she not say that if she knew it? We have no way to pierce that veil right now, but we'll continue. What? Do you know about the epitaph Leon? Epitaph? What epitaph? See? He doesn't. Or they don't, sorry. That epitaph by Beatrice's portrait. My apologies, but I have no idea what you mean. Behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved home of old. Just what are you talking about? So now even more so we're getting an obvious. So in your world, no, in this world, the portrait exists but not the epitaph. Of course I know about the large portrait of Beatrice hanging in the entrance hall, but I haven't heard of this epitaph. What is it? It's a very interesting difference. Yeah, see, that is an interesting thing to point out. In this world, it seems the portrait exists, but not the epitaph. Again, what this might try to be saying, to me, is that the person who is Beatrice is not the same person as the one who wrote the epitaph. Potentially. In this world, it seems the portrait exists, but not the epitaph. Leon has no memory of it. Interesting. It's a very interesting difference. Does this say the year that we're in? Doesn't it normally have the date here? It's weird that we don't have a date here. I know we're kind of in like a time outside of time, but it's a very interesting difference. You've lived on Rokkenjima all your life, right? Of course. What's your point? When you were a little kid, you were warned not to go near the woods. Yes. They always said to stay away since it would be dangerous if we got lost. Because a witch lives in the forest. A witch? So interesting. So again, legend of the witch of the forest does not exist either. A witch? What witch? The Golden Witch, ruler of Rokkenjima's night, Beatrice. Beatrice is a woman to whom father owes a great debt. Don't you think it's a bit rude to treat her like a witch or a ghost? You don't know about the witch Beatrice. I know about the Beatrice who came here in a submarine along with the gold, and about her daughter who was raised in the hidden mansion. We just learned about those two together a short while ago, right? Where does a witch come in? I see, so that's it. Then how did they scare you to keep you from going into the woods? Wolves, yeah, instantly. They said wolves lived in the forest. Not a witch, but wolves. Of course. Wolves and sheep. Very interesting. It isn't interesting to me. What are you talking about? What is this witch? I'm just talking to myself. I have one more question. Please go ahead. During the family conference, who sits to your right at the dining table? It should be George. My little sister Jessica sits across from me. The next in rank is Aunt Ava's son, so George is the one on my right. What's your point? I get it. It's all mashed together in a confusing mess, yet you have to disentangle the story that's being told of this alternate world and what actually happened. It's all mashed together in a confusing mess, but it is interesting. Well, I don't have a clue. End of chapter? Oh, drink time. I want to open this package too, 1 second. Ugh. I won't set it up now, but I do want to open it to make sure it's what I think it is. I mean, it should. Here's the culprit. What the fuck? 1 second. Okay, bro. Wait. I'm hyped now. Ugh. I'm a little bit sore. I do want to make sure this is the package. I think it is. This does have my name on it, right? I didn't just pilfer one of my roommate's packages unknowingly. You know, it does have my name on it. I mean, I got an email to me about it, so I would be pretty weirded out if it wasn't mine. But let me open this real quick. Here's the culprit. So are they gonna... I mean, it's Rosa or Shannon. I just don't think there's any way it could be anybody else. Oh, the package has a dent in it. Hopefully it's okay. Sorry, I'm opening this up right now. I don't know if this comes with switches or not. Like I said, it's a separate numpad that I got, mainly to be as a macro pad. I don't need a numpad. I don't use any data entry shit, or I don't do data entry at all, but it could also serve that purpose. But, no, I got it because I want to have macros for stream and stuff. But, I don't want an actual keyboard with a numpad. Plus, I think using it southpaw is more interesting. Regardless, let me open this up. Is it already assembled? It looks like it is already assembled from what I can see. I didn't know it came with switches. I'll probably replace it with the ones I have, so it's the same as the ones on my keyboard, but now it doesn't want to fucking come out. Does it come with a cable? That's the more interesting part. Does it come with an USB-C? Because that's like the... This doesn't open. Is there like a way I can pry this open? Indeed there is. I'm the goat. I mean, this must have the cable in it. There's something in this. Yep, there it is. Cable. Is it USB-C? It is. It's a little bit annoying. Does it have an adapter? Like a C to A? Oh, they gave me a keycap puller. How cute. Something else in here. What is this? Oh, it's a backspace key. Interesting. Interesting. Oh god, my temples hurt. I'm gonna take my glasses off. Ugh. Open this up. Oh, I'm stupid. The C end plugs into the thing. Okay. Ready, guys? Look, it even has a knob on it. The knob probably isn't audible, but wow, guys, look at that. I have my own little numpad. Hooray! AKA my macro pad. I thought it was metal. It's definitely not a metal construction, but again, that doesn't really matter. I didn't buy it for it to be super high quality. So it has... Again, I have VIA. I can remap all these. So it would sit like about here. I like that. How cute. Basically exactly what I wanted. Well, it's very loud compared to... My keyboard is... Well, to be fair, actually, this isn't in the case currently because my case is getting remade, but... Interesting. Okay. Enough fucking around. Let me put this on top of my amplifier for the time being, and I'll fuck with that later. So here's the culprit. Very interesting. See how much this is going to be revealed to us. I gotta close some windows too. I have way too much shit open. Okay. So, did you figure out who killed Beatrice? Yeah. More or less. Who killed Beatrice? Fuck. Let me think. if she's dead now, I mean, we have like the literal idea that it was Battler, but I don't know if that means it in that regard. And if it's talking about this world, I don't know, let's hear. I hope you're not going to suggest that the head killed her. Berncastle isn't asking about the two Beatrices involved with Kinzo. She's talking about who killed the 1986 Beatrice. I'm not really sure what you mean by this year's Beatrice. What's all this about a witch called Beatrice? You mentioned a ghost story, you've mentioned an epitaph. Isn't it about time you explained all this to me? Okay, this might be the last time I have to guess. Who killed Beatrice? Who could it have been? Who could it have been? Again, we have like a really short list of people. I feel like it has to be Rosa. But I don't want to stack all my chips on that. The 1986 Beatrice. Who, it's like, it has to be like Battler or Beatrice, or Rosa. I just don't. Battler's not present in this right now. But it's asking, I don't know. Alright. No point stringing you along. You only have for like 8 episodes. 6 episodes, 7 episodes. Ooh, this song is crazy. Let's start from the beginning. Who is this witch Beatrice? Strictly speaking, it isn't a person. Beatrice the Golden Witch is the name of a concept, yes, we've figured this. You mean the ghost stories themselves. To be more specific, even the ghost stories are only the elements that create the concept, sorry. You've lost me. Ghost stories are normally told in the third person or second person. However, someone started telling those in the first person. Someone took on the identity. Shannon. You mean someone started saying they were Beatrice themselves. Shannon. Okay, sorry, I gotta fix my mic again because it's drooped somehow. There we go. My theory is that this person that took on Beatrice is Shannon. The legend of Rokkenjima's evil spirits and the made-up story for keeping kids out of the forest. These were combined with Kinzo's constant cries of Beatrice, Beatrice, and gradually became the legend of the witch. Ushirimiya Maria became entertained by that fictional witch and begged for a chance to meet her. And then someone granted her wish. Now the only thing that's weird about this is, again, it feels like I've been dancing between the two of it being Rosa or Shannon. Because if we look at the stuff from episode 6, it feels like that was Shannon, through my reasoning. But this stuff in the game seems like it was Rosa. So the person who killed Beatrice of this, you would think that it... I don't know, we'll see. It's one of those two though, has to be. I'm still not following, but I'll nod along and tell you to keep going. What do you mean by granted her wish? Because of the unfortunate way in which Ushirimiya Maria was brought up, she became obsessed with the occult. Someone felt sympathy for her, acted the part of Beatrice, and played with her. Maria tends to recognize people by their behavior instead of their physical appearance. Are we gonna get some weird shit where Maria actually has aphantasia? When Rosa becomes violent, Maria calls her the Black Witch, and at the times Maria views her as a different person. At these times, yeah, we knew this, yeah. So, this means that she tends to think of the same person as different people depending on their behavior. Okay, yeah, so Beatrice is just another one of the people in different behavior. Fair. I follow. We can use this to see the scene where Maria first met Beatrice in a new light. It wasn't that she actually met a new person, it was that that person was behaving in a different way. After being chased out of the mansion by the adults, Maria decided to drink some tea in the rose garden. At that time, someone probably started talking to Maria. Then, when they heard this occult-loving girl talk happily about how she wanted to meet the witch Beatrice, this person acted as though Beatrice was possessing them. That's an interesting way to put it. I would have viewed it as though somebody literally... I mean, yes, we already know that, like, the image of Beatrice is fake. We've said this many times, that, like, we're not actually being presented with a girl with blonde hair. Then that whole thing does break down the idea of me saying, well, Jessica looks like Beatrice, because that would be, like, the entire point, is that's me not taking it literally enough. It's that a person is acting in place of Beatrice. And if we say that... Now, if we take this literally, because there's the literal interpretation that we had initially that was, like, Rosa went inside to talk to Kraus, because I put that in the notes. The other the interpretation I had there was that, oh, Rosa went inside, dressed up, came back out. The other thing here was that what she's saying, the person didn't look like Beatrice. You would imagine it was one of the servants on duty that crossed through here. We know that Canon, at least in this example, I don't think he was... Well, this had only stayed the night, but I don't think Canon was there. The only two people I could think going up there and pretending as though they were Beatrice would be Shannon or Kumasawa. Because I think those are the only other two people that would know about the legend. Jessica theoretically could too. But that's the other alternative thing, what they're saying, where this person didn't look like Beatrice, Maria just accepted them as Beatrice because they acted differently. In that way, we've never had to have somebody dress up. Now, the only thing is, human Beatrice in episode 2 is now still a question mark. Because if we were to take it at face value and say that the entire time that we've been seeing this dressed up Beatrice, They're just using the image of the portrait as like a stand-in to cover up and conceal the appearance of the actual person. Okay, sure, fair, I follow. The only thing then, though, is that Kiri saw human Beatrice in episode 2. And that was like a person, not like a representation to conceal appearances, right? You could say it was maybe sort of in the same way, but again, we'll see. On the outside, they didn't look like Beatrice. However, their manner of speech and behavior changed abruptly. Maria would recognize them as a different person. That's why her appearance was so sudden. She did mention that she said like the person just showed up. We can probably view Maria's love of witches and the occult as a form of escapism. She believed the power of witches could change her unfulfilling and incomplete life. So she wanted to believe in them, because if she believed in witches, she could also believe in her own happiness, which is true because there was 2 things that we know about magic, 2 rules. 1, without love, it can't be seen. That's like something that's constantly repeated. And 2, that the first step of magic is to believe in magic, right? That form the basis of the whole idea and scaffolding. It's true that Aunt Rosa is bringing up Maria by herself and that she's always busy with work. I do feel sorry for Maria, but don't ignore the heart. So Maria believed for the sake of believing. She believed in Beatrice's simple conjuring trick from the bottom of her heart, which is true, because we also know Maria has this tendency to do this. If we want to follow through episode 4, we know that Maria, when she was presented with basically all the info that her mother was not actually busy with work, but that she had fucked off, right? And she was going on some escapade with some dude and she wanted to be away from Maria while lying to her daughter about being busy with work. She kept up the idea with Sakutaro and believed in the idea that Rosa was true and Rosa loved her and blah blah blah. And said that. Whereas, on the flip side, you had people like Angie, who when Angie was being told the story, she's like, Maria, this is like pathetic, like this is sad, like you need to accept, like this isn't the way that it's not the way you think it is. And that's sort of the exact same token that Maria believed for the sake of believing, because she believed in magic and she wanted to believe in the idea of magic. So she had to believe in it first, right? So the simple conjuring trick, which was really just a sleight of hand. And then in reality, you also have the person, or you have like we put it this way, we just know we have Maria's pattern of behavior to do things like this with the Rosa thing from back with Angie in episode 4, and from this happening again. That probably comforted her a lot. And at that moment to which Beatrice was born. Someone saw that Maria wanted to meet a witch, so they decided to play witches with her. That's right. This marks the birth of Beato the Elder. All of that about living 1,000 years and being bound to Rokkenjima, that was all the result of mixing the legend of Rokkenjima's evil spirits with the story of a ghost wandering the mansion at night. Yup. And the only other person that we've heard mention this a lot would be Shannon. As Furuto Erika guessed, the 2 ghost stories fused. Someone fused the 2 stories together and acted the part. So Beatrice held traits from both ghost stories. She was the master of the mansion's night while also fearing spiderwebs. And again, the whole Shannon thing with spiderwebs. So when Burncastle asked us who killed Beatrice, she means who killed the kind person who pretended to believe who pretended to be Beatrice. That's close, but not quite. It's not the one who pretended. Would you say it's the person who became? We're talking about 2 different people. In Maria's eyes, just like how her mother and the Black Witch are different people, Beatrice and the person who played that part are also different people. Yeah, so if you want to view it as like split personalities, you're viewing it from the perspective of Maria. From Maria's perspective, if there is a different way that somebody behaves that's totally atypical out of their character, you would call that a different person. Or we would maybe call it a different personality of that person if you wanted to be a little bit more particular. We would say that Rosa probably, like in our interpretation, we would say Rosa probably has like anger issues, right? She takes it out on Maria, yada yada yada, all that shit. And that because of that happening, right, Maria views it as 2 separate people because it's like a comforting way for her to believe that Rosa is truly good and doesn't have that evil part of herself. It's to abstract that other part of Rosa onto a different individual. And by the same token here, she has done the same thing with that. So now, in this very game of episode 7 where they're saying who killed Beatrice, it's not killed the literal person that is playing that part, but who killed the image, who killed that second possibility, is my current understanding. It's just like Mariage Sorcière. That was where one person would be the creator and the other person would acknowledge those creations, thereby nurturing the illusion, which Rosa broke. I think Rosa broke both of these. It's gonna be my theory. The Golden Witch Beatrice was also created by one person and then nurtured when Maria acknowledged her. You mean even if you kill the acted character, that doesn't mean you've killed the kind person who's playing the part. Now, is this to imply that if I do believe it's Shannon, is this that Shannon literally is like split personality? Like, is that what we're getting to? And that could then explain, well no, but then it's weird because in episode 2 it was still the human Beatrice, right? We still view her as being like an actual person. That could be wrong, so I will say, like, all the time I'm bringing her up, it could be that the second Beatrice is not actually like a separate person. But if it is a separate person, then episode 2 still becomes weird, because then otherwise anytime Shannon was like talking to Beatrice, you could just say, oh, well, you know, it's like another part of her, right? And that's why they're being shown differently, because in reality, if you were like watching, it'd be like one person. I don't want to be rude, but if you've ever seen like movies or like someone with like a very bad, like, I want to say like schizophrenia, basically, like thinking that people are there or talking, it'd be the same thing as that, versus that person talking like, oh, blah, 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 and then all of a sudden acting as that person. Not simply just, it'd be like having a conversation as yourself, or with yourself, but every time you speak an opposite perspective, you literally take on like a different personality and voice, right? That's my understanding. You mean even if you kill the acted character, that doesn't mean you've killed the kind person who's playing the part. Even if Beatrice's vessel is lost, that isn't the same as Beatrice being killed. It's easier to understand if we use a telephone as an example. Let's say I call you on the phone. From my perspective during the call, the phone is you, in the sense that that is what I talk to. But in reality, it's obviously not. But what if I destroy the phone? Yeah, you didn't kill you, you just killed the thing that was linking me to you. But what if I destroy the phone? You can use a computer monitor as an example. I see. If you kill the phone, you won't be able to talk to me, but that doesn't mean that you've killed me. We know Maria once offered to let Beatrice possess her early on in their relationship. That clearly shows that Beatrice did not look like the portrait at the time. So if the person, that seems like a bit of a leap to me, but so if the person acting the part and the witch character they play are different people, we're talking about killing just the witch character itself. Is that even possible? Only the actor can kill the character, so that person had to have somehow, like, blown it up for Maria. In other words, the person who killed Beatrice is the person who played the part of Beatrice. You mean that's the person who played witches with Maria is the culprit sorry, I read that wrong. You mean that the person who played witches with Maria is the culprit Berncastle's talking about. That's it. But, as if this wasn't confusing enough, this chapel is now a world inside a cat box. The culprit is the cat, and there are now two cats existing at the same time, one alive and one dead. Confusing is right. I'm still lost, but keep going. You're saying that there are two culprits. Right. The person who can create and kill Beatrice, and the person who never gave birth to Beatrice in the first place, who can kill the entire concept of Beatrice. So let me sit with this for a second to understand this. So I think the person who can create and kill Beatrice is probably the person playing the part, and the person who never gave birth to Beatrice in the first place, who can kill the entire concept of Beatrice. Oh, I guess that's what they're saying when they're talking about a killer. Like, there are two culprits. The person who create and kill Beatrice, and the person who never gave birth to Beatrice in the first place, who can kill the entire concept of Beatrice. That sounds like you could have somebody that could somehow disprove magic to Maria, and the person who created Beatrice that could just kill. Now this sounds like Shannon and Rosa, right? The first one would be Shannon, the second one would be Rosa. Both of these people are here. Let me ask, is this Beatrice murder case, in this Beatrice murder case, who are the two culprits? Let's start with the dead cat. What does it mean when it says the dead cat? So like the personality that's dead? I think the dead cat would be this. One alive and one dead, so one alive, one dead. The only other thing is that you could say in the person who never gave birth to Beatrice and can kill the entire concept, you could also argue that's Battler. That's the only other thing I could think. This person I think is still Shannon. This could be Rosa / Battler. I guess it depends on the interpretation. Who is it? You. Oh. Wait, why? I was totally off base. Oh, is it because he's, or they are supposed to be a representation of somebody? I can understand how this could be. Okay, yeah, no, I get this. Because through Leon, it seems like this person is a key to help us disprove the fact that they don't believe any of the typical things about Beatrice, right? They don't believe in the Legend of the Witch. They don't believe, there's so many weird things that Leon doesn't ascribe to. But in some way, they might be used to actually destroy the idea of Beatrice entirely. You. What? Ugh. The logic is extremely simple. Your world is the only one where the witch Beatrice doesn't exist. And they didn't create her. I don't understand. Both Maria and Jessica told me stories about the witch Beatrice. However, when they talked about the ranking system at the dinner table, you weren't there. Yes, we picked that out. I wasn't there. Maria came to visit Rokkenjima with Rosa, and Rosa was sitting next to her. That's impossible. If you exist, then after Rosa comes you, then Jessica, then Maria. I want to make sure I understood that. I don't know if this really makes sense entirely though, because I thought he kind of said that they weren't following the family conference seating plan. Unless they were saying that they just cut out the rest of them, meaning that they didn't keep the empty space. I guess in that interpretation I get that, but normally the way I would understand that initial statement was that because the family wasn't there, they just weren't so uptight about the structure of how everybody was sitting. But, interesting. If you exist, then after Rosa comes you, then Jessica, then Maria. Yeah, so there's no way that she should have been next to. Yeah. Because there's a problem of a +1, right? If one of them was gone, it would be Leon, Jessica, Maria, which would put Jessica next to her. But obviously if Leon was there, it doesn't make sense. There should be 2 people between Rosa and Maria in rank. In that case, they should be across the table from each other and separated by 1 seat. It should be like diagonally to the right, basically. If we're viewing it as though you sit from left to right. I guess in Japan, maybe you go right to left, but you know what I mean. In other words, in the world where Leon exists, it's impossible for Maria to be sitting next to Rosa. It's the same in Jessica's story. If you're included in the ranking, then when looking down the table toward Kinzo's seat, you should be on the left side and Jessica should be on the right. After that comes George on the left and Angie on the right. Jessica and Angie will be sitting next to each other whether you're there or not. It's just it'll switch which side they're on, yep. However, which side of the table they're sitting on changes. In the world where Leon exists, Angie's seat is on Jessica's left. However, if Leon doesn't exist, then Angie's seat is on Jessica's right. And I picked that out because I paid attention. Every time someone talked about the witch Beatrice of 1986, they were all talking about a world where you don't exist. And in your world, there are no ghost stories about a witch. To you, Beatrice is either Kinzo's mistress or his benefactor, not a wandering ghost. The head loved Beatrice deeply, did he not? I can't imagine why she would be made into a ghost story. Exactly. If you exist, the witch Beatrice doesn't. Your existence kills Beatrice. Are you saying I'm the culprit who killed Beatrice? That's just crazy. How can I be the culprit if I don't even understand her and I've never met her? Flip it around. If you don't exist, Beatrice will be born. Flip it. Are you trying to say Beatrice and I are 2 sides of a coin? That's a good way to put it. That's it exactly. You're a coin and Beatrice is on the other side. I don't get it at all. At first, I didn't get your existence either, but I have formed a theory about you after hearing all this. The important fact is that you're 19. Yes, exactly. You're 19, the 19, and we pointed this out forever ago. This person... Wait, I think it might all make sense if it's Shannon. Because then the whole theory of everything is correct. The idea would be that if this person wasn't born, Beatrice would exist. The idea being that because Leon was born, Beatrice wasn't in this world. Oh my god, wait. It all makes sense. It all makes sense. It all clicks. I think I was right. I'm pretty sure that 67 Beatrice is Shannon's mom. And the reason why they said it would break everything is because Shannon didn't exist. She doesn't exist in this world. In this game, I don't think Shannon is real. That's my thinking, okay? You gotta let me cook here for a second. I don't know the mechanism. Again, I say this all the time. I don't know the mechanism, but we know there was a double counting thing that was happening with Shannon and with Cannon, right? They mentioned that in at the end of episode 6, they said even with you there's 17, meaning there was 16 people. We had 2 ways of fixing this theory. The way of fixing that theory was that if, like how they talked about in the duel, Shannon and Cannon were not counted as a full 1, but were counted as a half, then them combined you would have that. Or the alternative, that Cannon never existed to begin with, and Shannon was Cannon all along. And that there was just like, the only thing with that theory is that I don't really get is that I feel like there's times where we would have to say, like, is any time that Cannon was on scene was like a total lie and we were fabricated? But regardless, besides the point. I think the way that it makes sense is the idea that in this game board, right? Let's go with the second explanation, right? The second explanation that I just gave, that Shannon is canon. If we follow that explanation, right? In this world, the reason why it would break with Cannon showing up is because in this world, Beatrice, who is Shannon, in my theory, would have been born so in the regular timeline, Shannon gets born from 67 Beatrice. That's my current theory. However, in this alternate game world, Shannon doesn't get born. There's a representation of Shannon that we interact with, which is why Shannon doesn't know Leon when they talk in this game board, right? When they talk in the chapel very early on, they're like, oh, I don't know your name, right? But it's weird because I think Leon knows the name of the other servants. However, the reason why that all makes sense is because Leon gets born 19 years ago, 19 years old, right? Because Leon gets born with what he's saying, now I understand it with the thing that he said, side of the same coin. It's either Leon gets born or, in my theory, Shannon gets born. You have those two possibilities. So, the reason why he doesn't understand Shannon, the reason why all this shit doesn't line up, is because Leon gets born in this timeline, right? Wipes out the possibility of Beatrice existing. And the very fact that he is the one that exists, or I should say they are the one that exists, is the reason why Beatrice is killed. Because it's one or the other. In this world, Shannon isn't born. And the reason why I then argue that is because if we go back to the theory that I mentioned in episode 6, where Shannon all along was actually canon, there wasn't actually two people, there was only one. And if that's the theory, that the reason why Shannon could have escaped and could have saved Battler at the end of episode 6, which was the theory that I put forward, that because Shannon was canon, if we follow that exact theory, the same reason why this works is because there's no way that she could bring canon to meet Leon, because neither of them actually exist. She can only show herself as one or the other, because they're the same person. To put both of them together would not only break the idea of putting both of them in the same room together with outside observers, but it can only be one or the other. Leon and Shannon/canon can't exist at the same time if we view that canon is like, in the same way that canon is like or that we're saying like Black Witch with Rosa, you could say that canon is even like that with Shannon. Regardless, my whole point being, the reason why Leon's birth excludes the possibility of Beatrice existing is because, in my theory, Shannon is Beatrice. Shannon was born from 67 Beatrice. In this timeline, Leon was the one that was born from 67 Beatrice. It is not possible. Now, there is only one thing that I would be confused about, is I don't know why they could show a representation of Shannon, but then not of canon. That's the only thing that I don't really get, because like obviously Shannon, we would say, doesn't exist in this timeline. So if that's the case, it becomes weird to me why canon couldn't get brought up. The only other way that we could the only other way it would make sense is if we say that, no, because then that breaks episode 6 theory. The only other theory that I could say would like maybe make sense is that Canon and Shannon are actually siblings, right? And that they were both children of 67 Beatrice. But then we have to like, I don't know, there's a lot of like fudging the story that I've weaved up to this point that makes everything fit, if that is the case. I think it fits more cleanly if one of them is like an alter ego of the other, and just with everything in the game, and especially at the end of episode 6 with Canon losing and Shannon winning, I'm more favorable to believe that Shannon is the one that actually exists. So if we're in that world where one doesn't exist and the other does, the only other like third way that we could make it fit is that they both do exist. But I guess, sorry, I'm kind of rambling here, not really making much sense. My whole point being that I'm a little bit confused about is that at the point in this game, I just don't see why presenting canon would cause a break in like the fabric of everything. Because to me, it should be very well that like Shannon showing up at all would break everything. The only other thing that I think would maybe make sense that could fit the Leon theory, but then breaks the explanation that I gave at the end of episode 6, is that Shannon and Canon actually are separate people, but they were twins of 67 Beatrice. 67 Beatrice had 2 kids, and because of that, the reason why is because it can be one or the other, right? Because if Leon was one of the twins, and then the other was, let's say, Shannon, you can't have all 3 of them in the same place at once, because having all 3 of them in the same place at once would break it. It's not possible. It's only 2 of the 3 ever. And it seems like every time that we played the game, it's just been Shannon and Canon. The only thing that weirds me out about that is that it breaks my episode 6 theory. So it's sort of like, I get to pick one or the other, because in the episode 6 theory, then Canon and Shannon would have to exist. I guess, there is some possibility that the theory could still work in episode 6. It would just have to be more what I was talking about is like a semantic distinction, where it would have to be like the fucking around with their names, like maybe they share a last name, you know, like something like that. Because I had said in episode 6 that it's really weird that maybe they could do it because we don't know their last names. We keep getting these like pseudonyms, like maybe they actually like share a part of their name, and so that they could act as each other. The only problem is that when we say Shannon and Canon, usually we're referring to an individual. So I just don't, because they bring up the idea that like, what if Canon's name was actually George, like his real name, but then they bring up the red statement that says like, you know, the name can only apply to one person. And that's the only thing where I started to say like, maybe there's not actually 2 people, maybe one of them doesn't exist and maybe there's just one. Because when Shannon Because then when you say like the name refers to one person, well then in that same thing, saying Canon or Shannon doesn't actually mean anything. It actually is referring to one person if one of them was a fabrication of the other, if that makes sense. Because then you are referring to the same person. However, now we're in a weird like damned if you do, damned if you don't, or like I lose one theory in favor of the other when we're talking very specifically about this game. If we're to say that 67 Beatrice had, because again, the only thing that weirds me out, right, is like, let me word this, let me calm down a bit. There's a weird thing here that is sort of not clicking. What I mean by what's not clicking is that you would think that Shannon existing at all, let's say that 67 Beatrice had only one kid, right? If 67 Beatrice only had one kid, the presence of Shannon or Canon in the same room with Leon should break it. But then she has that whole meltdown when, I think it's Will asks to bring Canon over, right? But then the only question becomes, why would that cause a breakdown, but this wouldn't? Because if we're going through the theory that 67 Beatrice had a kid, if it was only one kid, there's no reason why adding Canon to the picture should break it. It should already be broken with Shannon and Leon being in the same room. So then you move to the theory, okay, maybe she had two kids. So then the idea would be that in the base game, it was Shannon and Canon, and in this game board that we're being presented, it was Leon and Shannon. That's why it didn't break. Because Canon only greeted Will. I don't think Canon ever spoke to Thing before that. Maybe I'm wrong. Regardless, it wouldn't really matter. The idea would be that at any given time, you can only have two of the three exist. Because if you're thinking about like a pool of people that could be selected from to be that Beatrice's kid, which is also kind of funny that this Leon character, that they have gold hair or blonde hair, not really the same kind of color. Regardless, that's the only thing that makes me think that the episode 6 theory is a little bit wrong, is that the only way the episode 6 theory works is if Shannon and Canon are the same person. Whether that is that one of them doesn't actually exist the whole time, or whether it's that like Shannon, I'll just use Shannon as the base, let's just say Shannon as like the first one. If we follow that theory, the only way it would make sense is if Shannon is also Canon at the same time, meaning that like Canon doesn't exist. I guess you could view it either way, it doesn't particularly matter. Either way, we're saying they're like the same person. Either they somehow... The problem is that the same person thing, it's either that one of them never existed to begin with and we're being fabricated in the game, or one of them is acting as the other throughout the course of the game, right? Like, those are the two options I can see in my head. And if I follow the second option, which makes more sense to me, I feel like the not existing thing is like a little bit hard to bite. Then the only thing becomes, how is it that we have scenes where Shannon and Canon are together, right? We have like the dining scene in episode 5 where they're both together. It seems really weird. How do we square that circle? We're losing some theory no matter what. There's something that's going on. I feel like there had to be two kids for 67 Beatrice, because I don't see how the game would break by bringing Canon into the room to talk with Leon as well. I just don't get that. I don't want to spin tires. I think we're all on the same page at this point if you've been following me. My whole point being, I'm a little bit confused. I think that the way that this game board has been set up is that it's either Beatrice, whoever created Beatrice, in my mind Shannon, or it's Leon that gets born. Now, what they're saying is that in the game, it's either Leon exists or Beatrice exists, and Leon's existence stops the ability for Thing to exist. The reason why I'm picking up so much on this is the fact that Will even says here the important fact is that Leon is 19 years old, because we have a pretty big suspicion that Beatrice is also 19 years old from everything that we got talked about in the game. The fact that there's a 19-year gap between 67 and 86 also further implies to me the birth by 67 Beatrice of being the next kid. Then, the only problem that we start to arise is now the dilemma that I just mentioned. We have a dilemma of, if my theory is true from before, that Canon and Shannon, like one of them either doesn't exist, we'll say that Canon doesn't exist, and that every time, like maybe it was just like a fabrication the entire time, like Canon never existed at all. We have that theory. Like that could maybe work. There'd be a lot of heavy lifting about how the game was presented info to us. It would be that Canon had like never existed to begin with, and every time that the game had presented info to us where Canon was on screen, we would have to then doubt if it actually happened. Then we would say like, how do some of the Twilights make sense? Because Canon dies in like in one of the Twilights in the first episode. So how do the Twilights match up? I guess you could just say that it was totally a fabrication of the game and the game presented it towards us. Could also explain why Canon has like that weird like sleeper cell killer moment in like episode 2 or 3. I don't remember which one it is, one of those two. That could maybe explain it, that like it's all fake because any scene that Canon is shown is like not really real. Like, okay, we can go with that. But then if that's the case, it seems weird that bringing canon into this scene would matter at all, because if canon never existed, why would it matter if we show him? I think the reality is that if both of them existed, I just don't understand how they could exist as separate people and have my theory about episode 6 still be correct. The only way that that could happen is if it's some fuckery to do with their names meaning Canon and Shannon, that there's something to do with the fact that they were given as, like, as pseudonyms, right? Like, we know it's not their real name. That if that's the case, the problem is I feel like there's just, like, a last piece that's, like, not clicking. Like, there's, like, something that doesn't make sense, because let's say that we go with now, like, a new option. Not that one of them didn't exist, and not that the other was acting as both throughout the whole game, but if they both actually did exist, because that's kind of the only option that clicks for this exact setting that we got shown here, with, like, Shannon freaking out. And that's where I get back to the point where I mentioned, you know, it's 2 of the 3, you know, it's 2 of the twins, blah, blah, blah. Then the only thing that's odd about this is how would episode... it would just have to be there's some semantics with episode 6 regardless. My whole point being, I think Leon in this game is supposed to be the daughter. They're supposed to be the child of Beatrice. And because of them being the child of Beatrice in 67, you then have a discrepancy, because in our normal timeline, it would have been Shannon, or potentially Shannon and Canon, I guess, again, depending on how things play out. It would have been either one of them, because that one of them is both of them, or it would have been 2 of them. And that the reason why Shannon had her freak out at the start of this episode was because placing all 3 of them in the spot at the same time doesn't make sense. It can only be at a max of 2. There we go, I'm going to stop looping. Let's continue. The important fact is that you're 19 years old. I don't remember telling you my age, but you got it right. How? Jessica said you were already the student council vice president when she started, and that you became the president the next year. That means you're 1 year older than Jessica. Jessica's 18, yep. Because we know that Jessica and Battler are the same age. I see. And what sort of theory can you make now that you know I'm 19? Please confirm the 67. You aren't Ushiro Natsui's child. That's the theory. Yes! Yes! Tell me I'm right! How rude. I don't know what game you're playing, but I demand that you take back that slanderous insult to both me and my mother. Now the only thing is... Well, no, because we already talked about this in the past, that the reason why the person could fake the whole Natsui thing was because of the whole being presented to Natsui and being rejected. Right? Why are you the successor to the headship instead of Kraus? I will succeed the headship when I come of age. When I have a kid, I'll probably pass the title down to them when they come of age. Then why didn't Kinzo give the headship to Kraus when he came of age? You heard what our head said. He was used by the cunning elders of the Ushirimiya family and suffered much. What? That's why he decided that only young people should inherit the headship from now. In the world without you in it, the silver ring for the successors to the headship doesn't even exist. The silver ring on your finger proves that Kinzo has a strong desire to see that you become the next head, a desire which does not manifest in any other world. I can't deny that you have a good point there. The head always seemed to adore me particularly. I was told from a young age that I would succeed the headship at once when I became an adult, and that it was very important for me to keep up with my studies in preparation for that day. Now the question becomes... I mentioned this before, and I still buy this theory that I think that Leon is supposed to be a representation of who we're trying to, like, find. I think I said that already. Because it makes sense now, too, with, like, the whole mentioning of being 19 years old and blah, 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 with Shannon, that it's, like, you know, it starts to line up that, like... But yeah, I don't know. Again, it still feels like something stinks here, and I can't really sniff out what it is. But I don't think my father was any less talented. Why did grandfather skip over him and make me the successor? I've thought it strange from time to time, but since it's always been that way, I've never said so aloud. Do you know why Kinzo wanted you and not Kraus to become the next head? How could I know? The reason was that this person would be the next descendant of Beatrice, right? If 67 Beatrice was the parent, this was my theory all along. Started taking a drink. That would be why they wanted them to succeed, because it would, 1, be able to keep Beatrice in the family. Well, Leon in this case isn't. You know, I'm referring to the real timeline. Regardless, I think Will's gonna say what I'm thinking. How can I know? Are you trying to tell me to stop ignoring the heart again? Tell me, what deduction can you make about how the head's heart works? All I'm saying is... Oh my... Guys, are you watching the Will POV? Is this whole stream just the Will POV? Has it been the Will POV the entire time? Maybe it wasn't me playing the game the whole time. You've just been watching Will play the game the whole time. It's because you're the child of Kinzo and Beatrice. Well done. Hehehehe. Dude, Kinzo is such a sick fuck, bro. You fucked your own daughter, you sick fuck. Oh my god. There was a crisp applause and a mocking laugh. So they were implying what I thought they were. Burn Castle. That was faster than I expected. I thought you'd let me play a bit longer. Burn Castle appeared sitting on the altar, almost as though it had become her own personal chair. When did you realize that Leon shared Beatrice's blood? I don't know, I looked at his hair. I looked at their hair and I was like, wow, it kind of looks like Beatrice's. Me in the first episode, by the way. As soon as I realized that Leon was 19, it was the same number as the baby from 19 years ago, that hint which appeared in the 5th game. Didn't that baby fall off a cliff? It did, but it doesn't mean it died. Leon is the baby who was accepted by Natsui and didn't fall off the cliff. In other words, if Natsui rejects the baby, Leon doesn't exist. Ooh. That's a different explanation than what I thought. My thinking was that that kid was Shannon all along. Maybe not Will POV. You're saying I'm not Mom's child. That's insane. You say that, but you don't look too sure. Hehehehe. That's right. Ushiramiya Leon, is not Natsui's child. This is the grown-up version of the baby Kinzo got from somewhere. Fuck, man, really? I'm fucking cooked, I'm wrong. Guys, it's not Will POV. I've never been so hyped up, and then, not somewhere. Leon clearly shares Beatrice's blood. The proof is the silver ring, which is only ever given to Leon across all the many worlds. Why does the ring prove that I share Beatrice's blood? Well, because she had a golden ring, right? In all the many worlds, you are the only one who's given it. That means that in all worlds, you are the most important person to Kinzo, second only to Beatrice, because you're the silver to her gold. And his love for you is far greater than it is for his son, Kraus, or his granddaughter, Jessica. And you are 19 years old. In other words, if we look back to see what happened 19 years ago, we are led to one theory. No, my Shannon theory is in fucking shambles right now. Stop this. 19 years ago. Well, no, because this means in the other worlds, like, I mean, there has to still be that somebody, right? 19 years ago. What's supposed to have happened at the time I was born? You heard it too, didn't you? Today, even. Will was with you. You don't mean Aunt Rose's story? That's right. Rose's story came out in the 3rd game, and when the age of the baby in the 5th game matched the data certain... Wait, pause. Rose's story? Oh, they're talking about Rosa meeting... Okay, yeah, sorry. I was like, excuse me? What the fuck do you mean, Rosa? But they mean Rosa meeting... Yeah. Rosa's story came out in the 3rd game, and when the age of the baby in the 5th game matched that data certain theory became possible. Yeah, I made that theory. Okay, we're back on Will POV. The train's back, like, here, we're back on track. The fact that Kinzo brought a baby from somewhere and tried to add it to his family proves that the baby was somewhat important to him, or somehow important, of course, yeah. I'm the Kuwadorian Beatrice's... Dude, Kinzo is such a sick fuck! I felt bad for you, you fuck! I felt bad for you earlier in this episode, you sick fucking bastard. I'm the Kuwadorian Beatrice's child. The Kuwadorian Beatrice was the daughter of the Oh my god, he fucked his own daughter, you sick fuck! But Kinzo didn't. Oh my god, he thought of it as a continuation. Oh my god, it was implying that. He believed she was the same person, Beatrice reborn. When the reincarnation reached the same age as the first Beatrice and truly looked like Beatrice's double, Kinzo made a tear. Yeah, he fucked his own daughter, for fuck's sake. I don't want to hear it. Yeah, me neither, bro. That's how it is. Kinzo got Beatrice pregnant with Beatrice, and then he got that Beatrice pregnant with you. So, you're both Kinzo's child and Beatrice's grandchild. If we can consider Kinzo's heart, this is the inevitable theory we reach for explaining why he treated you so specially. He regretted his mistake so badly that he attempted to have you formally accepted into the Ushiramiya family as a descendant. Oh my god, he's an incest baby. In almost all cases, Natsui's pride is brutally hurt and she refuses to raise you. Because of that, you almost always fall from the cliff and disappear. But after disappearing, we don't know. Like, that kid still could be present in the story. What? I was told that after their marriage, I was born after much hardship, and Jessica was born the next year. If you really never suspected that Natsui was your mother, you should thank her this world. The reason you never realized that truth is because she's shown as much affection for you as she did for Jessica. Yo, shout out to Natsui for being a good fucking mom. Hopefully, unless something comes out. There's no need to thank her. After all, it took a staggering amount of effort just to find a fragment with you in it. So, she's saying that mathematically speaking, you know, she doesn't. She don't give a fuck about you. She'd gaff about you. Or more like, sid gaff. Mathematically speaking, there's actually a 2578916 out of 2578917 chance of her refusing you. I mean, it's small, but only like 1 out of like 2.5 million? I mean, come on. You should probably be thanking me for creating this miracle, not Natsui. Enough with your stupid probability games. Oh, I'm sorry. No matter whose blood you bear, that doesn't change the debt you owe to the family that raised you. I realize that. Still, I would like some time to calm down and think things through. That is, if you'll do me the kindness of not ignoring my heart. Sure. Leon took a deep breath and looked upwards. Anyone would be shocked to find that their parents weren't who they believed them to be. But all the same, Leon, you're allowed to feel grateful. Grateful to the family who raised you and met your every need. It is pretty interesting. Hard to believe that the Golden Witch Beatrice might have lived such an ordinary life, even at absurdly low probabilities. Isn't it? I don't know, I feel like this isn't the full story. I feel like there's some fuckery going on here. I still think that Beatrice, whoever the person of the game is, has to be the same as Leon. We know that Leon doesn't exist. That baby didn't just like evaporate. I know they're trying to say that as though, oh, you're like if Natsui accepted the kid. I don't know. Because how did the person make the call in episode 5? Right? There still had to be someone that could have fit that thing, and then the mention of like the voice being kind of like androgynous enough that she couldn't tell. I don't know. Isn't it? I think moments like this are hilarious. Will had said it plainly. Ushirimiya Leon is how the Golden Witch Beatrice appears in a different world. The baby Natsui rejected 19 years previous. If she accepts that child, this is the future that results. However, if she does not accept it, a witch is born. Exactly, yeah. Oh no, he got Thanos snapped. The baby whose birth was not celebrated becomes a witch. Leon is a dead cat. However, Leon's existence has nothing to do with what you're interested in, the rokkenjima serial murders. In other words, Leon is the cat that disappears when you open the cat box. Heh, exactly. Leon is just a disappearing cat. But this was a pretty entertaining diversion, don't you think? No, because it's supposed to mention what's actually happening. You're the only one who finds it entertaining. If I wasn't trapped in here, I wouldn't have bothered to reason this out. I think I know why I was chosen to be your partner in this strange detective game. It seems this Burncastle witch enjoys toying with people's fates and making a mockery of them. Wow, incredible. It's rare for someone to understand me the same day they meet me. Apparently I become something that's called a witch in another world. And apparently I'm the cause of this sort of crime, of some sort of crime. Is that my sin to bear? Of course it isn't. You are you. How things would be if the coin were flipped the other way shouldn't matter a bit. That's a fair point to say. Can't really complain about or like feel bad about the other many possible worlds. You can only really operate in the world that you exist in, you know? Thank you. Even so, to be told that I caused some sort of trouble in a world of a different fate, I don't think anyone would be pleased to hear that. Please, tell me. What do I do in that other world? Burncastle? You have the fragments. Why not show them? I have to pee really bad. Will opened his hand and something that looked like a pale blue glowing shard of crystal appeared there. It contained the memories, no, the records of all games so far. Touch this. You'll be able to see your fate in other worlds. I'll be happier not touching it, is what your face is telling me. Of course. I'm sure you guessed this, but it isn't pretty. Even so, even if it is another world, it's still about me. You have both the right to know and the right to not know. Or not to know. If you can convince yourself that's what you're seeing, or that what you're seeing is a person similar yet different from you, that it is not you but someone else, then go ahead and touch it. You want to know, don't you? About the path that fate could have chosen for you. I ask this as your partner. Would you show them to me, or that to me? As your partner, I'd say look. But as a friend, I'd say don't. Unfortunately, I'm not your friend. Then as a partner, I have one last question. What? Are you a man or a woman? Okay, I didn't want to be the one to say this. I think the reason why Leon has been shown as agendered, or they have not given a gender, is important. If Leon says they're a woman, I'm even more convinced. Wow, that came out of nowhere. I could see you as a fairly slender boy, but then again I could also see you as a no-nonsense sort of girl. Even Burncastle has been intentionally keeping it a secret, yes. She may just call you the future heir all the time instead of big brother or big sister. Hehehe, you are quick. I mean, it was sort of obvious. People often ask me about my gender. It became quite frustrating, so I always give them the same response. Which do you think I look like? Honestly, if I saw you the first time, I would think that you were like a slender girl. And the fact that you have a brooch, you know, the brooch seems to only be given to women. In the 5th game, you're treated as a man, but in the countless other games, you're thought of as a woman. In the 6th game, when Ushirimiya Battler was the master, 2 demons of different sexes appeared, but we didn't know which was which, referencing this again. In fact, strictly speaking, it started all the way back in the very first game. Your gender is one of the hidden mysteries that exist outside the games themselves. In the 5th game, you're treated as a man, but in countless other games, you're thought of as a woman. What does that mean in the 5th game? Because I get the idea of so in many other games, you're thought of as a woman. What was different about the 5th game? 2 demons of different sexes appeared, but we didn't know which was which. Referencing this again. In fact, strictly speaking, it started all the way back in the very first game. Your gender is one of the hidden mysteries that exists outside the games themselves. This sounds like it might be that the initial theory I had about one of them not existing, Shannon or Canon that is, that maybe it's something that changes depending by the game? Because the fact that they say, because they're referencing Leon, but what they're saying, I think more so, saying your gender is one of the hidden mysteries that exists outside the games themselves. I think the point being, if we're going with that first theory of one of them not existing, is which of them, because they're saying in the 5th game you're treated as a man. I don't know, I'd have to think, what about it was about the 5th game was so different? The 5th game was like a rather uneventful game for the most part. The only way I can view this is though they're saying that a person who, to me it feels like it's referencing Shannon and Canon. If we're to follow what was brought up earlier, right, that you would think what they're saying is, if we go by the idea that one of them is like, how do I word this? You would think that the entire point of this is that in any given game that we follow, it's either one or the other, right? It's either in this game we have either, how do I word this? We have either Shannon or we have Canon, right? We don't have both. The only thing I can think, it has to be that first theory. The only thing that I don't understand about it is I just don't, ow, my nose just hurt out of nowhere. The only thing I don't understand about it is, again, like, because in the 5th game you're treated as a man. What happened in the 5th game? Like, where's my fucking, my Firefox? What happened in the 5th game? I need to go to my channel. Oh wait, let me open the other browser, it's way easier. Let me close. I don't even know why I have this one open. If we go to the 5th game, that was mainly the Natsui game, right? That was the one with Lambda Delta and with Thing. Yeah, I mean, I think it has to be what I said earlier. Again, the only thing that I get weirded out about is I don't... I guess by the same token, if Leon is supposed to be one person, that if that person is shown as... Because this would be the idea, right? Because when you're reading this statement, the way this reads to me is that you're treated as a man, but in countless others you're thought of as a woman. To me, this sounds like you're picking, in each episode, Shannon or Canon, right? There's no knowing which is which. And then, the reason why in this game we have Leon, who's supposed to be a little bit of like a mix of the two, by the mix of the two I mean a mix of two genders, that then it's kind of implying that like you can't have both Canon and Shannon in the same place. It's just one or the other. Huh. However, the demons in the 5th game, or in the 6th game when he mentions it here, when we looked, we saw, I think if you were to follow the thing, Leon would be no gendered, or they would be both, I guess, depending on how you would want to view it. And that's because they are both. they're the timeline where you're not picking between it being Shannon or it being canon. You're picking both. Because I think the way that this is being said is that if Leon is the kid that grew up, it's not that I'm wrong. Shannon is, or I've been saying Shannon as the base character. I guess like now with this info, it could be both. The idea would be that that kid could grow up to become Shannon or canon. I guess the thing that's weird to me is I don't understand how they could. I need to hear what the explanation would be so that Canon and Shannon could be present in some scenes together, because that's the only thing that's like been holding me up on believing this, because the idea of one of them not existing at all in certain games has been an idea that's like very obvious. Like, it feels like it would make sense. It's one of the only ways that we've been doing like a Sixth Sense fucking Bruce Willis lying to us thing. But the only thing that's weird about that is it feels like it breaks some of the episodes. And the fact that here, they specifically single out and they say, in the 5th game, you're treated as a man, but in countless other games, you're thought of as a woman. It's not so much like the conclusion to me seems kind of obvious. They're saying that whoever the baby is, you have this timeline where Natsui accepts the kid, and that kid becomes Leon. Or you have the alternate world where the baby is rejected, aka most worlds, where that kid goes off probably to the, is it the Gospel House? I think it's the Gospel House because I always call it the Heritage House. They get sent off to the Gospel House and they eventually come back, in my view, as a servant of the main house, because it's another similar way for Kinzo to keep the kid close to the family, the sick fuck that he is. But now it seems like there's also another branching point where it's not that that kid is always one or the other, like, because the initial way that I had phrased it was though it was always Shannon, and that Canon was like a figment. Either Canon like didn't exist, or Canon, anytime we saw Canon, it was actually Shannon like acting as Canon. The only thing that I get wonked out about with that is that the way that this game is describing is that it sounds like at the outset of the game, in one of the fragments, we get like one of them gets picked to be like one or the other, right? Which in the 5th game you're treated as a man. I guess the meaning of that could be that in the 5th game, because the only big thing in the 5th game was the call, right? Sorry, my notes is itchy. It was the call to Natsui. So in that you could say, and Canon does have an androgynous voice, so I guess maybe they're trying to insinuate that in the 5th game, Canon was the one that was alive. And in every other one it's been Shannon. Because then the theory still holds that I had initially in episode 6 that Shannon was canon, and that's how it happened. But now it's not literally that... Now it's not literally that they are different people and they share a similar characteristic as a part of their name, but rather the way the game is being presented is horseshit. Because it's one or the other exists depending on the game. So in the 5th game, Shannon didn't exist. In the 5th game... in the 5th game, Shannon didn't exist. It was actually just canon. We were being lied to if we saw Shannon. And in every other one, doesn't that mean that in all of episode 2, like the whole thing was just a farce? Because then it doesn't even matter with the human Beatrice. The scenes of her punishing... Again, I'm still hung up on the human Beatrice. I'm sure there's an explanation for it that we'll either get to or will become clear the more we play. But this is my current understanding, is they're saying that it's not that 67 Beatrice had twins. We made this theory already that, you know, my theory was that Shannon was the kid. And that is kind of true if I believe what this is being said. It's just that it's not technically always true, because it's not that she had twins and she had Shannon and Canon. It's that she had one or the other. She either had Shannon, what it seems like in most timelines, or she had Canon. Now, those are only in the timelines, though, where Natsui... See, this is the weird thing, is, again, it's sort of like a post hoc reasoning, because those are only in the timelines where Natsui does not accept the kid. If Natsui accepts the kid, then it becomes Leon. Otherwise, it's Shannon or Canon. In most games, it's Shannon. In the 5th game, it was Canon. That's my current understanding. Now, the only thing that I need to know is how much of what has been presented to me was horseshit. Because now that also means that, like, one, poor Jessica. Jessica's just been getting the raw deal and all this. She's fallen in love with someone that don't fucking exist. But then this comes down to, like, is it that somebody is playing the part of Canon? Like, is Shannon, in this case, again, to use her as, like, the base to describe this, does that mean that somebody is, or that Shannon is posing as Canon at the same time? Or it could just be that this is all, like, a perspective meme, you know? We've had multiple times talking about magic, how anytime magic is shown to us, that could have been magic, we just weren't aware of it, right? You just didn't have so much window dressing on top of it for us to obviously say, like, oh, that was obviously magic. That's gonna be my current understanding of it. I don't think there was ever two separate people. That's why the count is wrong. And that also fixes the thing that we were talking about the hanging 1/5, that if we were to count the servants as furniture, specifically Genji plus the 2, now it would make sense, even if you were to count Kumasawa and Genji as furniture, right? Which you wouldn't. I think in reality, we had this thing like, oh, what was the counting error? Because if we have Genji, Cannon, and Shannon all counting as 1/2, we still have a hanging 5th that doesn't make sense. But now we would just say it was never actually in reference to Genji. You would say that Genji was probably saying he was furniture in the literal sense, like, that we probably thought of all the servants for the whole game, that he was just saying that in the idea that, like, oh yes, like, I serve the family. But the reason why the count was off, and it wasn't because, like, the 2 halves added to one whole, it's because it was one or the other, depending on the episode. I think that solves the episode 6 mystery, too, which I think I got the right answer with the wrong explanation. I think I didn't have, this is like, I think I joked about this earlier in the game, that you can get, like, it's like a math question where, like, you write down a number and somehow, like, you got the answer to the equation right, but you didn't show your work at all, and it's like, well, how the fuck does that make sense? So I think that's how it works, is that Shannon and Cannon, it's not that they're the same person. I guess you could kind of view it that way, but it's like, think about it like a coin, right? Technically, this is like a 3-sided die, if you really want to view it that way. Because you have the one side where Natsui accepts the kid, it becomes Leon. Then you have the other world, which is the overwhelming vast majorities of worlds, where Leon is not accepted, and you have one of Shannon or Cannon, and then even in those 2 worlds, it seems like it's much more likely that it's Shannon. So then what that would mean is that in all the prior games, we are actually having bullshit shown to us. That anytime magic is shown to us, we obviously said, oh, the magic is bullshit, it makes sense. In reality, there was more bullshit that was being shown to us, which was that Shannon and Cannon exist as, like, distinct entities. They're not. It's one or the other. Maybe one is like a fabrication of the other. You know, what I mean by that is what I said earlier, that, like, Shannon plays the part of Cannon, or Cannon plays the part of Shannon, depending on the episode. But it seems like overwhelmingly Shannon is the one. I'm sorry for spinning my tires, because I'm trying to make all the things. I like to try and put this together before it's told to you, and I'm proud that I put some of it together, but I think this is the last part that makes sense. And I would wager that Leon's gender would be the exact same way as Shannon and Cannon's would be, right? This person is probably a girl. Also, given the brooch, not having a tie. To be fair, Jessica has a tie, though, so you can't necessarily say that's true. But, like, all the women have brooches. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I think it follows. So I imagine that in most timelines, Leon is probably a girl, but there is a potential that Leon could be a boy, because the same way that the kid that ends up showing up on the island could be Shannon or Cannon, who is Beatrice. In most timelines, it's Shannon. Does that mean that my goat, Battler, does this mean Battler is bisexual? Because there's a timeline where... Well, actually, no, because it could have been unrequited. The person had love for Battler, but it doesn't necessarily mean that he was in love with them, although he does fall in love with them. So episode 5, Battler. Okay, I see you, my boy. You're a switch hitter. Regardless, let's continue. I think I spun my wheels long enough to arrive at the conclusion. I think this may be a 4-part stream, because this is like, these are getting like longer, aka I'm wasting more time in each of them. So I might do the end of this chapter in the next one, and then we'll call it. We'll see. I'll see how I feel. Depends on what is put before me. Because it also depends how long the rest of it is, but regardless. I think we follow. Having to say it straight out frustrates me, so I won't give you an answer. We're partners, right? Does it really matter if I'm not the gender you'd prefer? You're right. If we're working together on this, I don't care what your gender is. Thank you. I find a bit of a complex about it, so your words are very gratifying. I'm all for gender equality. If someone's a waste of space, I'll smack them no matter who they are. And of course, I'll pinch rude people no matter which gender they are. Why are you pinching him, bro? He's been nice. Slowly, Leon reached out and touched the fragment. Suh. A moment later, Leon seemed to undergo a violent bout of dizziness and silently slumped over like a puppet with its strings cut. It was no surprise. When people who don't understand parallel universes have many different fates jammed into their heads, they tend to feel like their heads are swelling and their sense of self is melting away. Leon, I always say Leon because of the first time, Leon seemed to have lost consciousness. I have to pee so bad. I hope we get to a pause soon. So Leon had what it took to learn everything. A perfect piece to be your partner, wouldn't you say? I'll continue my reasoning. I've talked about the dead cat. Very true. Next up is the living. Well, it's good in this case now. I thought it was strictly Shannon. It seems it could be either of them. I will still say Shannon for the most part. Next up is the living cat. The only one who can kill Beatrice of 1986 is the one who created her. There were tons of hints. If you think about it, they've been coming since back when Beatrice was running the games. That's true. In the fourth game between Beatrice and Battler, Beatrice's origin became clear, and at that point I learned who Beatrice was, and I understood that person's heart. What do you mean by heart? The reason for committing the crime. The reason that Beatrice had to gamble her own fate in the commission of a game-like crime on October 5th, 1986. The motive. My initial wording of this was that they could not withstand the love of both. The love they had for Battler, which got abstracted onto Beatrice, which in this case now we would say is actually like a separate part of them, not so much that it is a separate entity. That they had a love for Battler that they had to abstract onto a different part, right? And then they had themselves, who was their actual person, and that the return of Battler was like this turmoil where they had to reconcile the life they had led since that point, because in this world it also even makes sense a little bit, because Shannon would have been in love with George. She would have been engaged, right? Or about to be. That now you had like two double lives that you were living. You had like the love that you now have for George, and you had the love that you once had returning to your doorstep. And maybe you thought that Battler was never going to return. Maybe you thought he was gone for good. And then both of them coming together at the same time is like a terrible fusion of a world that you didn't really want to accept. You didn't want to have to deal with this. Now again, I will still hold my ground with my flag planted in the sand, that I don't necessarily think that this Beatrice of 1986 is necessarily the killer in every games, although I'm now starting to have more of a belief that they were potentially more guilty. I still want answers for Rosa. I still think Rosa was doing shit. But I digress. Also, what song is this? This is a good song. Fall. It's very pretty. I love piano music, so. Impressive. So you'd figured out the who done it and the why done it by the end of the fourth game. Then what about the how done it? Once you know who the culprit is, theorizing about the how done it isn't impossible. Those linked locked rooms in the third game were so skillfully done, I felt like clapping. And what about the riddle at the end of the fourth game? Who am I? The culprit, who can kill you for certain at the stroke of midnight on October 5th, no matter where you are. It was possible to form a certain kind of hypothesis at the moment the question was asked. You might call that the other treasure of the Golden Land. The culprit who can kill you for certain at the stroke of midnight on October 5th, no matter where you are. It was possible to form a certain kind of hypothesis at the moment that question was asked. Because the idea is you could either leave the identity of Beatrice behind no matter what, or you would be dead, unless they're in reference to Battler. I'm not really sure what that's a very odd way to phrase that. Oh. So you say that by the fourth game, in other words, with just Beatrice's games, you managed to reach all of the answers. It's possible. Yeah, this was not Will POV, by the way. Lambda Delta and Battler's games after that were just an extra helping of hints, as is this game of yours. In that case, why don't you stop beating around the bush and just tell me, who is the culprit? He's gonna go, I don't want to tell you. Come on, show me the money. At that moment, though there hadn't been anyone but them in the chapel, quiet footsteps rang out. That silhouetted figure slowly walked up to Will and Berncastle and gave a small bow. So you've come. Did you call this person here? Yeah. Who done it? How done it? And why done it? I understand this person's motive. Come on, please. I'm like shaking in excitement. And you're gonna give up. And are you going to give up just because he's found out your motive? There's no concrete evidence, right? You could make a flashy fight out of it with red and blue. That's not what they want anymore. That person nodded slightly. Their wish was for someone to realize. Now that this had happened, they had no intention of engaging in trivial excuses or pointless word games. I believe that I understand your motive, your heart. I'm going to talk about it now. I called you here, please say it, to listen. And correct me if I've gotten anything wrong. Come on, say the fucking name, man. I'm getting cucked. I mean, I know who it is in my heart, but the two of them nodded to each other once more. I found the message you put into your 4 games. And through 3 games with different masters, I pictured the strange sort of fate that must have toyed with your life. I was left speechless. In every game, you die without revealing that truth to anyone. Yeah, because either you die at the end of the game, right? Or you get killed. Having you confess in this empty chapel might be pointless. However, even so, I believe it will bring you some measure of salvation. People are only saved when someone understands them. It's time someone forgave this pitiable witch, who went years after her death without being understood, and whose life ended before the one man she wanted to understand her could do so. Man, this actually, at the end of the 5th game, Battler finally understood. However, it took him so long that he didn't make it in time. So even though she is alive here and now, Battler cannot save her. That's why he's absent from Beatrice's funeral. He won't come. He won't make it in time. This is Beatrice's funeral. You will confess. Say the name, please. The Divine Master will hear. And I will forgive you. That's supposed to be Battler's job, but he didn't make it in time. So you'll have to settle for me. Beato gave out so many hints, too. Lambda also gave that bonehead Battler a ton of hints. And his response, that game of repentance, that was hilarious as well. But I won't be making anyone laugh. I'll just indifferently carry out your funeral. No more talking from you. That's my job. If you're ready, let's begin. No one will rush you. Burncastle is closed off time for eternity until your funeral ends. You have endless time to prepare yourself emotionally. The shadowy figure slowly shook its head. It had come here because it was already ready. Will nodded to show he understood. Then the two of them looked into Burncastle's eyes, and Will spoke out clearly. Here's the culprit. Cinema. Has to be Shannon, right? Or Canon. I mean, I guess it could be either, but it's Shannon, right? You fucker, you fucker. I'm gonna cry. I have to pee so bad. I need to see what the title of this episode is, or chapter, because if this episode, or fuck, if this chapter... You don't need to turn on the stage lights, bro. I'm already center stage. I mean, come on. You know me. What the fuck is this? This looks like the one theater hall. I guess it's an opera hall. Ooh, hello. Hello, excuse me, who are you? Okay, I'm gonna go pee real quick. You can enjoy the nice music. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Now, the only thing I will say, I was thinking about this, is that if this is, what do you call it? How do I word this? I think there's some possibility. Well, no, I think they will tell us. So I'm just thinking here, like, will they tell us straight up who it is? But at the same time, I feel like they could, but they almost don't need to. I mean, it's a process of elimination, right? There's only like so many people it could be. But I think it's pretty obvious, regardless. Let us continue. Ooh, okay, guitar, hello. What song is this? Golden Nocturne Instrumental. Let it be heard. I am one yet many. What I speak is our tale. However, this is a small world, sealed by glass and cork, with no one to hear. None shall lay eyes upon it, and my entire tale shall be sealed away, set adrift in the sea of my heart until it disappears along with the seaweed. Ah, where is this place, and who am I? Then let me ask, where would you like it to be? Who do you want to be? Any place so long as it will blanket me gently, anyone so long as I am treated kindly. Yes, for us. For us. Where and who we are hardly matters. Indeed, Claire. Now you have a name. To us, that is a very insignificant thing, at least until that day comes to pass. Why must we be cast into a new fate? The pronouncement of fate arrives sudden and abrupt. It is not the fate I wished for, but it did make the heart pound. Where will the new fate take us? It doesn't matter where, so long as that place is kind to us. The tidings brought to the temporary dwelling where unfortunate children without mother or father gather. Do they herald God's salvation, or does the devil beckon us to be the plaything of a new fate? We have no means of knowing. And yet we want to believe. Oh, the eyes. Hello. We want to believe that it is gospel, good tidings, salvation offered us by God. Gospel house. Hello. I see you. But why would I be chosen? I have no religious beliefs. Then this is not gospel. The devil beckons. And yet we have not the means to resist fate. Oh, I am one yet many. I pray that the new fate brings us blessings. The time is April of 1976, a month too cold to speak of spring. There is no change in the strange new land which ever plagues us with its stale air and ceaseless breezes. So at this time, the person was born in 67, so they're 9 years old right now. Light's gonna go off? Oh, it's a heart. That's kind of cute, because they were like the people of love. They're getting a flashback. Interesting. Act 1, a new life. Interesting. Wait, do I click this? No, I don't think that. Maybe it did it because I clicked it. I'm honestly not sure. I don't know what happened there. I think it just happened after enough time and I clicked around the same time. Oh. It would make sense too that if it was, this would be the time that they got hired from the gospel house, right? What version of the song is this? It's beautiful. There's like more oomph to it. Yeah, okay, bro, it is. It is. I'm getting chills, bro. I'm getting chills. Ugh. Chills. You can do the soy point. It's okay. Those are all the family rules. They may be strict, but I believe that the discipline you learn in this house will serve you well in the future. Yes, madam. The servants who would start working this April all called out in unison. The rules of the Ushirimiya family are no more or less strict than those of the gospel house. However, here we get paid a lot of money. They also give us a lot of help in finding our next job. We work for the Ushirimiya family, store up money, use their influence to get a good job, or get a job at a good company, and then start on a new happy life. That was the dream, and it was a very realistic one, held by all of us at the gospel house. Oh, dude, Far Flat. It's the same song, but it's just like purely, I don't know if it's all in the same key. I don't know music terms, so I apologize to anybody who knows music terms. It's like, no! And like losing their mind, but it sounds like it's all in the same key, maybe? I don't know proper music terms, but I don't know. It sounds very nice. I don't know why. I like it. Because you notice it doesn't change, like, it's in the same thing. I don't know. However, not everyone can become an Ushirimiya family servant. Only kids with a record of exemplary conduct and good grades are recommended. Dude, I'm getting, like, emotional just hearing the song. Sorry, I'm fucking, like, bugging out here. So all the kids who want to be sure of leaving the gospel house to live a happy life are feverishly devoted to their studies. That's enough for today. Tomorrow you start early. Make sure the lights are all out at the appropriate time. That's all. Yes, madam. Thank you very much. After bowing until Natsui was no longer in sight, the new servants all followed the lead of one of the more experienced servants and raised their heads, either Genji or Kumasawa. Ooh, okay. Hello. This is one of the stakes, isn't it? Okay, we're done for the day. Starting tomorrow, you'll be following your shift schedule. Which I guess makes sense, because maybe this is one of the servants that was gone by time. Oh my god, wait, it makes so much more sense, the stakes. That's why it looks like one of the stakes, because they were probably based on the real people this person knew. Sorry, this song is like, I'm bugging the fuck out. Okay, we're done for the day. Starting tomorrow, you'll be following your shift schedule. Madam is very strict about time. If any of you sleep in, it'll be my responsibility. So if you do, I'll kick you awake. Got it? Of course, this experienced servant was one of the older girls from the gospel house. She's been here for 2 years, apparently. That's probably why all the other new servants who are older than me seem to know her well. They all chat noisily, saying things like, Madam looks so strict, and dang, I'm tired. By the way, just who is this? Who chose this kid to be a servant? The older servant pointed at me and asked the room at large, a dubious look on her face. It's no surprise, really. Oh, because she's too young. She would be like 9 years old, graduate middle school or high school. You would be 12 to 14, right? So she's 9 years old. She's quite a bit younger. 3 to 5 years younger at most. It's no surprise, really. Most of us become servants when we graduate middle school or high school. But I'm just starting elementary school. Okay, you must have a different term there, because 9 years old starting elementary school, you're a bit late. The others will be working as servants every day according to their shifts. However, I was going to go to the elementary school on Nijima with my lady, only working on the weekends and when I had free time. It was an exception among exceptions, something that had never happened before. It was clear at a glance that the others, who had obtained their positions after a rigorous selection process, didn't like the fact that I was here too. Both Madame and Genji have told me that you are to put your studies first, but you're still getting paid. It doesn't make any sense. And notice too that she has like the same brooch that Shannon would later wear. And Canon, they both have the same brooch. I mentioned that at a certain point too, didn't I? I was like, why do they have the same brooch? Or why does Canon have a brooch at all? It's Shannon, bro. I bet my life on it right now. You're going to talk behind someone's back, at least do it behind them. She didn't even try to hide her discontent. Is this kid really that smart? A child prodigy or something? Yep, okay, theory confirmed. Beats the heck out of me. I didn't know this kid at all back in the house. They kept this one separate apparently, something to do with a weak constitution. Now that you're here, you're a part of the collective responsibility system. If you screw up, it's the same as everyone from the Gospel House screwing up. Make sure you don't, okay? I nodded weakly. I'd never been threatened by someone this much older than me, and I was very frightened. Don't worry. I'll help you through. This is cap. It doesn't make sense. It can't possibly make sense that Shannon would be this old. This is total cap. That's wrong. It can't be right. I'm getting shot in the head right now. This isn't Will POV. This can't be right. It literally cannot make sense that it could be Shannon. Shannon wouldn't be this age. I mentioned this before, that there's like some weird fuckery with like showing Shannon's age. I understand for some of the previous times like showing her a certain way would like make sense, but Shannon here, again, you could just say, oh, she's drawn as like older Shannon so that we know it's the same one, but has there been any other characters that they've drawn at different ages for us? I'm not sure. They did in Higurashi. But my point being, Shannon would be the same age. She'd have to be. So something's not up here. Don't worry, I'll help you through. Let's give it our all together, okay? Shannon smiled at me as she spoke. I think we're getting a little bit of a cap here. The light shines to break you out because you're lying. Don't you find it scary, Shannon? This house looks pretty strict. No, there's nothing scary about it. It's only scary to you because that's what you think. And if I think it's fun, will it be fun? Yes, it will. So just like before, let's put on a smile and give it our all. Shannon was my only friend in the Gospel House. She was confident and popular. The complete opposite of me. I was embarrassingly dull-witted and no one wanted to be my friend. I would never have made it through those days in the Gospel House had it not been for her encouragement. So, I would probably make it through here too, with her by my side. Well, isn't it about time we got ready for bed? I've got work early tomorrow morning, but you have a different job. That's right, unlike everyone else, I have to go to school. When I spend the night on Rokkenjima, I have to get ready for school and wait for Milady at the dock. Milady looks like an energetic person. I hope you get along well. Do you think I will? I'm scared of school, nervous. Now you have light in your eyes again. I'd grown used to life in the Gospel House, so the more relaxed rules at school made life easy. But until I grew used to it, everything was new and everything made me nervous. Ooh, this song's going hard too. What song is this? No, don't go away. The song's gonna go away before I can check. Let me check. I'm trying to check. I don't buy that was actually Shannon that we saw. I don't know. Toy box. Aww. My new life on Rokkenjima probably deserves an explanation. It was completely different from the comfortable yet stagnant life I'd lived at the Gospel House. In addition to the time I spent as a servant to the Ushirimiya family on Rokkenjima, I also traveled to the elementary school on Nijima on school days. It was the start of a time that was both rushed and busy, with hardly any time to relax. The only other thing that I can think about this is that Shannon doesn't actually exist in this. And it could be the very same way. There's going to be a very weird... The only way I'm thinking about this is that if this person saw Shannon, Shannon didn't actually exist at that time. There actually isn't, like, a Shannon, right? That this is a person, a different person. And maybe it's that Shannon and Canon are, like, the same way that the Black Witch is a part of Rosa, right? Because I've noticed, again, it was weird to me that back in the day, George talked about... when George talked about Shannon, and again, I said this before, like, they showed Shannon, but she was, like, her same age now. But, like, not, you know? And it's making me wonder if Shannon and Canon are just like ways to present that character to us in the same way that like the Black Witch is a different part of Rosa. Because the fact that Shannon would exist at this time back in the day, she can't, right? Like it's not possible. The only thing is that could Shannon have been like another part of this person? I'm not sure. In the same way that like Shannon was the person she wanted to be. In the same way that when they were talking about Maria, like every kid wanting to have that thing, this could be the thing that Shannon wanted, right? This could be the thing. I'm going to refer to this person as Shannon, but that this person, whoever this person is, Claire, we'll call him Claire, because Claire is apparently this person, because they're speaking from first person point of view. That if we follow that person's point of view, right, that this person may have created Shannon as an idea in their mind to be like a type of person she would want to be. In the same way that Canon would be the exact same thing, and in the same way that, you know, other people create separate personalities of someone that's more knowledgeable or whatever as they described in the game. The only thing then would be like Shannon and Canon, both of them, this would actually be like the third timeline that I was technically wrong on, where it would actually be not that it is both of them or one or the other, it's actually that neither of them existed. And there was one person, and both Shannon and Canon were like fake representations of that person. That'd be the only thing I could think, but put it this way, I just don't know how to square the idea that this person could talk to Shannon and then not be Shannon at the same time. It would have to be that Shannon is like an alter ego, and by that same token then Canon would also have to be an alter ego, I guess. I'm not sure. We'll see. Unlike at the Gospel House, I didn't get to sleep in the same bed every day here. Half of the week I slept in the servants' quarters in the Rokkenjima mansion. I would return from school with Milady, go to the mansion and work there as a servant. I would then stay the night and head to school with Milady again the next morning. The fuck? Is this the guest house? On days when I didn't have work, I would return to the dormitory on Nijima, where I could have some time to myself in the room that had been assigned to me. There was an adult dorm mother who strictly controlled meal times and lights out, but I was already used to that sort of life from the Gospel House, so it wasn't hard for me. The rooms were slightly larger than average and housed 3 people each. However, either because of the number of people or some lucky chance, I was not given a 3-person room. Looks like, well, see again, the fact that Shannon's sharing the room too, again, it's either that this person is Shannon or Shannon is like a creation of this person's mind. Regardless, point made. I won't try and loop too much on it. Looks like we'll share a room back here in the dorms too. With Shannon by my side, I felt like I'd be able to manage well enough. Because every time Shannon gets mentioned, all of a sudden something happens, you know? Correct. Every year new servants came from the Gospel House, replacing some of the old ones. It was something Father organized with them all on his own. The rest of us weren't allowed to meddle. Our family provided a strict upbringing for these children without relatives and supported them on their path to adulthood. Sorry, I was like confused with what I was reading. And it makes sense why there would be extra money, because this is actually Kinzo's child, right? I always viewed this as the wealthy Ushirimiya family's obligation to society. What sort of kids came to serve the Ushirimiya family? I'm sure they were diligent. Lovable kids of irreproachable conduct. And so now that I read this, they mentioned that, well no, because Rosa and 67 Beatrice aren't the same age. Yeah, no, I don't think Rose is a kid of Castiglione. Sorry, I was just looking back at the notes because I was thinking, I was like, oh, well then it all still adds up. I was still right, like Rose is a kid of Beatrice, but I don't think Rosa can be, or something is being presented to me wrong. I'm sure they were diligent, lovable kids of irreproachable conduct. It seemed to me that there were a lot of glaring hyenas among them. Let us say they had high ambitions, those poor children without relatives. They were determined to use this rare opportunity to launch their careers so that they could take control of their lives. Did all of them have to balance school and servant work? That must be tough. You wouldn't be able to get much work done. There had been, or has been, no case of a servant going to school while they worked, except for that child. To be honest, I was fairly surprised when that child first came to greet me. So obviously young. The others were all around 16 or 18, but that child looked almost 10 years younger. Yup. The young servants who come from the Gospel House visit only to gain experience in working in the real world, so I do not expect a high level of skill from them as servants, or them as servants. Very true. You can't rely on them to the same degree as an adult, seasoned servant. But this was a child who hadn't even started school. No knowledge of housework, no practical experience, and yet to begin compulsory education. I don't know what Father was thinking, but I always thought there was something clearly odd about it. I spoke to Father about it. I asked if it might be better to wait for our servants to graduate middle school before having them serve here. And what did Kinzo say? Come on, we all know what he said. Fuck you, I'll do what I want. Oh, Beatrice. Yeah, ha 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 ha. By that time he was already a complete shut-in inside his study, obsessed with the occult. If you tried to talk to him, he'd yell at you, or he'd yell and tell you to stop interrupting the journey of his mind. And father's decisions are absolute. However, the case with this particular child just didn't make sense. I even asked the Gospel House about it. They said to ask Genji. I then asked Genji, and he said to ask the Master. So, you got caught in a loop. And then you asked the Master, and he said Beatrice. Ah ha ha ha. No one knows the truth. Well, no, he actually kind of told you it. Jessica was the only child on the island. The servants would often play with my daughter, but she wanted a friend of her own age. So this now also makes sense why the person would know the island so well, of course. This all starts to indicate more that Beatrice actually was behind all of this, but someone she could play with at home as well as at school. I began to think that father had employed this servant out of pity for Jessica. But if that were the case, why wouldn't he talk to us about it beforehand? We should be the ones to decide which friends are suitable for our daughter. Scary, ha 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 ha. Natsui couldn't cope well, or wouldn't cope well with taking her kid to the playground. Sorry, I took my glasses off. That's my excuse. I can read totally fine without my glasses, but... We should probably view this as an arrangement played by Genji. Or planned by Genji. Yes, probably. Genji knew that the me in this other world carried grandfather's blood, so he must have made special arrangements for that me to be brought to rokkenjima. Of course, yep. Are you feeling okay now? It was a really big shock, that's all. I just feel a bit dizzy now. In the world we're in now, you're the successor. But if your world has been different, you could have been a servant, or maybe a witch. You do have a troubled fate. Seriously. I don't regret learning about it, but if I could forget it now, I would. Isn't it interesting? Even though you're a servant, you're actually an illegitimate child of the head. Isn't that romantic? Like some fairy tale? Romantic? Considering how mother must feel, I'm not sure about that. True. In Natsui's eyes, the Lian of this world is nothing more than the detestable baby she was ordered to raise. And this is also a world in which she refused that order. Natsui's natural child, Jessica, is hundreds of times more precious to her. A baby that doesn't share your blood is nothing more than a dirty, lukewarm sack of filth. Have some decency. Next time, I'll be the one pinching your butt. Thank you, Will. I think I understand more or less. This makes it all the more important for me to be grateful to Mother. She raised me fairly all these years. Though at a probability so low it'd take a miracle to happen, you know animals are always brutal towards children that don't carry their blood. Lions do that too, don't they? Genji's thinking must have gone something like this. This is a true member of the Ushimura bloodline, so you want to keep them close and give them special treatment. It's not surprising. I want this child to live on Rokkenjima, if at all possible. However, he couldn't suddenly bring Lian over and tell everyone everything. I agree. Maybe he intended to have me live on the island until it became normal and then reveal everything when the chance presented itself. However, the Leon of this world was not given special treatment. Notably, the silver ring doesn't exist. I wonder if that means grandfather never heard about me. It makes sense, kind of. Could also be that he knew and things just didn't play out the same way, but... It might mean that Genji never found a good opportunity to reveal the truth. As if Thing wouldn't know? The fuck? I guess the idea would be that maybe because he only saw the kid as a baby, Genji must have wanted to someday tell Kinzo the truth that the child of his beloved Beatrice was still alive. However, revealing this truth would not be so easy. So technically Genji was the one that kind of saved the kid. We still don't know the details of how that kid fell or survived from the fall, right? So, I wonder why it isn't easy. You dummy, what would happen if Natsui found out? Oh right, if Leon suddenly appeared, Jessica wouldn't be the successor anymore. Strictly speaking, Jessica wasn't the successor to the headship, but since she'd be able to select the successor, it all came to the same thing. It is a tale that becomes less simple the more one learns of it. Some would celebrate my birth, others would not. Genji could only wait in silence for the day of revelation to come. Was it a tale hidden only within Genji's heart? Leon and Kinzo and Natsui and Kraus and Jessica and everyone else. None of them knew of this tale. Thus the curtains slowly rise on the curious tale in the year 1976. Oh, I am one yet many. Why must fate proceed so selfishly and freely leaving us behind? People only found the young servant strange for the first month. Natsui and Kraus' protests came to naught. After all, there was no harm in it, so why not indulge Kinzo's whim? Eventually, everyone grew accustomed and began to accept this slightly abnormal everyday life. However, it was not so for the other servants of the Gospel House, who were always close by and who believed that everyone should be treated equally. As time went on, their little grievances about my special treatment began to accumulate. Good job, Sawachi. How'd it go today? Madam was in a real shitty mood. She literally ran her finger across the windowsills. Tadachi got chewed out for cleaning too slow. Like, what does she want from us? The Gospel House treats all the children under its care as family. Because of this, their original names are not spoken there, and everyone uses new blessed names instead. Maybe because the in-on non-ne character in the word gospel, fukuin? Okay, so... Japanese language meme. That character is almost always combined with at least one character from the child's original name to make their new name. Still, just giving a person a new name doesn't mean they'll accept it so easily. The boys and girls of the Gospel House, living without relatives due to all kinds of circumstances, often feel as though their real first and last names are a bond that's worth holding on to. So, many of the Gospel children hate their, whatever, names and call each other by nicknames based on their original names. Of course, this is only privately. When in the presence of the house director or other important people, only the blessed names are used. On the job, the blessed names are used. And off the job, the informal nicknames are used. Everyone is very used to living with two names like this, so they're all naturals at switching between the two. Okay, that's starting to set up the whole canon Shannon thing. Again, it could also be that this person is switching between both, not that they're one or the other, you know? Oh, you stink. Go take a shower. Dang, why is it so cramped in here? Can't they get a bigger dorm if they have that huge mansion? Hey, Garashi. Why is Yasu the only one who isn't in a 3-person room? By Yasu, they probably meant me. I can't remember my parents at all, but I was given the family name Yasuda. And apparently my nickname comes from that. How should I know? Genji's the one who decides the rooms. I don't like it either. Yeah, seriously. Wouldn't you normally split it 2 and 2? What's the deal with Yasu anyway? It's like that kid's job is going to school with Milady or something. A school friend position? Doesn't make any sense. Of course, on days when I am given work, I return to the mansion right after school and work alongside all the others. I help out with caring for the garden and cleaning up the mansion. I can't do any jobs on my own, so I'm always just helping out. Maybe because I'm young, the adult servants are always kind to me. It seems my fellow Gospel House servants are annoyed by this. Don't you think Kumasawa is being blatantly soft on Yasu? It's like she's mistaken Yasu. Oh, the whole mentor angle. Okay, yeah. So this person, this Yasu person, whoever Yasu is both Shannon and canon. Now again, the question is, does Yasu fully embody Shannon or canon at a given point, depending on the story? Or are they both always? That is the question. And why on earth does that kid get paid the same as the rest of us? I don't get it. I realize that you have school to worry about, but don't forget that you're a servant too, okay? You need to stop being a helper and learn to do work by yourself like the rest of us. We aren't going to let you have things easy forever, okay? It's actually really sad that this person looked up to the stakes so much to make them like a part of their identity. Also, they're all wearing the same hat as Shannon, right? The bonnet or whatever you want to call it. It's kind of sad that she looked up to these other girls who... Not to, like, shit on them, but they obviously were upset by the unfair treatment that they were receiving, or perceived unfair treatment. Not knowing the reason why. But it's sad that this person had so few friends that this was still the outcome that they arrived at, you know? The fact that they idolized these people so much that they became part of, like, their stakes, you know? But these people weren't really her friend, it doesn't seem. Or their friend, I should say, because we don't know which... It's mainly Shannon. I'm gonna go with her, because, again, they already said, you know, in all these timelines... Well, actually, no, I'm misreading that. It wasn't in all the timelines. That was with Leon becoming a person versus not the... whether they were Shannon or canon. I'm just waiting for... Like, I know I'm correct. I have to be correct. I don't see any other way that could work. Still, episode 5 we have to go back to later. Episode 6 feels solved with this, though. I've been trying my best. However, I'm not very strong yet, so I can't carry heavy things. I can't carry a lot of things at once either. I can't fold clothes right, and I'm not good at using a dustpan. I just can't do it as well as everyone else. As my face turned red, I spotted Shannon, who was watching from the sidelines and not joining in. Obviously, Shannon can't, again, like, not joining in too. The fact that she's, like, an extra person. I think Shannon's a figment of this person's imagination. And then it would make even more sense why this person created the imagination of Beatrice. If under my same theory, Shannon is, like, an imagination of this person. Sorry, I'm taking a drink. It could make even more sense why Beatrice would exist. Because this is something this person was already, you know, fair to do. Shannon is my only... Again, yeah. Sorry, I gotta lift my mic again. Unlike me, Shannon's my only ally. Unlike me, she can do everything well. I don't know about that. Doesn't Shannon get flamed for not doing shit well? However, she'll never pamper me. She'll show me how things are done, but she'll never steal my jobs from me. She really is incredible. It also is funny too because Canon talked about not being able to like handle the bag out of the wheelbarrow at the start. I think it was soil or something. I don't remember exactly what it was in the very first game. So it's interesting that that's the statement that's made, but I really want to be like Shannon as soon as I can. She never talks behind people's backs, and no one talks behind her back. She's kind and she gets along with everyone. I want to be like her, and she's always kindly watching over my efforts to become like her. Yeah, exactly. See, the idea of trying to mold yourself to be like her too, even more so. So this person has like a huge identity issue. Oh, this is a really good I should say CG, more of a background, but why did I end up here? And again, the fact that Shannon's in the room with her too, even more so. Because, reminder, like, that person just said, like, why does Yasu get to share their own room? Because shouldn't it be 2 and 2? But this person is alone. How would Shannon be here? Shannon mentioned sharing a room. Shannon can't be. It doesn't make any sense. So, furthermore, even more proof to my theory that Shannon's not actually there. But, I don't know. Though I'd just been muttering to the ceiling, Shannon gave me an honest answer. I guess there's no way to say it except that it's part of God's plan. Is this another test from God? Yep. Think of it as a test to help you grow into a wonderful person. After all, you're a special chosen person. Am I special? Of course you are. After all, everyone else here is big, but you were the only one special enough to be chosen young. This is so sad too when you think about it, the fact that maybe Shannon and Canon didn't exist at all to begin with. It was actually just this one person. And now even more so, that's even more sad. The fact that this person made like 2 versions of themselves. It's so sad. And maybe that's the reason why the whole thing with Battler was like the first person that loved them. Maybe George getting married to Shannon wasn't like a real thing that happened. The question that it becomes is like, is this a life that this person lives where they fall in love with George, for example? Or is it that that's like a false character that this person has made in like their story, you know? Because if Beatrice was the one telling the story about Shannon getting married, that could be something that this person, oh my god, wait, that could be so fucking Kino. It would make even more sense. That would also kind of protect George from being a diaper sniper, but the very fact that, you know, they wrote it that way, hey, I got told that pieces on the board wouldn't do things they wouldn't otherwise do, so I'm still looking at you, George. But the idea could be that, like, this person only ever had love for Battler, right? They didn't actually have love for George. Maybe they didn't ever actually get married to George in any of the things, or get engaged, I should say, rather. Because it's not that George ever actually married this person. They married, like, in this story told by this character. I'm starting to think we do have one killer, although I do still want to know a little bit more about some of the other things, but everything is starting to fall into place for it to be one person. Or at least I shouldn't say fall into place, I'm still of the belief that there's still other people killing, but I will say that there is more of a belief for me to believe there is one person behind everything. Why am I the only one who's little? I can't do any jobs by myself. Everyone complains that I'm just there to play with Milady, and yet Madame made it clear that, and then that would make even more sense with Jessica. Neither of them actually have a person that's in love in the story, right? The way the story is being told, neither George nor Jessica had anybody. That's so sad too. Neither of them existed. So that scene too, if you want to like try and see as much as it's hard to tell how much you can even trust, but it's like then if you were to look at episode 2 with the human Beatrice, if we were to view the human Beatrice as being this person, right? Then Kiri didn't see like the real Beatrice, you know, she didn't see, yeah, no. It's kind of all starting to click. It was this person. I don't think Shannon and Canon are real. I don't think they actually exist at all. I think it was all a fucking farce. Yeah. Sorry, because I'm just trying to like piece together. I don't know how much of the scenes we can trust necessarily. It feels like a lot of the game we can't trust. Again, I would still wager, like if I'm going to pick one, I would wager that it is Shannon. Because again, like, do you see Canon anywhere here? Like, no, I would still wager that this person is closer to Shannon. And then the story could make sense still that it was like, oh, you know, they're in love with George. And then, you know, you have the whole thing with Battler, which was like their first love, their first person. Because it could be even more so that Battler was like the first person that noticed this person, right? That's kind of what I'm thinking right now. Like all that time ago, Battler was the first person that noticed this person, and then this person was gone, right? Like they left. Or sorry, not they were left. Sorry, Battler left. And then because Battler left, this person was then, you know, devastated. Then the question becomes like, do they become the Shannon and then marries George? And like all the scenes with Shannon in those episodes, for example, are like, because the way, again, like the way that it was described by Will when talking about Leon was that, you know, in some games you're a girl, some games you're a boy. The question becomes like, how much of that is this one person like acting a certain way versus being a certain way? Like, do Shannon and Cannon actually exist at all? I almost think they don't. I almost think neither of them exist. And there's actually just this is literally, I think I joked about it at some point way earlier in the game. You'd have to find it. That we actually have like a third variable problem. That all along, it was like Shannon and Cannon, but in reality, there was one variable behind that explained the relationship between the two. And the reality was that it was actually just one person. Huh. Kind of a clean solution. Makes sense. Could also make sense that this person probably looks similar to Leon, right? Shannon and Cannon don't look too similar. We'd imagine this person maybe looks like Leon a little bit. And then the reasoning behind that, of them acting as human Beatrice, the reason why they could dress up as human Beatrice is because one, they're a kid of Beatrice. They probably look like her. It all makes sense. Sorry, I'm totally just riffing here, just thinking, but it's kind of all clicking to me, and I'm probably off in many ways, but it feels like we're barking up the right trees now at this point. And yet Madame made it clear that I'm not to think of Milady as a friend, and to speak to her in a casual manner. You may be 10 years younger than everyone else, but that means if you keep it up until you're the same age as the others, you'll be much more experienced than the new people who come later. Even Genji will acknowledge your talents, and you'll become a leader who can teach the new kids who come from the Gospel House. And then I'm sure that everyone will respect you. By that time, even Madame, the Master, and Kraus will acknowledge your skills. That's your future. You mean like the ugly duckling becoming a swan? That might be it. After all, it was very unusual for you to be chosen as an Ushirimiya family servant. In fact, that rumor might be true. And you might be the secret child of someone in the Ushirimiya family. Hee 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 hee. Shannon laughed, saying it wouldn't that be cool, and then you'd be super rich, too. Aw, but I felt a bit doubtful. After all, if that was the case, why did I have to live all alone in the Gospel House? Shannon and people like the house director were the only ones who would play with me. So again, the real question now becomes, we have two things that are presented to us now, right? Either this person is, depending on like the certain game board, is one of Cannon or one of Shannon, and the other is like a faux representation that isn't real. Or neither of them are actually real. They are written into the story by this person, and there's actually like a third person behind both of them. So to describe this, I guess if it makes sense, the way that it's been presented in the story so far is that, you know, if we believe what Will said, the thinking was, oh, it's one or the other, right? It's that Shannon, or in depending on the start of the game, it's either Shannon is there or Cannon is there. They don't actually both exist, right? Now the real question is it that where this person here, we know this person exists no matter what. So is it that depending on the game board, this person becomes Shannon or this person becomes Cannon? Or is it that Shannon and Cannon don't actually exist in the story, and it's just this person? And whether we see Shannon and Cannon, they're just like faux representations of this one person. Not that it actually is one of Shannon or Cannon and the other is fake. I don't know if I'm describing this in a way. Sorry, let me go from the top. I'll try to make this clear. This person we'll call Yasu, just based off the name that we saw. This Yasu person exists, right? Because this Yasu person exists and is the child of Beatrice, right? They get brought in from the Gospel House to be part of the family, eventually up until the start of 86, right? I think the reason why Battler... I feel like Shannon has to be the one that makes more sense because of the story as well about George talking to Shannon about, oh, how Battler was talking to you. To me, it seems like it's more likely that Shannon, especially here too, with Shannon being in the same room and everything, I would say that Shannon... I don't know how to word this. It is either that Shannon and Cannon are caricatures that are made by this person, and anytime we see, you know, Shannon or Cannon or whatnot, it doesn't actually mean anything. It's actually just this person, and those are like faux representations of that person. Alternatively, it is that it actually is one or the other depending on how the game board is set up. That this person, this Yasu person, either becomes Shannon or becomes canon. Either way that it works, it's either that there's no way both Shannon and canon can exist at the same time. It's one or the other. It's either you are canon, you are Shannon, or canon and Shannon never exist, and they're just figments of this person's imagination, and anytime they get brought up, it's back to reference, or it's in reference to these people. The only reason why I would believe that they're figments of how the story is told. The other thing that makes me wonder about this is it starts to seem like even if we find out who this person is, I still want to know, one, I still feel like some of the killings in the stories were not this person, if we want to say that this person is Beatrice. But I also want to know who... There's something up with Hachijo. That's the only thing that's confusing me. I think there's some chance that somebody on this island survived and is Hachijo, if that makes sense. We mentioned this earlier, that it was like, oh, it'd be funny if like Hachijo was the Golden Witch, because like everything lines up properly. You know, she's retelling this tale, she's killing all these people. How would Hachijo be able to gaze the truth if she wasn't there? It's either that this person is then also later Hachijo, or one of the people on the island after everything is said and done with survives in some way, fakes their death, and becomes Hachijo. I feel like I'm sort of putting the cart before the horse because I still don't know who the fuck this person is. But my point being that there's two possibilities. Either this person is the same person as Hachijo, or this person is different. So in reality, the game would be this person telling their own story on a meta level, not just through the first four, not through the first 4 games, what I meant to say, but actually through everything. Because this person is then writing the alternate games as it was written, or as it was described by Angie when talking to Thing. Because then, like, some of the people that died didn't actually die, if that makes sense, right? Because, like, anytime Canon or Shannon die, they're not really dead. It doesn't mean anything. Or, in a given episode, if one of them dies, it doesn't mean anything, because they were the other one. Again, I still have to disentangle that. We're literally in, like, a Schrodinger's fucking character, where it's like, we look at, it's not alive or dead, it's, is it canon or is it Shannon? Or is the real answer that, you know, there's a third person? I think I've belabored the point long enough. My point being as well that I think that Hachijo is either the person, the same person that is either canon or Shannon, or who created Canon and Shannon. I think that fits so much more nicely as the stories, that Hachijo is that person. Like, it just fits to me in my head that that's the same person, because then you could explain the reasoning why Canon and Shannon even exist in the story to begin with, is because it was written by Hachijo to talk about herself, who survived the island, right? Like, that is so fucking peak. I hope that's where they go with this. Shannon and people like the house director were the only ones who would play with me. I wasn't allowed to play with any other friends, and I spent all my time by myself in my isolated room. Maybe it's because I'm frail and always half asleep, but it has been lonely. I mentioned that earlier, that Beatrice just seems lonely, and it's even more true. It's so sad, actually. Hey, Genji. Hey, that's what I said. How much of this did you know? You never talk about anything, but you've known everything since the beginning, haven't you? Yeah, you're almost even more complicit in what's been going on than Kinto. 19 years ago, you heard from Natsui that a servant had fallen from a cliff holding a baby. He must have been the one that saved it, right? You went to the bottom of that cliff and realized that the baby was still alive, didn't you? The question of whether it was alive or dead was not one that I was qualified to answer. Then who was? The doctor, of course. He brought it to Nanjo. What do you say, Dr. Nanjo? My goat, get your lines in! You need them! Perhaps it is fitting. Shall I speak? You should. You shall. If you would be willing, then I ask it of you. Very well. I hate when they do the phone call thing. It always surprises me every time. I was contacted by Genji immediately after the accident, and I was asked to conduct an examination in secrecy. In secrecy? Why? Both the Beatrice of Kuadorian and her child were unregistered people who weren't supposed to exist. It would lead to various problems if I went public, or if it went public. I had started the procedure to have the baby registered, but they were not complete at the time. It was a very bad time for the baby to die. So the servant who fell was treated as the only death. Not so he wouldn't talk to anyone, it would have been easy to set up. But that baby was alive, wasn't it? Correct. Of course, the child was gravely injured. It was a miracle that it survived those injuries. If some angle had been slightly different, or if Genji had been there any slower in bringing the baby to me, that baby only managed to survive thanks to a series of miracles. I had given up. I didn't believe the baby could survive. But it did. How strong and resilient is life? No, this is fate. Fate. So the baby was fated to live on and eventually accomplish something great? Yes, I did think that it was fate. I thought the blood of the Kuwadorian Beatrice, whose life ended on Rokkenjima, must have imparted something onto this child to make it survive. I mean, hey, fuck, you fall twice, maybe you live once. However, Genji did not tell his master, Kinzo, that the child had survived. He simply said that it had fallen to its death in an unfortunate accident. Kinzo mourned, but his mourning was more of madness than of sorrow. Oh, Beatrice, why have you run away from me once more? Why, even though I swore I'd never make the same mistake again, why? There was one matter for which Genji did not trust the master he so respected. The matter was whether Kinzo would be capable of accepting Beatrice as a grandchild as family. Genji had served the Kuwadorian Beatrice for many years as well. That's true, we know about that every one of the servants that was there, save Gota, and obviously the other two, because they were too young, that those three that had remained, or the two that had remained rather, Kumasawa and Genji, and Nanjo, sorry, as a third. See, even I'm forgetting that Nanjo exists. That they had served Beatrice, we already knew this, because they knew about Kuwadorian. We'd been told this by the dude at the back. By the dude at the back, I mean the guy on the boat that would deliver to it. Genji had served the Kuwadorian Beatrice for many years as well. He was very aware of what she had felt. He knew that she accepted Kinzo's affection and respected him as her father. Yeah. And then he, did some pretty fucking disgusting things to her. However, her love was not the same as Kinzo's love. Kinzo thought her to be Beatrice reborn, and tried to use her to satisfy the many feelings he had felt for the late Beatrice. Ooh, Jesus Christ. Stop saying it like that. Of course, the Kuwadorian Beatrice could not accept those feelings. In the end, Kinzo himself, the one she respected and thought of as her father, stole away her child. You actually said it, bro. You didn't need to tell me, I knew. She thought he was her father, and he thought she was his wife. Oh, what unmanageable, forbidden love. I do understand Kinzo's feelings to some degree. I don't, bro. It is not as though Kinzo saw the late Beatrice in the girl at the time of her birth, nor did he decide at that moment to make her his plaything. He spoke to me about it a few times when we were drinking. I always thought he was just joking. As she grew up, was he surprised to find that she looked more and more like her mother? As she became older, did he suffer from a forbidden emotion he could not suppress? Ugh. I thought that the tragedy might repeat itself. That was my view. Beatrice suffered much, and ultimately she never truly understood the difference between her feelings and Kinzo's. Damn, Genji is a good fucking man. That's actually so sad. He sheltered Beatrice from the life that might have happened again. The third time. Or I guess the second, rather. Damn, Genji. I spoke with Beatrice many times, listening to her deepest feelings. However, I could not bring myself to tell her the truth. That would be hard to say. Imagine telling her that the one she respects as her father wants to use her as a replacement for her dead mother. Let me say this for the sake of Kinzo's honor. I'm sorry, Nanjo, I love you, my goat. Don't say anything that's gonna make you not my goat. He also suffered. Oh my god. Nanjo, don't do it, bro. Don't say this shit. I don't care. I don't need to care about Kinzo. I won't feel bad for Kinzo. You're not going to make me feel bad for Kinzo. This is like the... No. I'm sorry. No. Just because you had suffered a lot in your life and had lost your love doesn't mean you get to fuck your daughter against her will. I don't think you get that right. Sorry. It pained him when he found that he could no longer think of his daughter as a daughter. I told him to love her as a father. I think Kinzo listened to reason and his conscience and fought for some time. Yeah, that's fucking disgusting. Kinzo loved her. He poured his affection onto the daughter that Beatrice had left behind. Bro, he didn't just love her, he lusted after, okay? These aren't the same thing. He may have also loved her, but that wasn't all. He did so as a father, and yet if so, why did he give the daughter why did he give the daughter the same name as the mother? Yes, Kinzo's sin started from the moment she received life. Beatrice gave birth to her and died as if in exchange, because he was trying to, I don't want to say he tried to groom her, but quite literally tried to groom her into being the next replacement. He passed the name down from mother to daughter. From the moment of her birth, he had hoped. Kinzo had already decided that she was Beatrice reborn. Ugh. What a disgusting fuck. I think I said at some point in the past that Kinzo was the real villain of this game, but I even more so believe it now. Leon, in other words, is what happens when Kinzo, trying to atone for his sin, succeeds in bringing the child to the Ushirimiya family officially. Exactly. I get the feeling I'll get my butt pinched if I talk about other fragments, but maybe there's one where Leon is accepted. And Kinzo commits a tragedy. Who knows? Want to see if we can find it? Hehehe. Who would want to see something like that? Is it your job to mix together the worst imaginable possibilities for every part of a person's life and laugh at their horrible fate? Unfortunately, that's the sort of demon she is. Witch. Thank you. Genji foresaw that worst of all possible futures, and trying to secure a better future, he intentionally lied about the baby being dead. Genji is the fucking GOAT. I know he hasn't had much of a character, he's sort of just been a tool, but holy fuck. Genji's getting the MVP. Right. Kinzo was a man of such burning desire that he took advantage of his own daughter. Genji, who knew Beatrice's feelings and felt sympathy for her, couldn't trust Kinzo so easily. Holy fuck. All this proves to me oh my god, Genji is so peak. Even Genji, Kinzo's most devoted servant. Genji is a man who can draw a clear line between the professional and the personal. While he served Kinzo faithfully, he also felt that the mistake Kinzo had made with his daughter was not one to be forgiven easily, so he wouldn't give him the option to commit it again. It's a good fucking man. Probably. And to make sure that Leon wouldn't be found out easily, Genji lied about the kid's age, lowering it by 3 years. You're right. In this world, I'm just entering elementary school in 1976. I was actually supposed to become a 4th year then. Okay, that makes the discrepancy work, I was about to say. In your frailness, or if your frailness wasn't the reason, then Genji must have been careful to disguise the year of your birth. The baby from 19 years ago was unforgettable not just to Kinzo, but to Natsui as well. If a suspiciously young servant of that age came to the island, Natsui's feminine intuition would definitely have picked up on it. The only thing that's odd about this that I would say is how did Kinzo not know about Leon? Or about Yasu, I guess, whoever that person is, whoever that person becomes. How did Kinzo not know that that person existed? Because we have the example about how, the kid was tried to be put into the family. I get from that point that Genji concealed, but it sort of sounds like, I guess that's the difference, is that, yeah, okay, sorry, no, I get it now. It's not that Kinzo didn't know, he must have known because that's how he presented it to Natsui, but after that point, he didn't know, because Genji was concealing it, which is why he shifted the year. Okay, sorry. Caught myself. Had the child been too sick to go to school for 3 years, or had the age been fake so that Natsui wouldn't figure everything out? Either way, we know that your age has been lowered by 3 in this world. Oh my god, wait. No, it's Shannon. It's Shannon, it's Shannon, it's Shannon, it's Shannon, it's Shannon. I know it is. I know it is, I know it is, I know it is. And you want to know why I know it is? I was already convinced. Which doesn't really change anything in the whole thing, but this is the last nail in the coffin. I'm pretty sure I said at some point that Shannon said she was 16. I feel like I remember saying that. And that makes sense. 19 minus 3, 16. I don't know if I'm smoking crack. I feel like you can go back, again, I say this every time. It's so much footage, it's hard to go back through. It was early on. I'm positive Shannon said she was 16 at some point. Because that was why the whole meme that I said that, okay, well, if she was actually 18 instead of 16, if I misheard, she was either 10. Oh my god, so the entire time I was joking about George being a diaper sniper, I was actually looking the culprit in the face the entire fucking time. Holy shit. Correct. The age of this world's Leon has been officially altered by 3. Or sorry, I know I added a word there. The age of this world's Leon has been altered by 3. This is a small, feeble kid we're talking about. An underdeveloped kid. It seems it was surprisingly easy to fake. Genji thought he should wait and see. In the end, would Kinzo be able to accept Beatrice's child as his offspring or not? He had the child live in the gospel house until a suitable age, and then summon the child to the island as a young servant. Neither father nor child knew the other. Genji's thinking was as follows. I don't think I need you to describe it, it makes sense to me. If Kinzo truly did possess the affection of a parent, he would notice traces of the late mother and daughter in this child. They would surely be able to regain their parent-child relationship without the truth needing to be revealed to anyone. That was his belief. Or perhaps the time might come naturally. When that happened, he could tell the truth to both father and child. Believing that this day would eventually come, Genji told nothing of this to anyone. Genji's the GOAT. He watched over Beatrice's child, waiting for the fated day. Which didn't end up coming because Kinzo died. Right? And time continued to pass. Days slid by as he quietly watched over Beatrice's child. Wow. Okay, I think I'm gonna pause here. We'll see the name of this title. Maybe this title isn't enchanting enough. Okay, it's Act 2. I'm gonna pause this here. So it looks like this is gonna be the end of the game. Will be the rest of these. I think this might be a 4-stream episode. I say that just because of the time that we're at, and these episodes are starting to get longer. We're at chapter 10. I'm at about where I want to be. It could be just one more. We'll see. But wow, that was very, very good so far. I am surprised to believe that there's people that don't like this episode. Maybe it will nosedive hard enough, but to me, it seems kind of peak so far. We'll see. Can I see anything about these other characters? I guess I didn't notice. Yeah. Clairvaux Bernardus. Created by Bernkastel to be a reader, or else a substitute actor. Technically, she is a vessel used to personify Beato in her game. Therefore, she has no personality of her own. In that sense, perhaps one could say that she is not a person but a tool. Her name signifies her position as the final guide in Beato's game. Vaux Bernardus is kind of funny. Oh, the good piano at its back. Interesting. So I guess the real question that we're going to be left with now is, one, how much outside influence was involved in the games? I do still think there was some. Like, I think, for instance, I don't know if we can explain the murder of Hideyoshi in episode 3 by just saying, oh yeah, it was like Beatrice, you know? Seems a bit rich to me. God, this song is so good. Sorry, it's like catching my thoughts as I'm talking. But I think there's still outside influence. But now the real question comes down to, is it one or the other? You know? Like, do these characters, Shannon and Canon, exist in the sense that at the start of the game, one or the other is like chosen, air quote? Or is it that they don't actually exist and they're figments of the actual person that is behind both of them? I'm starting to favor the second option more, but I do think there is some possibility. Just the only thing that's like a holdout for me is I'm just thinking to expand earlier what I mean. I don't want to loop again, but the point being that, like, in any given timeline, one of them exists, which is the child that Genji saved, and that the other is like a faux creation of that person's mind, or the possibility that neither of them actually exist, and there is just one person that's behind both of them, and these are both figments, not just one is a figment. The only thing that question makes me wonder is, like, whoever that person is, I'm getting caught up on the part with Will talking about, oh, like, in many of the games you're a woman, which seems to imply like you're Shannon. Also, again, like, Shannon being in the room with this person, Yasu, whoever this is, you know, it seems to add up. But, you know, how do you square that with saying that like they're both figments? It seems more likely, like, at the start of the game, you could say the person embodies one or the other, but they could be either of them. But I don't know. That'll become more clear to us. I think that's, like, the big mystery that's left. And maybe after episode 7, we'll try to put together, like, all the killings. I mean, there's still more info that we need to know. I don't know how much of it will be in episode 8, but I think that we've kind of... Today was a big reveal. I mean, I was pretty convinced after the theory stream that we did, but now I'm even more convinced. But again, I appreciate anybody that stopped by. I should be on tomorrow. Maybe earlier, like same time. It's pretty early today for me. It's only 2 p.m. right now. Normally I'm fucking streaming in the dead of night. No guarantees, of course. But we'll see. Still something up with Rosa too. But we'll see. I appreciate anybody that stopped by. And hopefully for the next stream, everything will be 100% set the way that it was prior, so that we don't have any issues with any... I don't think there was any issues with audio or anything. That's why I'm also recording on client side. To be fair, I'll be recording client side probably going forward in the future. But yeah. Again, I appreciate anybody that stopped by. And hopefully before the next stream, if anybody is viewing this in between the time that I start, or that I end this stream and I start the next one, I'm hoping to have the other 2 episodes uploaded and viewable. They're currently just processing forever. I may have to re-upload them. My internet is not great here, so we'll see. Regardless, thank you very much for stopping by if you did. We will be back tomorrow, if not tomorrow, the day after, to either fully finish it or get closer to finishing episode 7. Episode 7 will be done within a few days' time for sure. Regardless, appreciate you. Thanks for stopping by. Love ya, and have a good night.